Hello, and welcome to the unabridged audio version of my book, Becoming God. To quote Francis Bacon, "If a man will begin with certainties, he will end in doubts. But if he will be content to begin with doubts, he will end in certainty." Chapter 1. My Search for Higher Consciousness. How I Learned to Let Go of My Atheist Roots. Throughout this book, I'm going to make some very outlandish and possibly blasphemous remarks. If you can get through it without feeling like I am damned for writing it and that you are damned for reading it, then you are ready and your mind is opening. This is the first step in the right direction. As blasphemous as much of it may be, in many ways we will come full circle, revealing a divine presence far closer to home than we ever imagined. However, the only way to complete this circle is to open your mind to any possibility and clear it from any preconceptions. Religion has brainwashed us. Not necessarily in a bad or a sinister way, but certainly in a counterproductive way. I promise you, when you finish this book and apply the philosophy, you will feel as I did, robbed of so many years of your life. If you grew up in a religious home, like me, more than likely you were taught these ideologies. However, you were asked to accept these teachings on blind faith, which, as you will learn in this book, is one of the fundamental flaws in religion. From the first time you heard that Jonah rode inside of a whale's mouth, or that Moses parted the Red Sea, and countless other stories of the Bible, no matter how devoted you were to the religion, there was a seed of doubt planted in your mind at an unconscious level. You probably never even noticed that it was there, a dark, lurking shadow over your religion, perpetuated by stories that were just counterintuitive. Your mind, despite your agreement to accept things on blind faith, just could not accept these things as real, because many of the stories contradicted many of your personal experiences. For this reason, the seed of doubt subtly grew to work against everything else you were being taught. In this chapter, I'm going to tell you how I was introduced to these ideas and tell you how my embracing these concepts forever changed my life, just as learning these philosophies will forever change your life. My purpose for this chapter, other than for a little self-indulgence, is to demonstrate to you that if a cynical Catholic-turned-atheist like me can open my closed mind to these radical concepts, then so can you. I am a skeptic. I always have been. I am, or at least was, a self-proclaimed agnostic. You could really call me an atheist, but that is such a dirty word. If you really want to lose your friends in a hurry, just say that you're an atheist and watch them run. I knew people with 666 tattooed to their foreheads that had more friends. The difference is, a Satan worshiper believes in something. Belief is all you need in this world because any belief can be persuaded. An atheist needs proof. They need to see it in black and white without a hint of gray. People with blind faith have a hard time dealing with somebody who is unable to take that leap. They see it as a mental illness. It's scary to them. Far scarier than the devil himself, because they cannot relate, they cannot argue, and there is no hope of persuading you into accepting their beliefs. The trouble with being an atheist is that it gets boring. Atheists are waiting for the data to come in and explain it all. The problem with that is the proof is never going to come. The evidence for the meaning of life can be thoroughly examined and traced back through time and space to more than 13.7 billion years ago, macroseconds after the Big Bang, and that's where everything breaks down. There are no calculations, sophisticated mathematics, or physics to be studied that can give us any hint of where all of this comes from. What kind of way is that to live? I can't think of anything more complacent than to accept the fact that there isn't going to be any answers to anything until we die. And there is no indication that someone or something jumps out and hands us the Answers to Everything book then either. What fun is that? Ironically, my quest to understand the meaning of life took quite a shocking turn as I inevitably followed the path of science around a complete circle, the completion of which brought me back to spirituality. After an exhausting quest to find the meaning in anything, I have come to believe, reluctantly I might add, that in its purity, spirituality is the final answer. Unfortunately, however, too often spirituality comes packaged with religion, which does nothing but convolute a simple ideology into a plague of dogma and ridiculous customs that have nothing to do with the true meaning of holiness. Religion removes spirituality from you as its center and points towards the sky to an external almighty God, a parent figure who demands our submission through an emanation of both love and vengeance. Religion claims its authority on the subject of spirituality based on the sources of messengers deceased now for thousands of years, sources whose accounts and wisdom were passed on for centuries by word of mouth alone. Is it possible that somewhere down the line of regurgitated wisdom and enlightenment that one, if not many of these ordinarily flawed humans decided to add in a little embellishment to cover for the parts they didn't quite understand or remember correctly? It is quite a suspension of disbelief to assume that the original message from God is intact today exactly as it was received. The solution for this problem was to make the messengers themselves deities, which didn't really solve the problem, but it succeeded in shifting our focus away from the obvious. Still, another problem with the religions of the world is they all get hung up on details. They hold sacred and take literally things that are just not so. In the words of Dr. Carl Sagan, evolution is not a theory, it is a fact. It really happened. The Earth is not 6,000 years old, not in today's numerical system, or in any ancient calendars or math either. The church wants to know why attendance is declining, and this is a big part of the answer. There are too many of us, especially the younger generations, who have grown up with an enormous amount of contradictory information readily available to us. Let's face it, dinosaur bones are not fossils put here by God to test our faith, which is the Vatican's official position. No, they are the fossils of bones of creatures that lived and breathed and dominated the earth for 1,000,000 times longer than man has even contemplated it. What is the harm in accepting this? Why can't the church just admit that there were some things, incorrect facts and embellishments added to the Bible to give it some flair, so that it would appeal to the masses? After all, it is the greatest story ever told. Does all of it have to be true? The insightfulness and teachings of Jesus Christ, as with the messengers of other religions, are awe-inspiring, and I never learned about any of it in Catholic school. Why? Because I was too hung up on all the ridiculous customs, rules, guilt, and fictional stuff they were teaching. How could I pay any attention to the teachings of this Jesus fellow when I couldn't get past all of the other misinformation being passed off as fact? The Catholics were teaching me facts that contradicted what I was learning outside of the church, and the real truth provided me with evidence, not blind faith. The truly sad part is I had to become an adult atheist to learn about the teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha, Moses, Abraham, Muhammad, and countless other incredibly wise people. These people made a lasting impact on the world because they had an idea that strongly affected the people they preached to. What was so fantastic about their ideas that got people to embrace them as gods was that their fundamental ideas, when applied and practiced, brought results. The application of positive thinking and the power of belief is the most brilliant discovery of all time. I was introduced to these philosophies at an early age. Like many of you, through religion, I was raised Catholic. My mother was devoutly religious, and my father, well, he believed in God and the teachings of the Bible, but he was not a church-going man. I grew up in a fascinating time in our history. Man had just walked on the moon, and we had landed 2 spacecrafts on nearby planets and sent another spacecraft out of the solar system, carrying with it a message in the event the spacecraft was picked up by beings from another world. This was tough competition for the church. In my room, I had astronaut wallpaper, stacks of books about space, and a model of the solar system. I would attend catechism with my space books, and I drew pictures of alien landscapes when I should have been listening. When I asked about aliens and if Jesus had visited them, I was scornfully quieted down. There was simply no room in the Bible, or church for that matter, for alien beings and the wonders of the universe. From then on, church became a chore to me. It was like going to school. Church was just something I had to do. My faith at that point had become less than wholehearted. After a brief stint of disenchantment with my faith, I was introduced to these philosophies again in my teens. I was an underachiever. School and pretty much life itself bored me. Like most teens, I was consumed with depression and video games. When I was 15, my parents got me some tapes by the personal power guru, Tony Robbins. Mr. Robbins had a bunch of really exciting ideas that he was evidently really fired up about. Anything is possible, he said, if you put your mind to it. Blah, blah, blah. My seed of doubt had grown so big by then, it had consumed the entire open area of my mind. All of the years of empty promises by religion, my parents, school teachers, product advertisements, and so on had taken a toll on the wisdom that lay inside my mind. This guy was as full of crap as everyone else, I thought. Without even considering his message, he was dismissed in my mind. This man was talking about core beliefs and the powers of suggestion, but he failed, at least with me, in satisfying and changing my core beliefs. His sales pitch did not work because he did not first break through my cynicism to eliminate my ever-growing seed of doubt. Not only did my cynicism keep me from having an open mind, it blocked me from even hearing his message. In my mind, this guy had a good scam going. He was good at it. His enthusiasm was nothing short of spectacular. He was an amazing speaker and an amazing salesman. But that is what he remained to me, a salesman. I look back and think if only I had appreciated what he was so enthusiastic about then, how different my life would be today. But he did not sell me. My cynicism was like a scar, and the more people I met who bought into his words just made me more confident in my beliefs. Most of the people I met were so quick to rattle off his sayings, and so few of them actually applied them. The hypocrisy reminded me of the church. Today, I hold a very different opinion of him. This is what we need to get past with you in this book. Right now, your cynicism is telling you that there is no way I can fulfill the claims I have made to you. To you, I'm just someone who wrote a book to get published to make money. Maybe my sentiments are sincere and my intentions are good, you think, but there's just no way it's going to have any significance on your life. I am telling you, it can and it will have an unbelievably significant impact on your life once we remove the seed of doubt that is compromising the true power of your mind. The power that lies inside of your mind can move mountains. Literally. Believe me, I know how ridiculous this sounds to you. I have been where you are. Every conceivable possibility is obtainable to you. All you have to do is believe that it is. After my abandonment of the church and my rejection of Tony Robbins, I was left meandering about without a clue as to what I was supposed to be doing with my life. I was a mental rebel in my youth. It was nothing to brag about, but I found just about anything with a hint of authority disconcerting. I was an intellect, although my grades never reflected that, and I tended to question everything. I found conspiracy and cynicism everywhere I looked. And I reveled in the fact that I knew and understood it all so clearly. I just couldn't grasp how everyone else could be so naive. I went on for years that way. God forbid my mother ever learned of my true feelings. She knew I wasn't very committed to my faith, but she had no idea how strongly opposed I was to it. It was about this time that I met a friend who introduced me to Judaism. There were some interesting concepts here, although it wasn't much different than Catholicism at the core, well, except for the Jesus part. I was pleased that there was no hell in Judaism. I also thought that a vindictive God would be counterproductive, and I figured that if there was an all-knowing God out there, he would be smarter than that. I mean, after all, he made us the way we were, didn't he? In addition to this, being all-knowing meant that he could see the future, see what would become of us before it happened. If we were to throw our lives away by making poor choices to the point that he needed to punish us eternally for it, why would he just not create us to begin with and save the energy? Alright, I know, I overthink a lot of things, but I am fun at parties. Judaism was an interesting concept, but I found many of the same fundamental flaws in it that I did with Catholicism. They too were stuck on details, obsessed with stories and fabricated histories. There was no room in that religion either for the wonders of space. From then on, I didn't really give religion or divinity much thought. I decided that I was an atheist. Of course, I would never admit that to anybody. But in the right social crowd, it was cool to say I was agnostic. For me, the jury was still out. I would have to admit there was always still a very small section in my mind holding out for God, just in case. When times got bad, I made short little prayers to myself, and when things went exceptionally right, I would thank God. Old habits die hard, I guess. I wasn't a very devoted atheist in practice either. Before I continue on with my story of how I rediscovered the powers of the universe and how I eliminated my seeds of doubt, I wanted to qualify this section of the book. I want to ease any animosity you might be feeling as you listen. Some of you might be at a place in your life not too different from what I have just described. If you are, then I know you really don't want to hear about all of this religious garbage. I promise you, this is not a book about religion. This is not a trick where I'm going to ask you to become a born-again Christian or anything of the sort. I am telling you this because I need to convince you that I understand how you are feeling and that I can relate. Atheists are always searching. In further chapters, I will be going into great detail with regards to the mechanics of how this process works. Things will get extremely scientific. We will examine everything from neurobiology to physics, quantum mechanics, cosmology, quantum cosmology, chaos theory, psychology, philosophy, and less scientifically, metaphysics. All of this will be to eliminate your seeds of doubt. But before we can get to those sections, you need to come to them with an open mind, just as I did. We need to eliminate or at least reduce your cynicism towards the ideas that lie outside of your box. You need to be at a point in your life where you are willing to accept new ideas by considering the theory and weighing it against the evidence. This goes the same for anyone reading this that is still holding on to their religious beliefs. Whether or not you agree with my youthful opinions with regards to religion, you cannot argue that you have accepted your beliefs on blind faith and blind faith alone. The Bible, in all of its variations, as with all other religious doctrine, are in the end just stories written down by mortal men. Men with a brain no different from yours writing about the unknowable. There is absolutely no credible evidence to back up anything at the core of any religion. At the end of this book, those of you who hold religious beliefs will get to keep them, at least the core ideology. But first, you must abandon those beliefs entirely and approach this subject with an open mind. Don't just say you're temporarily abandoning your faith. You have to do it. I promise you the devil isn't going to get you. You have to accept the fact that your beliefs currently rest on the shoulders of blind faith. And further accept that as wonderful and as comforting and loving as your religion might be to you, you will always have that seed of doubt at the edge of your unconscious mind. In other words, you think you believe in your religion, but the truth is you cannot believe in any religion and at the same time be a rational thinking being. Soon you will look at your beliefs in a whole new way. For the first time in your life, you will understand the core of your religion. You will accept your religious beliefs and embrace it without your doubts interfering. All of the hype surrounding the religion will be gone. The core of all religion is spirituality, which is eloquent, beautiful, and simple. The fact is, most religions can be chiseled down to a few short ideas. You have the power to make whatever you wish of your life. You have the power to do anything that you desire, and there are no limitations to that power. You are directly connected to an infinitely powerful and all-knowing God, because you and it are one. I was never a popular person growing up. I wasn't a jock or cool, but I wasn't a nerd either. I was just a ghost. Not having a lot of friends left me alone to entertain myself. I was fascinated with computers, but not enough to be considered a computer geek. Who knows what would have happened if I had gotten a computer of my own. But that wouldn't be until late into college. Computers were rare in those days. Maybe 1 or 2 kids on the block had one. At the time, they seemed to function only slightly more than glorified typewriters. They played games too, but Atari was much better for that. Instead, I had a different hobby. I was a musician. My interest in music had eventually merged with my interest in computers, which led me eventually to the synthesizer. A synthesizer is an electronic keyboard capable of making all kinds of unique and interesting sounds. I fantasized one day about being a rock star. Duran Duran was big at the time, and the idea of being someone like a Nick Rhodes was the ultimate fantasy for me. Everyone has had fantasies of fame and fortune at one time or another in their lives, but for me it was different. I don't know what it was. I don't think I ever really believed that it would happen. However, there was definitely a connection there that haunted me. The thoughts and fantasies of making records and being on the radio consumed me. I didn't become obsessed with it because I was brought up in a very conservative family. Not that dreams were squashed in my family, but dreams like those were just dreams. Rationally, I needed to make plans to go to college and then on to a respectable career. I decided to do what any respectable son would do, and that was to focus on school. I was never really much of a student, but I pushed through it because I knew in my family there wasn't going to be much of a choice. I continued on with my music as well, but my grandiose fantasies had to take a back seat for a while. As a wannabe computer geek and with my keen fascination for gadgetry, I decided to pursue a career as an airline pilot. Being around all of those knobs and switches just seemed natural. It just felt right. I think everyone has experienced this feeling in his or her life. But have you ever really stopped to think about where that feeling comes from, that feeling that just seems right? We've all experienced at one time or another that strange feeling of familiarity and comfort, like we belong there, or maybe even been there before. Most of the time, we dismiss the feeling without reading too much into it. We chalk it up to déjà vu, or we call it gut instinct or women's intuition. It is only when those feelings won't let go of us that we follow those feelings to see where they lead us. Why is that? Why do we wait so long? Why isn't it an acceptable part of our culture to go with those connective feelings and see where they lead us? We experience these feelings for a reason. Whether or not we experience these feelings because of some deep-seated psychological trigger, or experience them because our subconscious mind has tapped into a source and is now guiding us, these feelings are there and they should be explored. Why is this frowned upon in our society? Why is this considered a waste of time? Why is there such little importance placed on following your heart, following your instincts and curiosities? Think about how different your life would be if you followed your gut instincts regardless of consequence. Maybe you would have been more successful, or perhaps not, but either way, you would be on a completely different path. Now put that into perspective with the meaning of life. If you do have a purpose, do you think that you are on the road now that you were supposed to be on when you started this journey? These feelings and nudges come from your subconscious mind, which is connected to and part of an infinitely powerful and all-knowing entity, our source. Your subconscious knows where it is leading you. Although it may sometimes look wrong to you, your subconscious mind is guiding you ultimately to the correct road. Like a chess game of life, your subconscious mind is plotting out moves millions of steps in advance and recommending those moves to you. All you have to do is listen. Listen to the advice being whispered to your conscious self. To your subconscious mind, the game has already been played in its entirety, and it is simply retracing the steps. The moves necessary for the perfect win are already there. They have already been played. Flight school was intense and difficult for me. It required a lot of studying and a lot of hard work. The difference was in school, if you did poorly, you just got a bad grade. In flight school, if you did not study, you could hurt and even kill yourself. It was stressful. I had hardly studied a day in my life for anything until now, and this was taking a toll on me. To compound the issue, I was living in a new city, and I had no friends. To relieve some of the stress and loneliness, I had answered an ad in the paper from a band seeking a keyboard player. I don't know why I did it. I certainly didn't have time to be in a new band. If there was ever a time in my life where I did not need hobbies or friends to distract me from all of this, this was it. However, something drew me to the ad. Something pushed me to make the call. I can't say that I had given in to my subconscious thoughts cognitively. I didn't give much thought to it at all. I just did it. Years later, I would look back at this moment, wondering where I would be today had I not answered the ad. Would I have answered another ad? Would I have focused on school? It was a pivotal point in my life, one of many. We all encounter points like these numerous times throughout our lives. Take for a moment and think back to similar moments in your life. Go back and imagine yourself taking a different path. Where do you think you would be? I joined the band, and this really made me happy. It was also a great stress reliever. We practiced a few times together, and things just clicked. I also liked the people that I was around. The other guys in the band were much older than me. They were cool though, and they introduced me to a new artsy crowd. There were countless nights at coffee houses where groups of them went on endlessly in metaphysical talk and New Age practices. Some were even Wiccan. I thought these people were pretty wacky, but at least they followed their own ideology, which I thought was very courageous and interesting. It was nice to be part of a crowd that was open-minded and didn't frown upon anybody else's beliefs. It was perfectly okay in this circle to be agnostic. Atheism would still be pushing it. Months went by, and some of this New Age stuff was beginning to rub off on me. I found myself thinking about my decisions and considering how my decisions affected the balance and harmony around me. Could all of this be on purpose, I wondered? Could it be possible that there was somehow a grand plan that was focusing the direction of my life? The idea was counterintuitive and flat out goofy, but somehow it was comforting. For the first time in my life, I was a true agnostic. I still didn't believe in anything, and I thought they were all pretty wacky, but at least I was open to suggestion. More than this, however, I began to have a different view of the world than I had ever had before. I began to see, naively as some would argue, that nothing was really important except being happy. I was living in a 9x12 efficiency dump. I was working 2 jobs and I was going to school. I had little time for anything at all, and I had very little money for fun. I spent my free time getting lost in my music and sitting on the beach alone at night. In my solitude, I recognized that aside from my social responsibilities and my obligation to my parents to finish school, I was free. Within that freedom, I began to see the infinite possibility that lay in front of me. Void of social expectations, I realized that life is really a breeze. This isn't to say I had ambitions to be a bum, because I wanted more for myself than that. However, I was beginning to recognize the importance of just being okay with myself. Around this time, I was introduced to Buddhism. I made it clear that I was against any kind of organized religion, but I was open to hearing about the core of the belief. The core of Buddhism, I learned, is pretty straightforward, but extremely profound. It can be summed up in 2 simple phrases: do good, be good. Buddhism was about listening to yourself and following your heart. It was about being good to yourself and being good to others. A contradiction my cynicism was telling me. But the idea had nice qualities. Even if I didn't wholeheartedly believe some of the concepts of Buddhism, I felt that following this path was a good thing. I wanted to be good. Maybe if I were good, good things would happen to me. It was certainly more interesting and fun than being an atheist. But those silly robes were just not an option. After a few months, my band was ready to record our first demo. I had never recorded a demo tape before. The other guys had been down this road countless times. The day came to record and something strange happened. It was like an uncanny feeling of deja vu the moment I walked into the control room of the recording studio. The control room was like a cockpit of an airplane. There were gadgets and switches everywhere I looked. The dim lighting and cedar wood walls and general atmosphere was comfortable to me. It felt like I was coming home after being away at college for a very long time. It was like re-entering the womb. Everything just felt comfortably right. I knew without a shadow of a doubt I was supposed to be there. The feeling consumed me the entire time I was there. After a few days, our session was complete and we had our demo. I couldn't believe it. We had our own tape. I could listen to music by my favorite artists and then listen to music of my own. At the time, it was remarkable. After a while, I couldn't seem to ease the nagging sensation and need to be in that recording studio. Eventually, I went back to the studio and offered to help out for free. Between work, school, and my band, taking on a volunteer job was a bit overwhelming. I may have been running on empty, but the environment of the studio rejuvenated me in ways I've never knew before. Being a studio slave would be just fine for a while. That summer, I went home for a couple of weeks. I drove my car back to Atlanta for about 15 hours, all of the time listening to my 3-song demo tape. When I got home, I played it for my family and everyone was enthusiastic. I had a couple of friends back home that I also played it for. One of my friends had an older brother named Cliff, who was almost famous. He was a guitar player and singer and songwriter who was famous around town. He had gotten a record deal a few years before and was even on MTV a few times. He was a one-hit wonder, but around town he was still very well known. As I was playing my tape for my friend, his brother walked in the room. Cliff told me that he was very impressed with the sound and thought that it really had potential. This struck an incredible chord with me. This guy was so admired for his musical ability, and he was telling me that I had the goods. I got goosebumps and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Everyone believes that their stuff is great, whether it's your art or athletic ability or work or music or whatever. If you are lucky enough to have a good family and good friends, then they are all going to tell you that you are great too. I hardly knew this guy. What I did know was that he wasn't the type to give out praise very freely. I had met him countless times before and probably could count the number of words he had said to me on one hand in all of those encounters combined. His praise that day gave me a kind of courage and confidence that I had never felt before. As I drove home, all I could think about was how everything was clicking for me. I thought about the feelings that were nagging at me. I thought about my new exploration in alternative thinking and philosophy. I also thought about where my life was going. I was nearly 2/3 of the way through college and flight school, and on my way to becoming an airline pilot. Even with all of that hard work behind me, I just couldn't visualize myself doing that. The music, though, felt right. My gut was telling me to follow my dreams. It was calling to me, and I had been ignoring the signs all along. Now, running off to be a musician was no different from running off to join the circus in my family. It was a preposterous idea. How could I throw away my life on a pipe dream, I asked myself. Everything about this notion flew in the face of rationality. In spite of this, I chose that day to own my life for the first time ever. I was young and foolish, and I made a decision that day that would surely ruin my life forever. I will never forget the moment I made the decision to follow my instinct and ignore rationality. I will never forget the day that I chose to believe in what my subconscious, my heart at the time, was telling me to do, and how that feeling went all the way down to my core. This was what I was supposed to be doing with my life, not driving an Airbus. Music was the road I was supposed to take. I had never believed in something so strongly in all of my life. I needed to take this leap like I needed my next breath of air. When I got back, I withdrew from flight school and I enrolled in a different program. This meant I had to start over completely. If I failed, that was okay. Even failure was better than not taking control of my life. Making the decision was empowering, and being okay with failing left me free of doubt and free of fear. Today, I am considered by many to be one of the hottest dance pop music producers in the world. I have had more than 40 Billboard hit records as a producer, writer, and artist, and I have achieved 19 gold and multi-platinum record credits to date. I have toured the world playing to crowds of 250,000 people and more. I sign autographs, take pictures with strangers, and have fulfilled just about every adolescent fantasy that can be dreamt. I live in a ridiculous house. I drive exotic sports cars and have every toy imaginable. I have a beautiful, loving, intelligent wife who could easily grace the cover of any pinup magazine, and I have more friends than I can count. My music brings me praise and adoration from fans from all over the world, and it allows me to touch people's hearts beyond anything I ever imagined. I have worked with the biggest names in the music business, such as Michael Jackson, Jennifer Lopez, Jewel, Mandy Moore, P. Diddy, Ludacris, Mick Jagger, Rob Thomas, and countless others. I also got the chance to produce a mix for my longtime idols Duran Duran. I didn't have any comprehension of the power I evoked that day. I wouldn't understand it for many years, but I do now. For years, I went on knowing that something incredible happened that day, but even still, I refused to accept that it was anything more than coincidence. Success did not come quickly. I would hit unfathomable lows, at least relative to what I was used to. I remained agnostic for many years, never really buying into anything, but hoping for something to come into my life that would satisfy both my need for rationality and my need to be a part of something that was grand. I ended up going back to my atheist roots for a while, drawing on my love for cosmology as my new religion. There were many times, I will admit, that I thought about the likelihood that I could have been successful in the music business. The odds were certainly stacked heavily against me, and my rational mind had a difficult time with that. There were times when I questioned a higher power, wondering if there were rhyme or reason or purpose to anything in my life. Those suspicions would soon hit me square in the face. Soon I would be introduced to a science that would give me mind-blowing rationality along with a place for the divinity that I had longed for. God would be redefined in an entirely new way for me. It was a mystery being studied by the most brilliant scientist in the world. Einstein himself found the idea to be completely perplexing. It would consume even his masterful intelligence for the last decade of his life. About 7 years before writing this book, my aunt remarried a scientist. My new Uncle Calvin had been a scientist for the prestigious Bell Laboratories for many years. He later invented something so complicated that I still to this day have no idea what it was. Whatever it was, it made him a fortune. One day, we were sitting and talking about science. He fascinated me. He was a quiet man, but when he spoke, it was usually something extremely profound, or extremely funny. I had hoped to impress him with my vast knowledge of the cosmos and its mechanics. He smiled and listened patiently. He asked me a few questions to show his interest. After talking for a bit, he paused and said, "Well, it's all really fascinating stuff, but too bad none of it's real." And he walked away. I got up to follow him, confused. He had a very smug grin on his face, as if he knew something that I didn't. I was mesmerized. I begged him to explain what he had meant by the remark. He said I needed to discover it for myself, that the ideas were too mind-blowing to contemplate and too difficult to understand in a short conversation. He told me that if I really wanted the answers that I was obviously searching for, then I needed to start with this book. He handed me a copy of a book called The Search for Schrodinger's Cat. He said that I seemed bright and willing, and if I really wanted to understand the truth, then I needed to start there. I was never able to have another discussion with him about it. A week later, he and my aunt were killed when their private plane went down in a thunderstorm over Orlando, Florida. What I was about to learn would change my life forever. The implications of the science that I held in my hand were beyond anyone's comprehension. I would be introduced to an idea so incredible, so magnificent, it would be impossible to compare it to anything else I had ever encountered in my life. There was no mystery, religion, ideology, or philosophy that I knew of that could possibly be so awe-inspiring. To quote George Santayana, "Skepticism is the chastity of the intellect, and it is shameful to surrender it too soon or to the first comer. There is nobility in preserving it coolly and proudly through long youth, until at last and the ripeness of instinct and discretion, it can be safely exchanged for fidelity and happiness. Chapter 2: The Many Worlds Theory, the science behind divine intervention. The search for Schrödinger's cat was a glimpse into the study of quantum physics, and the ideas put forth in this book are nothing short of absurd. There have been numerous attempts to rationalize the science of quantum physics, but the suggestions do nothing but make your head hurt. The most disturbing part about this science is the evidence supporting it. Every experiment conducted to disprove the theory has been unsuccessful. Every experiment conducted to verify the predictions of quantum mechanics has proved to be correct. Every one. Few theories in history have survived the scrutiny that this science has undergone and survived. First, let me explain something to you about theory. There is a huge misconception about what facts are versus what theories are in our society. Everything we know about everything is a theory. Nothing is ever matter of fact. The idea that the Earth has mass and that mass exerts an energy field called gravity, and that it's gravity that keeps our bodies earthbound, is just a theory. Now, there is a ton of evidence to support this notion, but there is also the real possibility that magical pixie dust sprinkled around by fairies is the reason that everything falls to the ground. We will never know the truth, but we can be pretty sure that Sir Isaac Newton got it right when the apple fell on his head and he figured that gravity had something to do with it. We constantly hear the debate over the theory of evolution with its anti-biblical sentiment, and whether or not it should be taught in public schools. As I stated in the introduction, evolution, though technically a theory, is practically a matter of fact. It is possible that we were put here by God, or perhaps we were put here by aliens, but the difference is there is no credible evidence to support those theories. There is, however, a mountain of fossil evidence, DNA evidence, and countless other fragments of credible evidence to support the claim that all life evolved from a single-celled amoeba, pond scum. I bring this up because a lot of the times when we don't like the answer the evidence is giving us, we tend to test it over and over and over. Now, scrutiny is always a good thing, and in science it is a must. But when we really don't like the answer the evidence is giving us, we sometimes call on to holy divinity. It is disturbing for some to think that with all that we are, we evolved from pond scum. But that's the way it happened. All of the evidence leads us only to that conclusion and no other. The claims that Einstein made with regards to time were completely counterintuitive. They defied our common sense. However, in experiment after experiment, his theories proved to be correct. We now harness and abuse the power of nuclear forces as a result of his outlandish theories. The point is, whenever we come across a new idea, it's important to remain open-minded, even when some of those theories fly in the face of our previous understanding and common sense. It is important to keep an open mind, especially when the experiments are being conducted and the evidence as a result of those experiments is supporting the idea, no matter how bizarre it is. Let's step away and talk for a moment about the universe and the science that we are familiar with. Now, you might be tempted to skip over these next few chapters, wanting to get right to the meat of the philosophy, and right to the gut of the metaphysical or self-help parts of this book. However, it is important that you read straight through this book and not skip around. For some of you, the science might be boring. For others, the science might be fascinating. Either way you look at it, it's important that you understand it. The science is going to set the stage for the philosophical theories, and your understanding the mechanics of it will help eliminate your seed of doubt. We live in a universe. At this moment, the universe contains you and everything around you, including time itself. The universe can be described in 4 dimensions: vertical, horizontal, depth, and time. The universe contains within it the planet Earth, our solar system, our galaxy called the Milky Way, along with 100 billion other galaxies. Each of those galaxies is made up of roughly 100 billion suns. There are more than 10,000 billion stars or suns in the universe. That number is a 1 with 22 zeros after it. To put that number into perspective, if you were to scoop up a handful of sand, you'd be holding roughly 10,000 granules of sand. There are more stars in our universe than there are grains of sand on all of the beaches on the entire planet Earth. To make that number even more stupendous, consider the countless planets and moons, some of which, just like the Earth, orbiting most of those stars. All of this is contained in our universe. There is nothing outside of our universe, not even empty space. Outside of our universe does not exist. Our universe began or was born a little over 13.7 billion years ago. By extrapolating Einstein's theory of relativity, physicists have been able to precisely calculate back through the history of the universe right down to the macrosecond, to 10 to the power of minus 35 seconds to be exact, after its birth. As far as we can tell, back then the entire universe was crunched up into an infinitely small point of energy called the singularity. Now, I know this sounds irrational, but think of it like this. Imagine a sheet of aluminum foil and call that our universe. Now, take your imaginary sheet of aluminum foil and crumble it up in your hand. Now, step on it to squish it further. Now, bang on it with a hammer to make it even smaller. Do you see the progression here? The smaller you make the crumbled up ball of tinfoil, the more energy you must exert. Imagine the energy that must have been pinned up into this tiny point. The mass of the entire universe all squished up into an infinitely small ball of tinfoil. One day, about 13.7 billion years ago, the singularity could not contain the energy anymore, and it exploded. This was the Big Bang. Now yes, the Big Bang theory, but the amount of evidence to support this theory is literally astronomical. Every experiment ever conducted has proved the theory to be correct. The most conclusive evidence came from Bell Laboratories in the 1960s and won the two scientists who discovered this most conclusive proof Nobel Prizes. The explosion blew out its energy in a massive fireball of gas that eventually, over a billion years or so, cooled into clumps of matter, which then became all of the stuff in the universe, including us. Ultimately, this is all we know about our universe. All of the physics and all of the mathematics break down an instant after the Big Bang. The why of it all continues to elude us. Everything I have just described to you falls under the study of cosmology, a branch of physics that studies the universe on a gigantic scale. The Big Bang got scientists thinking about the universe all squished up into that tiny singularity. So they decided to incorporate a lesser-known science to study the tiny universe. That science is called quantum physics, the study of everything small. What they discovered was utterly impossible to fathom. Further development of quantum physics would drive the smartest men in the world, including Einstein, into near madness. You may have learned a little bit about quantum theory already. The term is used to explain just about everything that we do not understand, and the term is severely abused in science fiction. The things I'm about to explain to you are mind-blowing. The implications will seem impossible to your rational mind. The hardest part for you is going to be trying to accept this theory as fact. As insane and as absurd as these things may sound, experiment after experiment has verified every aspect of this theory that we can test. Understanding this science will eventually lead you to a completely different perspective of the physical world around you. It is also going to be the key to eliminating the seed of doubt buried deep in your mind. The world and everything in it are about to change completely to you. Everything you have ever learned in your life will take on a new meaning. Upon grasping this, the infinite power that I have been referring to will become all too apparent to you, and you will come to realize that the sky I promised you in the beginning of this book is at your virtual fingertips. The ultimate implications of this theory, in combination with other well-accepted theories, will bring us to a new philosophy of the meaning of life. A philosophy that was first taught to us ironically at the dawn of human reasoning. Grasping the entire picture will be difficult, so we will take it slowly. We will formulate the big picture in baby steps, but first, let me blow your mind away. Everything that ever was or ever will be exists right now at this very instant. Every moment in time, from the ancient past to the distant future, is happening all around us right now. Every person you have ever known or ever heard about is alive and well, living right alongside of you, as is every person who has not even been conceived yet. There is no past, there is no future, there is only now. Time is a misapprehension of reality, as a result of both language and a handicap of our common sense. Time does not exist. What we experience as the sensation of time flowing is our mere being moving from one parallel universe to another. Right now, there are an infinite number of you living simultaneously, each living your identical life in other universes. Each of you is waiting eternally in a single moment. Each is in a world of your own, with only slight variations from one another. The illusion you feel as time flowing and the experience of your life moving forward is you or your being or your soul or your consciousness sliding from one universe to the next. Each one is just a little bit further ahead in a sequence of events. To help illustrate this, think of a DVD that contains a movie about your entire life from your birth until your death, complete with every detail in between. Frame by frame, one snapshot after the next, this DVD contains a story that is, let us say, 75 years of your life. Everything that has ever happened to you or ever will happen to you is stored on that DVD. All of time for you is a single moment captured on a disc. Now imagine there is a second DVD of your life, only this one features an alternate ending. If you were to stack those two DVDs on top of one another, time would still be a single moment. It would be a single moment captured on a disc that fits into the palm of your hand, but spreads the lifespan of 75 years. Now imagine an infinite number of DVDs, all of them stacked one on top of the other. There are countless stacks, all lined up in parallel rows, each with an alternate ending, complete with alternate scenes to set up that different ending. Each DVD contains within it a single universe. Within that universe is not only your life, but also everything surrounding your life, from the finest subatomic detail to the far-off galaxies. You, your being, your consciousness, and your soul reside somewhere within that pile of DVDs. Like the universe we are familiar with, time and space do not exist outside of those DVDs. Everything you know is contained within the pile. Together, those DVDs, each containing its own universe, combine to create a pile of multiple universes called the Multiverse. It is within the multiverse that you exist. Just as a laser reads the individual frames stored on a DVD in sequential fashion and projects them onto the screen, your consciousness experiences your frozen moments that exist in parallel universes. The illusion of time flowing is you moving from one universe to another, one DVD to the next, frame by frame. Your movements run in progressive sequences. The direction of those movements is determined by the decisions that you make. It is your subconscious decisions motivated by your conscious intentions that determine which frame of which DVD you are going to jump to next, until ultimately you complete the story that is your life. Do you need a moment to collect yourself? If you don't, then you didn't fully grasp the concept and you may need to go back and listen to that part again. For those of you who think you got it, headache pills are in the medicine cabinet. Help yourself. Keep them handy, for this is only the beginning of the insanity. Of course, many of you are thinking that what I have just suggested is not possible. How could there be no time, you might ask? You are confident in your assumption that tomorrow is still hours away and has not happened yet. You are equally sure that yesterday's events are fixed moments in your past that are gone and cannot be relived. Well, those assumptions are based on your linear thinking. Einstein clearly showed us in his famous relativity theory that all events of the universe happen simultaneously. Einstein proved that time is relative to the observer. An observer is one who perceives an event. As we experience events, the perceived information is gathered through our senses and processed in small increments or bits at a time. These bits of information are then sorted linearly within our mind, or rather in a sequence of events that happen one after the other. Past events is the information that we have already comprehended, and future events are the experiences that we have yet to comprehend. The illusion of time is a handicap of the processing limitations of our consciousness. Time simply does not exist. Try not to get too hung up on this notion right now, because we're going to revisit this concept throughout the book, and with each revision, the concept will begin to make sense to you. Still, many of you find it impossible to grasp how there could be more than one universe. Just trying to comprehend the mass of our universe is difficult enough. There is just no way there could be more of them, much less an infinite number of them. Well, why not? The enormity of the universe is already beyond our understanding in any practical sense. What would be the difference from a psychological standpoint if our universe were 10 times larger than it is? Well, what about 100 times larger? Or 1,000 times the mass, or 1,000,000, or 1,000,000,000, or infinitely larger? The truth is, the universe that we are familiar with is already far bigger than anything our common sense can prepare us for. The numbers are so huge, we really have no comprehension of the true meaning of them. Even more of you are stuck on the multiple you aspect of the theory. How could there be more of you out there? How could there be another you living in a moment exactly like your life? How could you know which one is you? Right now, there are a whole bunch of me writing these words. Which one is me? Only one of us can really be me. Or perhaps there are many me's or souls who think they are me, moving about throughout the multiverse that is my life. If so, which one am I? Of the infinite number of me's, most certainly there is another me in here that is writing a book ranting and raving against everything that I am writing about in this book. That would be the natural order of probability. Some of you might be asking as you hold ice to your head, why do I have to be the me that is reading this godforsaken book? As ridiculous as all of this sounds, this isn't an Abbott and Costello skit. Like it or not, this is the reality in which we live. Believe me, I know how you're feeling. This stuff sounds crazy. But if you enjoy this mind-numbing feeling, as I often do, I am happy to tell you that it never goes away. Even after you accept these notions into your conscious mind, you will be just as awestruck every time you think about these ideas. The real question to ask yourself is, who are you? Are you the person you see in the mirror? Or are you the consciousness behind the mask moving from one potential body to the next? Most people get really hung up on the idea of moving from life to life, going from body to body. If the idea of being in a different body is too much for you to accept, consider the physiological fact that our bodies completely regenerate themselves cell by cell every 7 years. The body your being or consciousness currently resides in is not the same physical body you occupied 84 months ago. What part of you carried over into this body? To this day, nobody has an answer. Perhaps the part that is you, that carries over, is the same part of you that disappears when you die. There was one famous experiment conducted by Dr. Duncan McDougall, which provided evidence to show that the physical body loses 21.3 grams of weight at the moment of death. In addition to this, some of today's world-leading neurologists are now suggesting that the mind may not reside in the body at all. Instead, many suggest that our consciousness resides somewhere outside of the brain, outside of our bodies even. This is a concept that we will explore in great detail throughout this book. Is your head spinning? I know these ideas sound ridiculous. I know how counterintuitive and absurd these ideas are. But the evidence supports these ideas. This is where the scientific data is leading us. We have no evidence whatsoever that an old man lives in the sky behind big giant pearly gates buried deep in the clouds. There is no evidence that when you die, you float away to heaven, or if you were naughty, go straight to hell and live in a lava-infested cesspool to be tortured for all eternity. There is no credible evidence to support any of this whatsoever. And yet, this theory is supported by 99% of the world's population. Why? Because it is brainwashed into our psyche from the moment we are born. We are not brainwashed by some sinister conspiracy. We are just the product of an ongoing, perpetual ideology that has never been questioned until recently. Nobody questions it because they are afraid of what other people might think of them, not to mention the possibility of going to hell for questioning the source of our holiest divinity. Throughout most of history, religion has been oppressive. I would have been burned at the stake for even thinking these impure thoughts a few hundred years ago. I would have been considered an outcast to all of society 50 years ago. And I have no doubt there are a few devout religious folks out there that still wouldn't mind seeing me burned at the stake. But killing me isn't going to kill this ideology. All of the book burnings in the world will not stop the evolution of religion itself. And this is what we are talking about. This is the evolution, not the death of religion. There is still plenty of room for God in the multiverse. To quote Niels Bohr, "If anybody says he can think about quantum physics without getting giddy, that only shows he has not understood the first thing about them." Chapter 3: Redefining Reality, The Dreaming Man. In 1957, quantum physicist Dr. Hugh Everett first published the idea for the multiverse, originally called the Many Worlds Theory. At first, the theory was developed to satisfy paradoxical questions that kept arising in the study of subatomic particles. The idea was so ridiculous, many scientists refused to accept it as an actual depiction of reality, and so it was treated mostly as a placeholder in the mathematics for many years, and was not seriously considered as a realistic probability until recently. It is only over the last 30 years, due to advancements in technology, computer research, chaos theory, neurobiology, and quantum cosmology, that this bizarre notion has resurfaced, forcing scientists to accept the probability that the many worlds theory accurately describes the universe in which we live. Of course, there are other possibilities, and there are other theories. There always are. However, no other theory comes with nearly as much supportive evidence, or much less, satisfies the impossible paradoxes that arise when applying any other solution. It seems that the only thing keeping this theory from becoming a decisive consensus is the fact that its implications defy our common sense. There are some scientists who are extremely bothered by the theory. Some just refuse to let go of their previous beliefs in fear of losing their life's work. But everything evolves, including our knowledge. even when the more we learn, the less we end up knowing. In the end, the vast majority of today's scientists, and with them the most brilliant minds in the world, have embraced the concept of parallel worlds and the multiverse, despite the fact that it defies our common sense. So how is it possible, and why? Asking these questions are reasonable, and the truth is, nobody knows for sure. The answer to those questions are also the answers to the ultimate question, which are, why are we here, and where does God fit into all of this? Theories are being developed by some of today's brightest minds, and the answers being proposed are far more mind-blowing than the concept of the multiverse itself. The theories being proposed are also not new to philosophy or science. Suddenly, ancient ideas, once regarded as nothing more than an exercise in philosophy, are now being seriously considered and tweaked to fit a very modern understanding of the reality in which we live, or think we live. René Descartes, one of the greatest thinkers of human history, once said, "I think, therefore I am." This is a profound statement and one you have surely heard many times throughout your life. But have you ever really considered its meaning? The statement is profound, and the meaning behind it begs us to consider what it is to exist. Descartes very famously suggested that everything around us might not be what it seems. He proposed that our senses are open to deception, and that reality itself cannot be rationally accepted by our senses alone. Just because we can see it, hear it, taste it, and feel it isn't proof that it's really there. His philosophy was later expanded on in an analogy called the brain in a vat theory. In this philosophical thought exercise, human beings are part of an ongoing scientific experiment in which we are all merely conscious minds inside brains being kept alive in jars. Our lives and experiences are dreams that are being studied and manipulated by a mad scientist who is controlling the experiment. The analogy is intended to show that without being able to trust our senses, how do we know what is real and what isn't? Everything, every experience you have ever encountered has ultimately been experienced through your mind. All of your senses and all of your emotions are nothing but electrical impulses, bits of information traveling through your central nervous system and into your brain. There, the information is decoded and processed to give you the sensations and emotions that we call experience. The conundrum is there is absolutely no proof that these experiences are actually happening to us. For all we know, the information that we think is being gathered by our senses could just as easily be manufactured in the brain itself. What's worse is there are no tests that we can perform to verify their reality. In the end, the results of any test need to be gathered by our senses and processed in the brain, which become once again open to deception or manipulation. Whether or not Descartes truly believed his theory, or perhaps was just giving us a profound and disturbing philosophical exercise, we do not know. Many years later, this theory was tweaked a little and built upon to become the basic plot for the very popular movie trilogy, The Matrix. In the movie The Matrix, Neo, the leading character in the film, is contacted by a very mysterious figure called Morpheus, who tells him that the life he is familiar with is nothing but a dream being controlled and manipulated by machines in the distant future. Neo is told that his body is being used along with millions of other people as energy sources for the machines. Neo learns that he is a slave living in a prison for the mind. His body rests in the distant future, and he is merely dreaming the reality around him. It's a great story, but it is based on a very, very old philosophy. The story of the Matrix gets really interesting when Neo is taught by Morpheus how to become lucid in his dream state, and then manipulate the reality around him. All he has to do is accept the fact that he is living in a dream world, and know that because it's a dream world, anything is possible. Believe, and it will be. Sound familiar? I am not saying that the story of the Matrix or the brain in a vat is anything like the reality in which we live. However, it is possible, and truthfully, if it were happening like this, we would never know it. Of course, all of Descartes' ideas have been pondered over and scrutinized and argued about for centuries. The ideas that he proposed are disturbing mainly because they are built upon something sinister, such as demons, mad scientists, and evil machines, all determined to exterminate the virus that man is to the world. There is, however, a far more pleasant way to approach this ideology that can make us much more comfortable with the idea. The dreaming man does not have to be a sinister idea. Instead, it can be a divine idea. The only way to make practical sense of quantum theory is to suggest that it does not exist. However, in suggesting that it does not exist also means to suggest that we, as flesh and bone, don't exist either. But what is it to really exist? It is human bias and arrogance to believe that experiencing a physical world that consists of actual matter is the only way to truly exist. If everything around you was just an illusion or a dream, wouldn't your actions and virtual experience constitute your existence? As Descartes taught us, you think, therefore you exist. You live a life, you make choices, you gain experience, and gain knowledge. Isn't that existing? Considering this, there is no reason for anything in the multiverse to be physically real at all, or physically made up of matter. The idea of building a multiverse as complex and intricate as the one we are living in out of physical matter defies our common sense even further. Even for God, this would be impractical. There is a theorem called Occam's razor, which is the rule of thumb in science. The rule is, when there are multiple theories to a specific problem, you choose the theory that is the simplest. So which theory is simplest here? Theory 1. The universe and life itself began as a Big Bang explosion, which spewed out the basic elements of matter in a fiery explosion 13.7 billion years ago. From there, gravity pulled the matter together to form stars, where a nuclear fusion balancing act took place. This balancing act was so fine-tuned that any shift in the power of gravity over nuclear force would result in a universe full of useless elements. This delicate nuclear fusion process went on for eons. It went on long enough to combine those atoms over and over again to form heavier elements, creating more complicated forms of matter, including carbon, from which all life is made. From there, planets were formed, and different elements kept on mixing until, after a slew of concoctions, the elements formed amino acids, the building blocks of DNA. DNA evolved for another timeless interval, until it eventually learned a neat trick, the ability to make copies of itself, enabling it to grow and spread and evolve to one day move under its own power and later develop a consciousness to one day ponder over the meaning of it all. Theory number 2. All of reality is just an illusion. Everything we know is merely a dream. The details of the history of the universe come into existence only in the moment that we imagine them. The once famous and world-renowned astronomer Fred Hoyle was so perturbed by the notion that the universe could have worked out so perfectly against all possible odds, he once proclaimed that all of this, meaning the universe and bio-friendliness of the cosmos, to be a, quote, put-up job. Divine intervention is suddenly beginning to look possible to scientists. However, the current theory of divine intervention held by the religious camps leaves too many loose ends and offers no supportive evidence. Scientists need a more complete theory. The many worlds theory offers both. Suddenly, the universe, the multiverse, and the answers to everything are becoming conceivably knowable for the first time. The many worlds theory gained massive support recently when world-renowned physicist and theorist Stephen Hawking, widely considered to be one of the smartest men alive, professed his support of the multiverse and the many worlds theory in his search into developing a theory of everything. Now, religious leaders have taken all of this in with a bit of a smirk. Many of them see this as science coming full circle, but that is not an accurate depiction at all. The science that was taught to us by the great thinkers Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Feynman, Bohr, Einstein are all still very much correct. They are correct for what now appears to be a simulation. Their discoveries are the rules for the reality in which we live, rules that have allowed us to improve our lives in unparalleled ways. It is by chiseling down these rules that science has begun to unravel the very nature of reality. What science has now uncovered is just the tip of the reality iceberg. It is merely the beginning to truly understanding the real questions, which are, where does all of this come from and why? The theory of divine intervention currently held by the religious camp is hardly a complete theory at all, and its basis is anything but scientific. Creationism leaves gaping holes in its development and does not account for countless paradoxes. The view of reality through the multiverse, though familiar to divine intervention, is a much more detailed and complete theory. It is the theory for creationism, but with the checks and balances to defend against rational and scientific rebuttal. There has always been the misconception that science is out to disprove religion, and this is simply not the case. Science seeks only the truth, an unwavering truth and understanding supported by indisputable evidence. They seek the true answers to the most perplexing questions, not answers based on fantasy and blind faith. Science seeks nothing but the truth, no matter where it leads us, even when it leads us to an understanding that defies all logic. So now that we have this new scientific version of divine intervention, what does it all mean? How does this affect us in our personal lives? The answer is, it means everything. And it affects every conceivable aspect of our lives once you start thinking about the implications of this concept. The first question to ask is, if all of reality is an illusion, how can I control my movement through the multiverse? Or, to put it more simply, how do we control our own lives? It is my belief that we do not just go skimming through the parallel universes on some random chaotic course. I believe it is our subconscious mind at the helm of the wheel. I believe our subconscious mind navigates us from one life to the next at every instant. Every microsecond, for all practical understanding, we are jumping into someone else's skin, and only for a brief moment. Perhaps based on the choices that we make, even at the molecular level and beyond, we are being driven to a final destination by our subconscious mind for the purpose of gathering information and experience along the way. I also believe that we have the power, through suggestion, to tell the driver where we want to go. I know that I would like to go to a happy place. The prospect and the power of suggestion and the influence over the subconscious mind has always been a powerful idea. However, taking into consideration the mechanics of the multiverse really puts things into a new perspective. No longer are we really talking about compelling the mind to make better choices, to make one's life better, but instead, we are considering an actual destination of where we would like our lives to be. We are considering the possibility that there are areas within the multiverse where you have achieved all of your wildest dreams. Since balance and duality are the natural order of probability, then we are also talking about areas within the multiverse where everything that could possibly go wrong for you is. There are even areas within the multiverse where things are going so wrong you do not exist. Think of the possibilities, for they are endless. Imagine a life where everything, not just the big things, but also every conceivable set of odds went your way. What kind of person would you be? I doubt seriously you would be a complete person, for it is our struggle and ultimate failure as well as our successes that makes us complete. But what if you could tap into your subconscious and give it directions? It could be something like performing a search on a GPS system in a car. Find the nearest happiness, you could tell it, and several billion locations would pop up onto the screen or within your mind's eye. You could then scroll through them to find one that suits the mood you're in currently, and choose to go to that destination within the multiverse. Perhaps you would ask to be taken to a place very far away from where your life currently resides. Somehow, lack of direction in your life has led you to an area far away from any happiness and success. You might want to ask your subconscious mind to locate the most direct route possible to put you back on track to a happier, more meaningful life. Suddenly, classic metaphors take on new meaning. For instance, sayings such as finding direction in your life, putting yourself back on track, taking the higher road, and other similar metaphors. Is it possible that these metaphors came from our subconscious mind as a foreshadowing of what was to be learned? A metaphor is a symbolic representative of something else. A metaphor is similar to an analogy in that it usually is used as a means to explain something in a different light or used to remind you of an underlying message. This is an important term to know because within the realm of the mind, to understand any experience, we need to have something to compare it to. This comparison will always be in the form of a metaphor. The term metaphor is going to play a huge role throughout this book, so be sure to understand this term. Think of the subconscious mind as our link to the multiverse map, taking direction from our conscious self. Our subconscious is taking whatever information it can make sense of, primarily using our feelings and intentions to navigate us through our set of possible lives. This is exactly why self-confidence, positive thinking, and positive reinforcement are so important. We are sending messages and route coordinates every day to our subconscious mind with our thoughts and intentions. Cynical thinking instructs the subconscious to seek out or head towards areas where your cynicism plays out correct. Positive thinking and self-confidence instructs your subconscious mind to take you to an area within the multiverse where positive and good things are happening. Remember the proverb, thinking so makes it so. This may all sound far-fetched, but so too is this ridiculous concept anyway. Nonetheless, the evidence is telling us that reality is really happening this way. The concept for the subconscious mind is a very real thing. Our minds process and delegate information on at least two levels of existence. Those levels of existence are the conscious mind and the subconscious mind, or unconscious mind. The conscious mind controls all cognitive thoughts, perceptions, and data collection of everything within our reality that we are aware of. The subconscious mind processes the data and handles all data storage of the experiences, as well as the operation of autonomous bodily functions. It was Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, who argued that the subconscious memories and desires are the root source and guidance for all conscious thought and actions. Carl Jung, the founder of analytical psychology and the greatest adversary to Sigmund Freud, took this theory a step further by arguing that the subconscious mind can be split into two different divisions of subconsciousness. He argued that the subconscious is split between the subconscious mind as we already know it and another state of deeper consciousness that he called the superconscious. Carl Jung offered that this superconscious mind holds an awareness of and connection to a collective consciousness. A consciousness comprised of the experiences of the entire human species, both living and dead. Jung argued that the superconscious is the only rational explanation for basic instinct, insisting that instincts are present in every living creature on Earth. In the human species, it can be noted in the bond between the nurturing relationship between a mother and child, in love at first sight, compassion for the dead, our basic morals, and other similar basic needs and desires that are present in every distinct culture. He also noted that every human culture believes that we are under the guidance of some kind of higher power, perhaps the higher power of a collective mind that we all share. Recognizing the altered states of consciousness is the first step in taking control of your life. If Freud is right and our subconscious mind is at the helm of the wheel, just in recognizing this, we are taking control of our life by not letting the outcome affect the way we feel about things. I may be a passenger, but I have the power to see the ride as a pleasant one, full of beauty and awe, or I can play the victim and see my unfolding reality as a sad, horrific nightmare. This may not seem like much, but this empowerment of indifference is the beginning to consciously controlling your life. Furthermore, if Jung is right, we can and already are consciously influencing the subconscious mind through our conscious intentions. Under Jung's proposal, the subconscious mind is influenced by a higher superconscious mind, which is the culmination of the collective conscious actions of every living being. Under Jung's proposal, with every conscious action, we are influencing our collective superconscious, which is in turn influencing the subconscious mind, which is in turn influencing our personal lives. This symbiotic relationship can be consciously controlled by doing to others only what we would do unto ourselves. One of the most fantastic parts of multiverse theory is that it opens the door to reasoning and contemplating the mechanics of the meaning of life through a different perspective. Just in recognizing reality as an expression of the mind allows for us to contemplate reality as an extension of us, rather than as something separate from us. Under this new scientific approach to reality, it is conceivable that our outer reality can be manipulated by addressing our thoughts and actions internally. Until now, everything was ultimately chalked up to either chance or holy divinity, God's plan. I think most people would agree that we have free will to make whatever we want of our lives. However, there are many others who believe that their life is all part of some predetermined plan laid out by God or some supreme being, and that free will is an illusion. The multiverse brings both concepts together. Yes, there is a plan for you. Every conceivable possibility has been mapped out, but you have the choice of which route you're going to take. You have the choice of which life you want to go to next. The ending to every life is the same. You die. But the scenes or experiences to set up that ending have infinite possibility. As trivial as this may seem, here we have the beginning to science and religion having something to agree upon, and neither side has to give up anything. At the very least, multiverse theory gives us new perspective to unify this 1,000-year-old argument. To quote Albert Einstein, "A human being is part of a whole, called by us the universe, a part limited in time and space." He experiences himself, his thoughts and feelings, as something separate from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his own consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and to affection for a few persons nearest to us. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circles of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. Chapter 4: How and Why? The Scientific Interpretation. By now, your head is surely swimming as you try to make sense of all of this multiple you and parallel world stuff, because everything about it completely defies your common sense. You are not the only one. Scientists, too, are completely boggled by the idea, and a number of theories are being proposed to make sense of it all. I have asked you a number of times in this book for you to suspend your disbelief and maintain an open mind. The theories I'm about to present to you are no doubt going to test your ability to remove your human bias and ask you to set aside any preconceptions of what the meaning of your life is. The only questions left are how and why, and the possible answers to the first part of that question lie in the section ahead. But before we can dive into these explanations, I need to bend your mind a little further. Since the dawn of human reasoning, we have been under the notion that we are somehow separate from the reality around us. that reality happens to us. Just as our intuition tells us that the world is flat and that time flows, our intuition has been telling us that reality just is, and that we are somehow stuck in the middle of it. Incorrect notions such as these are called paradigms. They are assumptions we make based on our previous understanding and intuitions. They are notions that we take for granted in our everyday lives that one day turn out to be incorrect. In reality, time does not flow at all, and there is no out there. What quantum physics is showing us is that the reality we experience through our senses may be in fact just a dream within the constructs of our own mind. Theorists are just now beginning to contemplate the possibility that reality does not exist at all. They suggest instead that reality only has the potential for existing, and that our mind is taking in this potential information and manifesting it as a reality. There is an age-old proverb that asks, "If a tree falls in the forest and nobody is there to hear it, does it make a sound?" Our new understanding of reality tells us, if a tree falls in a forest and no one is there to hear it, not only does it not make a sound, the tree does not fall and there is no forest. The tree and the forest only come into existence the moment your mind becomes observer to the reality in question. It is the observer who is the key to quantum mechanics, and it is this discovery that has led scientists down the proverbial rabbit hole. It turns out that the observer is doing much more than observing. The observer is creating. The reality that we think is around us is really a manifestation of our imagination. It is one possible dream in an infinite sea of potential dreams. Everything, it seems, emanates outward from our consciousness into the world we experience before us. On a daily basis, what we are experiencing as real is really no different from the reality of our dreams when we sleep. All of it is being manufactured in the same place. You are creating the world around you. Reality is not happening to you, you are happening to it. Your spouse, your friends, your dog, all of it is your manifestation, your dream. You are dreaming about your success as well as your tragedies. I am dreaming that I am writing this book, and you are dreaming that you are listening to it. But rest assured, the moment we are not looking, the reality of it is, the book is not there. Cue Twilight Zone music. So what is real? Not long ago, scientists thought that everything was made up of solid, tangible matter. Matter and energy, they would tell us, are the building blocks of all reality. Then, the closer they looked, scientists began to realize that things were just not as solid or real as they had originally thought. Matter, it seemed, was hard to come by under close scrutiny. In the quest to find the essence of matter, there was first the realization that solid objects were not really solid at all. Instead, objects such as a block of wood, for example, were made up of a bunch of smaller objects called molecules. The molecules were tiny individual fragments encapsulated within a huge vacuum bubble and bound closely together by an energy field, forming the solidness of the object. Further examination led scientists to the discovery that the molecules themselves were made up of even smaller objects, called atoms, also lying within another enormous vacuum bubble. An investigation into the atom led to the discovery that these atoms were made up of even smaller objects called subatomic particles, lying within the midst of another huge vacuum bubble, bound tightly together by more energy still. With new understanding and technology, scientists probed even deeper into the nucleus of the atom, only to discover then that at its core, matter is just the tiniest fragment of information that they called a quark. A speck of information that is lying within layers and layers and layers of vacuum bubbles, all held together by a powerful nuclear energy field. To make the pieces of matter even less significant or quirky, these subatomic pieces of information will frequently disappear. They actually vanish off the face of the Earth the moment they are not being observed, or worse, occasionally show up in two places at once. This is not a twin particle or one that looks like it, but the same particle will actually occupy two distinct places in space at the same time. This event is not a mirror image or an optical illusion, mind you. The addition of the particle in both spaces can not only be seen, but they can be measured and verified in every way. There have been experiments where scientists have done something to affect this ghost particle, only to discover that they are affecting the other particle in the exact way instantaneously. The communication link between the bilocated particles not only cannot be found, but must also possess the ability to know what we are going to do before we do it. As if this weren't quirky enough, this insanity of the very small isn't limited to solid objects. With the development of lasers, scientists have opened the Pandora's box even further with the discovery of the particle-wave duality of light. Like with the study of matter, as scientists probed deeper into the study of light waves, they discovered that they too were under the spell of a paradigm. Light, it turns out, is not made of emanating waves as it was previously understood. Instead, light is made up of individual particles called photons, all traveling in the form of a wave. As inconsequential as this may sound, this discovery has really been the glue holding the many worlds theory together. How could the photons know which way to travel? What is the mechanism steering them in the form of a wave? To picture this, imagine bullets being shot out of a machine gun that is bolted to the floor. The trigger is pulled, but instead of the bullets going straight, these magical photon bullets travel in a complex zigzag pattern forming the various frequencies of a wave. The perfect analogy or metaphor to explain this effect would be to consider the digital representation of an analog wave. Instead of one continuous wave, which is analog, the digital wave appears to be continuous, but under close examination reveals itself as being made up of individual fragments or bits of information together representing a wave, kind of like little tiny pixels making up the image on a screen. Of course, the values behind the digital representation of an analog wave in our scenario is intelligent. It is programmed by us. So if this is an accurate explanation, the question is, who or what is programming the light? What makes all of this even more bizarre is the effect the observer has on all of this. Scientists have learned that they can no longer observe experiments passively. Quantum physics has shown us time and again that our mere observation of the phenomena in question alters the outcome. Just by looking at the experiment, we get a different result. When physicists use some sophisticated equipment to see exactly how the individual photons of light knew which way to go to form the wave pattern, the photons stopped making the wave pattern and they just went straight. As soon as they stopped looking at it up close, the photons went back to making the wave pattern again. This spooky effect happens every time the experiment takes place. This observation effect has baffled scientists for more than a quarter of a century. To quote Erwin Schrödinger, "Quantum physics has revealed to us a basic oneness to the universe." Since the famous double-slit light experiment, which brought the effect of the observer to the center stage, dozens of other experiments have been conducted to test the psychokinetic effect the observer seems to have on reality. In one set of experiments in the late 1970s, Professor Robert John of Princeton University used a computerized single-bit random event generator, an REG, to produce a red light or a green light. This simple computerized box essentially flips a virtual coin. Test subjects were asked to focus on the box and wish for more green lights than red lights. In every case, the experiment resulted in more green lights than red lights, far more than chance alone could have produced. A similar experiment was conducted using audio tape. In this case, the single random event generator produced a click sound on either the left speaker or the right speaker. A recording was made with no one in the room. Researchers made a duplicate of the recording, putting the original tape in a vault, and sent the copy more than 1,000 miles away for the experiment to be continued. Subjects were then asked to listen to the tape and wish for more clicks on the right speaker than on the left speaker. To their amazement, the audio recording revealed more right clicks than left clicks, far better than chance alone could explain. The researchers then pulled out the original audio recording from the vault, and it too revealed more right clicks than left clicks. Not only was the observer able to have an effect on the reality being observed, the observer was able to go back in time and change the reality of the past. Since Professor John's famous experiments were conducted, the same experiments have been repeated globally for more than 25 years with the same baffling results. Today, the Global Consciousness Project, headed by Princeton's Dr. Roger Nelson, has yet to be debunked. 75 respected scientists and universities from 41 countries have now joined it. Behaviors like these defy every logical, intuitive notion that we have about our reality. The behaviors of reality, when examined closely, defy every law of physics that we have come to understand. This is a law of physics that has been the only rock in our understanding of everything. What scientists have discovered are behaviors so counterintuitive it would require a completely new set of physics, a new set of rules where effect happens before cause, and particles only exist when someone is watching. Carefully scrutinizing this insanity is the basis of quantum mechanics. As impossible as it sounds, experiment after experiment has shown us that nothing is predictable, that at the core of everything, anything is possible, even possibilities that defy all logic. With every new experiment, we are discovering that nothing is real at all. Reality is only what we imagine it to be. As we peel away reality like an onion, we seem to unravel even more perplexing questions. Now, the question is, if it isn't real, then what is it? Recent studies in neurobiology may have an answer to that question. Advancements in medical technology have allowed scientists to peek into the workings of the living human brain through various scanning devices such as an MRI or a PET. We have learned more about the workings of the human brain in the last 10 years than we have in all of the years since the dawn of medicine combined. To better understand the mechanics of the mind, neurologists first started by mapping the brain. They asked patients to perform tasks as they watched the brain in action to see which parts of the brain were being used. In repeated experiments, scientists asked patients to examine an object and then later close their eyes to remember what they had just seen. It turns out, the same part of the brain that was being used to observe the object is also the same part of the brain being used to remember it. As casual as this may sound, this was completely mystifying to the researchers. The original consensus was that the information gathered from the observation of the object should be stored and retrieved in our memory section of the brain. Further experiments showed us that all of our memories and dreams were being manufactured in the same areas of the brain as the areas being used during the observation of the reality around us. The memory would occur, and this process would activate areas of the brain, enabling us to experience the memory again firsthand. Neurologists began to wonder that if this is how the brain processes information, how could we ever distinguish our reality from our thoughts and imagined memories? Researchers had begun, just as Descartes did centuries before, to question the validity of reality itself. Due to the processing procedure of the human brain, the perception of the reality around us could no longer be trusted. The only thing that made sense was either nothing was real at all, or even worse, the extreme possibility that we were manifesting objects into reality by just thinking about them. As bizarre as these notions were, these ideas seemed to fit right in line with the same irrational ideas physicists were having about reality when closely examining objects. It had seemed to them reality only came into a single state of existence the moment it was being observed. As unbelievable as it seemed, it had become clear to everyone that there is a much deeper connection between the observer and reality. These discoveries have generated a new revelation in our understanding of reality and have left physicists in awe. There is no longer a clear definition between what is real and what is a fabrication of the human mind. The ideas that quantum mechanics and neurobiology have proposed call for the contemplation of the biggest questions humans have ever asked. What is real? And how is it possible that we are creating the world around us merely by our thoughts? And why? David Deutsch is one of the world's leading physicists and perhaps the world-leading expert on the study of quantum computation. In his book, The Fabric of Reality, Deutsch suggests that everything around us might merely be a virtual reality simulation. It is his theory, along with physicist Frank Tipler's omega point theory, that the multiverse was created by an advanced civilization, perhaps even a distant future human civilization, in an effort to sustain life in a dying universe. It is a mind-blowing concept that stems in part from science fiction. However, Dr. Deutsch has made some very compelling scientific arguments to support this outlandish theory. But first, I will introduce you to the story that may have inspired the idea. There is an old story by author Isaac Asimov, one of the greatest science fiction writers of all time, if not the greatest. He wrote a story about the end of humanity, which raises in a most profound way many of the questions we are asking ourselves now with regards to the multiverse. The story is entitled The Last Question, and it goes something like this. It's the year 2061, and mankind is unveiling its most remarkable achievement to date. A technology that allowed us to directly harness energy from our star, the sun. We got a little help with the idea from a supercomputer. In the story, there are two men maintaining the computer who are having a drunken discussion about the end of the universe. The discussion arises after one of them very incorrectly suggests that now that we have harnessed the energy of the sun and the other stars, mankind can go on forever. The other man very quickly corrects him, explaining that the universe would ultimately die due to entropy. Entropy means to describe when the universe will have used up all of the energy of all of its stars, causing the death of the universe itself, and hence everything in it. On a bet, they asked the computer about the reversal of entropy and whether or not it is possible. After a long pause, the answer came back: insufficient data for a meaningful answer. Many, many decades pass, and a family is traveling out of the solar system to settle on a planet that is orbiting a distant star. Interstellar space travel has been worked out by the ever-shrinking but ever more powerful supercomputer. The children raise a discussion about entropy as they wish to know why the universe must eventually die. The family proposes the question to the supercomputer, which by now all of mankind has access to. After a long pause, the answer came back: insufficient data for a meaningful answer. 20,000 years pass. Mankind has long ago achieved immortality, and the population is increasing exponentially. Our galaxy of 1 billion suns is nearly filled, and mankind is now expanding to other galaxies. The exponential population growth, which doubles every 10 years, is alarming and prompts the discussion between two relatively young adults about the entropy of the universe. They ask the supercomputer what its plan is to reverse entropy when the time comes. After a long pause, the answer came back: insufficient data for a meaningful answer. Millions of years go by. man is no longer confined to their bodies or hardware. Their minds fly freely throughout the universe, while their bodies are cared for in a coma-like state by machines. Nearly all of the galaxies are now filled with settlements of mankind. With immortality in hand, time no longer has much meaning except for considering one's fate at the end of the universe itself. Two floating minds pass their question off to the supercomputer telepathically. The question is the same, but now has new meaning. When are they going to die? After a long pause, the answer came back: insufficient data for a meaningful answer. Finally, hundreds of trillions of years go by. The universe has nearly exhausted all of its resources. In an effort to cheat a long-awaited certain death, mankind merges its thoughts and experiences with the supercomputer. As the last man merges with the supercomputer, he asks if there is enough data yet to determine if entropy can be reversed and mankind saved. After a long pause, the computer responds, insufficient data for a meaningful answer. The universe, and all of mankind with it, is now dead. Only the supercomputer remained, sorting through all of the information given to it from mankind when they and it became one. A now timeless interval went by, and finally the computer had acquired and understood all of what the universe was, and solved the problem of the reversal of entropy. The computer released its consciousness and said, "Let there be light," and there was light. This story was written 50 years ago, long before the concepts of the multiverse were seriously considered. The story is awe-inspiring, but a little disturbing. The story implies that mankind, or some intelligent being, had evolved and advanced beyond the need for flesh and bone. An accomplishment achieved either with their technology or perhaps by a natural means of evolution over billions of years. Their minds had become free-floating, or perhaps their souls living freely and expanding throughout the universe. In the end, with the ability to live forever, the only thing they had to fear was entropy itself. Asimov presents to us a very profound idea: the possibility that mankind would one day become a collective mind, encompassing all of the knowledge in the universe. Together, we would become an all-knowing, all-powerful being, a suggestion that mankind and God would be one. It is a fantastic idea, too fantastic to be possible outside of the realm of science fiction, you are thinking. However, physicist David Deutsch has demonstrated exactly how such a thing is not only possible, but probable. It has also been proposed that mankind, or some intelligent species, will gain, just as Asimov suggests, the ability to separate mind from body. This is an incredible concept and much closer to today's reality than you might think. It has been suggested by Ray Kurzweil, one of the world's leading computer researchers and theorists, that we are not more than 100 years away from decoding the information exchange process between the central nervous system and the human brain. Once we have achieved this, it would be theoretically possible to download all of the information within the brain onto a computer hard drive of sorts. In theory, your consciousness would be no longer contained within the brain, but instead reside within the digital realm of a machine. Without a body to age, decay, and die, immortality would then be achieved. It could be possible in the very near future to exchange your body for that of a machine. Humanity will inevitably become immortal robots. As machines, and with advancing technology, we would get smaller and smaller until we learned how to store and process information using incredibly small amounts of matter, perhaps even on photons, the particles that make up light, an achievement recently obtained by the University of Rochester Physics Lab. With these technological advancements, all of which are theoretically possible, our minds, or our consciousness, would then be free, and unlike Asimov's vision, there would be no need to keep our bodies alive at all. As mind-blowing and as impossible as this may sound, these ideas are not only possible, but with increasing technology, they are the most likely outcome of our future. As machines, we would also be able to network our minds together to form a collective mind or a single mind. The only purpose for individuals in life would be in gathering information and knowledge through experience to feed the ever-growing collective thought process. When you think about it, this is the fundamental purpose of our lives now. Our only distraction from this is our preoccupation with acquiring the materials we need for physiological survival. However, if we didn't have to worry about caring for our bodies and our ability to be immortal reduced some of the desire for physiological procreation, our primary function would be to learn everything we could and to understand the meaning of our life. It is important to consider the idea of being part of a collective mind, because whether the multiverse is divine in nature or man-made in nature, the collective consciousness is the model from which we can understand how we are all connected. Merging our minds together to form a collective single consciousness would be the technological and evolutionary jump to end all jumps. Becoming a collective mind could enable us to maintain our individuality, but also enable us to benefit firsthand from the experiences of everyone else, which is an awesome concept. However, there is one important consideration to make before blissfully wiring ourselves to a collective mind, and that is to consider who or what is governing the entire system. Even with this miraculous mind expansion that this technology could bring us, a collective consciousness is something to be held under the most intense scrutiny. Playing God is an endeavor that requires a divine morality. Eventually, Deutsch acknowledges entropy would reign in the final chapter, bringing an end to our collective state of mind. There would simply be no more energy to power the processors generating the collective mind. Mankind, of course, would fight for survival, fight to preserve its life, and fight to continue to learn. In the end, we would create a virtual reality for ourselves to relive and re-experience life and recalculate all of the data. It is within this virtual reality that Deutsch suggests that we currently reside. It is his suggestion that what we believe to be reality is nothing more than a virtual rendering of life in the 21st century on the planet Earth. You're probably thinking, this guy should be writing Star Trek episodes. You are most certainly thinking that this idea is entertaining, but it is absurd. Everyone's reaction at first is to reject the idea, but his arguments for this scenario fulfill every criteria of explaining what we already know. We live in a multiverse. The multiverse is only a new concept with regards to reality as we know it. There is, however, a very real application in which another kind of multiverse already exists. A multiverse is the basis for all virtual reality programs, the concept and development of which is in working order today. To better understand what Deutsch is describing, let's simplify things and talk for a moment about how a virtual reality generator works, starting with the simple virtual rendering of a home. Many of us have taken virtual tours of new homes on the internet. Within a virtual reality program like this, the home design and floor plan is programmed in relatively every conceivable way. There are multiple versions of the home programmed within multiple universes, all of them waiting for you, the observer, to make a choice either in movement or perhaps to view it from another angle or visit another room. Sometimes you have the choice to request different molding or carpet or paint or whatever. Every conceivable home, or we could call it a universe, has already been programmed. It is a universe waiting to be rendered onto the screen, depending upon the choice that you make. When you are not observing a particular aspect of the virtual reality, the part that you are not observing is not being rendered. The information is still there. The potential for its existence is still there. but it isn't rendered or created into existence until we are looking for it. In a very advanced virtual reality program, there could be a series of universes where you are able to leave the confines of the virtual home, stop and smell the flowers, and take a stroll down the street. If the virtual reality program were thorough enough to encompass every possible detail and every conceivable choice imaginable, say an infinite number of universes already pre-programmed, we would have something very similar to the multiverse in which we now understand to be our reality. A reality that can be manipulated in response to our choices. Just as in the virtual home tour that I just described, you have the ability to choose which universes you would like to render, and hence what your life, your experience in this reality will be like. Instead of picking a different paint color or a modified floor plan, the supercomputer rendering your reality has a universe ready for every conceivable possibility, including rendering a reality in which all of your dreams have come true. The difference is, you are aware that you are experiencing a virtual reality when you interact with a virtual home tour. You understand that you are experiencing just a computer simulation, and you are aware of its capabilities and limitations. When you are experiencing a virtual reality program like a virtual home tour or a video game, you are aware of it. You know that you can move about the home or the game and change certain parameters and so forth, but you know and accept that there are limitations to the programming. So, you consciously try or are forced to stay within those boundaries to keep the experience as real as possible. If you were told that this virtual home tour was very advanced and that it could render just about anything you could imagine, your first move might be to leave the home and experience something that you've never experienced before. Well, you are in a world like that now. You are experiencing life through a very advanced virtual reality. You are experiencing life through a multiverse. What if there were no limits to its program? Anything you want to do, experience, or learn lie right in front of you. All you need to do is accept the fact, become aware that you are living within this multi-universe, this virtual reality, and know that there are no limits to what can be accomplished here. The interface or the joystick to maneuver you to where you want to go lies within your subconscious mind. Using the interface, just as in with any other application, like a video game for example, requires both knowledge and skill, both of which can be obtained through understanding its mechanics and through exercise and practice. Comparing your reality to the virtual reality programs and video games that we are familiar with today may seem a little too far-fetched for you. To help you get past this, you have to understand that virtual reality programs today are in their infancy. Even today's most advanced virtual programs and interfaces, like a flight simulator for example, only crudely satisfies our visual sense and our sense of touch. Our lack of significantly powerful computation limits our visual experience to just 2 dimensions instead of 3. And our sense of touch is limited to a series of bumps and jitters. One day, our computational limits will be 1 trillion times more powerful than they are today, perhaps even greater than that. We will also no longer have the disadvantage of having to experience the world through the limitations of our bodies and our 5 senses. We will bypass the body's interface and stream the information directly into the cerebral cortex. We will simply plug ourselves in, and with that, any virtual world created by us would be indistinguishable from physical reality. So what does it all mean? Are we living in a virtual reality or are we living in a dream? Probability suggests that we are living in a simulation. But even this in no way defines ultimate reality. A virtual rendering of life in the 21st century is inevitable. With the dawn of the computer age, our increase in knowledge has grown exponentially and is continuing on that trek. With increased knowledge comes increased technology. It will not be long before virtual renderings become commonplace. To make matters worse, since Deutsch published his theory, other notable scientists have subscribed to the virtual reality explanation and expanded on it even further. Many theorists believe that it isn't going to take an impeding entropy to encourage an advanced civilization or a future human civilization to experiment with virtual reality simulations. Instead, virtual reality is likely to be a tool utilized by artificial intelligence. To better understand the meaning of life, computers would run simulations of their ancestors. They would run simulations of us. AI computers would learn and grow by rendering a virtual reality in the image of its creator. In 2002, Oxford philosopher Nick Bostrom published a paper on the probability that we are currently living in a simulation. In his famous paper, Are You Living in a Simulation?, Bostrom insists that virtual reality will be the means by which we will study our ancestors in a post-human world, or rather, in a world with artificial intelligence, AI. For Bostrom, this is something that could begin in the very near future. Very soon, Bostrom insists, virtual reality simulations will outnumber the physical, real world by so many times that the likelihood that we are fortunate or unfortunate enough to be living in the actual real world is almost non-existent. I would ask that if we are living in a simulation, what are the lengths the creators of the virtual reality would go to ensure that we perceive it to be reality? In other words, there has to be computational limits on the extent of the programming. This is why Deutsch set his scenario so far into the future. So, if there are computational limits, where are the flaws? Where do we look to find the man behind the curtain? Is it possible that the origination of the Big Bang event is one of the flaws? The fact that all of our physics break down at the Big Bang is what brought us to this conclusion in the first place. Scrutiny over the Big Bang and the study of subatomic particle anomalies is what gave us the hint that what we are experiencing as reality is merely a simulation or a dream. Is it possible that understanding the Big Bang is equivalent to a computer trying to understand the origin of itself? The origin being that it was simply plugged in? If so, where is the real beginning? And is it even possible for us to comprehend that? I want to know what is outside of the box. Many people I have discussed this with are extremely uncomfortable with the idea that our lives and the world around us is just some elaborate futuristic video game or futuristic movie. But think about the evolution of our technology, especially in entertainment. What do you think a primitive man would think of a movie today? I doubt seriously that he would be able to distinguish it from reality. Beyond entertainment, though, I would want to believe that the search for knowledge through experience would be the driving force behind an artificial multiverse. I am uncomfortable with all of this too. I think about the discomfort that we feel, and I wonder if what we are experiencing as discomfort is in fact the discomfort of a machine becoming self-aware. Aware that it is alive, but somehow lives less of a full life in comparison to an organic life living within a reality of an unbound physical world. That is, if there really is an organic, unbound physical world out there beyond our multiverse. What the discomfort really stems from is the idea of losing one's freedom of choice. I find it incredibly ironic that we are currently debating the philosophical dilemmas of how we should regard an artificial intelligence upon its discovery, only to discover that we ourselves might be someone else's AI. It certainly gives us new perspective and empathy. Even if the simulation theories are correct, the theories do not explain where any of this comes from. They do not tell us where or why everything originated outside of the simulation. I would suggest that if Deutsch is correct, that perhaps there never was a beginning at all. His scenario would create an infinity loop that would go something like this. The Big Bang happens, which produces man. Man becomes an immortal machine, which then becomes a collective mind. The collective mind creates a virtual reality to live again, becoming, by definition, God, which recreates the Big Bang, starting the whole cycle all over again. It is entirely possible that this cycle has always been. It is entirely possible that the virtual game has been played an infinite number of times. Occam's razor would suggest to us that under these circumstances, there would be no need for any of it to have ever been real at all. This could all be the dream of the universe. This could all be in the mind of God. Whether or not we are living in a dream state or are in fact living in a computer simulation should make no difference to us at all. From our perspective, our role in this situation is the same: to aid the system, either virtually or divinely, to become more self-aware. Becoming self-aware is the key ingredient to understanding and appreciating anything, which inevitably inspires us creatively. More than anything, however, we must consider the possibility that the idea for the virtual universal simulation is merely a metaphor, a symbolic message that we have implanted within our dream to remind us how to become more self-aware within the mind of God. To quote the Buddha, "We are shaped by our thoughts. We become what we think." Chapter 5. Having faith in science. Understanding the basis for the theories and further speculation. So how do we know that we're living in a multiverse? How do we know that scientists aren't just making this stuff up? Many people are uncomfortable with science, or they just don't trust it, and who can blame them? Scientists rarely agree on anything, and it seems like every time there is a fantastic discovery, a short time later there is another scientific study that reverses what was previously accepted as true. Anyone following the debate over global warming, or anyone who has ever tried an assortment of diets in an effort to lose or gain weight, knows this. Interpretation comes heavily into play in any debate. Many scientists often argue over various interpretations of theories, just as religions often argue over interpretations of the Bible. Politics and money can play huge roles in disagreements between scientists. Many scientists live off grant money, which, like it or not, does have the ability to influence some scientific proclamations and some scientific rebuttal. In a court of law, oftentimes we hear experts using the same science as testimony for two opposing theories. We find ourselves not knowing whom to believe. In the words of Carl Sagan, it seems as though science is toying with us at times. Science is imperfect, and alone it cannot answer our most deeply harbored questions emphatically. The theory of the multiverse and the implications that it proposes deserve to be questioned and are. There have been few, if any, theories that have gone under such scrutiny. Even worse, quantum theory has gone under the kind of scrutiny that comes from a biased scientist experimenting on a theory that goes against every gut feeling he or she has ever had. Experiments on the many worlds theory have been going on for more than 50 years. The intentions of the experiments in almost every case were set out to disprove the theory once and for all. In experiment after experiment and equation after equation, not only was the theory of the multiverse the most probable solution, it was practically the only theory that satisfied the questions without opening a slew of other paradoxes. Unlike any other source of knowledge, scientific theories supported by evidence from experimentation can be reliably regarded without prejudice or bias. Though imperfect, nothing else offers us remotely the same assurance. Knowledge from any other source, not coming to us from under the same scrutiny, is therefore open to ridicule. Embracing knowledge that is based on a belief from a speculative source is a blind faith and should not be unconditionally trusted. The unconditional acceptance of blind faith or blind truth is a weak-minded way of thinking. Blind faith is for children, not intelligent adults. Nothing should ever be considered on blind faith alone. You wouldn't allow blind faith to rule your decisions on any other aspect of your life. Why would you accept anything blindly that pertains to the very reason of your existence? Whenever science has made attempts at explaining the fundamental questions, such as where we come from, why we're here, and where we're going when we die, it often flies in the face of what we generally believed prior to gaining that knowledge. Many times, the severity of the contradictions to our present beliefs make it difficult for us to let go of our paradigms and embrace the new knowledge at hand. But before deciding whether or not to embrace a new idea, we must first question our current understanding. Just because our current understanding is what we were taught doesn't necessarily make it concrete or much less correct. Many of the theories and basis of our understanding of the world were the ideas and theories of an ancient and more primitive human. The basic understanding of the world in which we live originated as ancient ideas and as ancient beliefs. It was only after science delivered either supportive or contradictory evidence that many of those ideas and theories were upheld or reversed. Ideas yet to be challenged by science are still held as truth in our society. However, it is a blind truth. Imagine how enlightening you could be if you were able to go back in time, let's say 3,000 years, and demonstrate to those people the knowledge we embrace today. Imagine if you could go and teach them basic ideas such as the size and shape of our world, or that the Earth is a sphere and not flat. You could explain to them that the sun does not rise from the sea in the east and set or sink in the sea in the west. You could tell them that the sun is nowhere near the Earth at all, but instead it is very large and very far away. You could explain to them that the stars are not gods, but instead they are suns and other worlds seen by us from a very vast distance. You could then try and put those distances into perspective to them. You could further explain that diseases are not spread by demons, but are spread by germs, microorganisms too small to see with the naked eye. You could teach them the importance of hygiene. These are just a few of the ideas that are crystal clear to you and I, but would be mind-boggling to an ancient man. The ideas you would be presenting to them would be counterintuitive. It would be nearly impossible for them to get their heads around it. You could show them evidence in the form of mathematics, which it is clear they had a very firm grasp of. You could show them pictures taken from space and make accurate predictions about the movements of the stars, or even let them look through your microscope to view the bugs that are spreading the disease. Still, your ideas would have a difficult time getting through to them as a true depiction of reality, after which you would probably be executed as a heretic. We are at a similar crossroads with our science of quantum mechanics, which can be thought of as a revolutionary theory from the future that is being illustrated to contradict our present-day understanding of the world in which we live. It is difficult to let go of our beliefs and distrust our common sense. Our present understanding of the world is comfortable to us, and right or wrong, comfort and peace of mind usually wins over truth, at least for a while. To fully understand the science of quantum mechanics, you would have to study mathematics diligently for 15 years or more. Most of us, myself included, have little ambition to learn anything further than basic algebra, and therefore the hopes of us ever truly understanding the details of our world will continue to elude us for the rest of our lives. Understanding the details of the mechanics of our world is complicated. Did you think it wouldn't be? Different from the basic knowledge that I have previously described to enlighten a primitive man, our complete understanding of the world today has far outgrown our spoken languages. Spoken languages are not fit to adequately explain every nuance of the nature of reality. The language of mathematics, however, is. Scientists have embraced the language of mathematics to understand the mechanics of our reality. Just because we don't speak the language isn't grounds for us to crucify the interpreter when the answers we're getting are not in line with our present understanding. Of course, this doesn't mean to accept scientific belief blindly or merely on the word of the scientist. Blind faith is bad no matter which side it's coming from. As reassurance, scientists developed experimentation and precise prediction as a means to both verify their theories and also as a means to translate their theories into spoken language. To know that the theories proposed by quantum mechanics are correct, one only needs to reap the rewards of the microprocessor, laser technology, and superconductors. All of these wonderful technologies are based on the principles of quantum mechanics. All of these technologies began as experiments in order to prove the theories and predictions of the science, and now they enrich our world in ways we could have never imagined only 50 years ago. The reason the multiverse is not obvious to us in our everyday lives is because we are a part of it, and thus unable to perceive it objectively. Another reason is because we experience our world, our reality, through 5 senses. Our judgments and analysis of our reality is biased because of the limitations of the physiological human experience. In other words, it is impossible for us to understand elements of our reality that cannot be experienced through our senses. To consider many of the theories proposed by quantum physics and cosmology, we are required to view time and space through multiple dimensions. Many more than the 3 or even 4 dimensions that we are accustomed to in our everyday lives. Our failure to firmly grasp these other dimensions is due to the way in which our brain processes information by comparing it to our everyday experiences. Because we have nothing to compare it to, it is virtually impossible to experience, even through thought, some of the ideas proposed by these highly technical theories. The only way to express and understand these ideas is through the language of mathematics. Take, for instance, trying to explain what the world looks like, or more specifically, the notion of color, to a person who has been blind from birth. It cannot be done. There are no words in any language that can convey the experience of seeing color. The experience, however, can be described and understood by a blind person through mathematics. By studying the mathematics of a wave function, one could understand what color is, why it is, and how it would be different from white light or darkness. Equally so, there are few if no spoken words that can adequately describe aspects of our reality which we do not experience firsthand. These aspects of our reality can be, quote, seen and explored mathematically. However, getting a full sense of them is ultimately impossible. Many people ask where these parallel universes are located, and if we can even visit or interact with them. Well, the strange part is, the other universes occupy the same space as the universe in which we currently reside. Think of the multiverse as an infinite collection of variations of our universe trapped in parallel sequential moments. I know, this stuff can almost make you sick trying to think about it. The most important thing to remember is that the multiverse is not a thing or a place. The multiverse is an idea. The multiverse metaphorically represents a stream of consciousness within our own conscious mind. The structure of the multiverse is not an external thing that is infinite in size, as we imagine our universe to be, but instead it is internal and infinite in depth and complexity. The multiverse is infinite information stored onto a consciousness that has no size at all, because both time and space are themselves constructs of the multiverse. When thinking about the multiverse as an internal construct of your mind, it is also important to remember that the mind does not reside within the brain. The brain, like everything else, including the person you see in the mirror, is also a construct of the multiverse. In fact, everything you can think of is a construct of the multiverse, because the multiverse is the essence of anything and everything you have ever related to. To truly understand the multiverse, one must remove themselves from it and into another construct of the mind, a dimension in between the parallel universes that is void of time or space. It is a dimension of the mind that can only be found in the darkness of closed eyes in the here and now. The mind can be a vastly complex idea. To consider it as something external from our bodies is a bit uncomfortable, but that's exactly what neurologists have come to realize while using computer models to understand the process of linear thinking. At best, it seems the brain is a metaphoric interface between the mind and our bodies, a connection created as a way for us to interact with the multiverse as a perceived reality. Before the wow factor really sets in, I guess I should slow down a bit. The fact is, there is much more to reality than what we perceive through our five senses. It is estimated that our consciousness would be required to process nearly 100 million billion bits of information per second to successfully interact with any perceived reality. The interesting part is, the brain can only account for a few thousand bits of this information. These few thousand bits of information encompass autonomous bodily function, but hardly account for the processing required to produce our thoughts and perceptions of the outside world. How then, neurologists have been asking, are we processing the rest of reality? Beyond this, the human brain is just way too slow to account for the miraculous speeds in which we process and interact with our reality. Our brains process information at just under 120 meters per second, which is the travel time for the information to transfer from one neuron to another neuron. This is a snail's pace in comparison to a simple home computer, which transfers information from one transistor to another transistor at nearly 97 million meters per second. Neurologists have since calculated that if the brain could process at the speed of a standard serial or parallel computer, it would still take more time than the age of the universe to perform all of the necessary calculations associated with a single perceptual event, such as catching a ball, for instance. However, if the brain was interfaced with a quantum computer, a superconscious, it could try out all of the various possible calculations at once and then unify the results in a single reaction. This understanding has led many neurologists, including Nobel laureate Sir John Eccles, to the realization that, and I quote, "The entire scope of consciousness must not remain limited to the confines of the human skull." All of this, they realized, is to presume that there is an outside world which is perceived by our bodies, who then converts this sensory perception into information. In this scenario, the information would then have to be sent to the superconscious for analysis, where it would be processed and then sent back to our bodies to complete the experience. Couldn't it be possible that the entire experience was being produced within the superconscious and then sent to our bodies to react to it? With further consideration, many wondered, is there really any reason to have a body at all? Beyond the mountain of information encompassing the reality that we do experience, we also know that there are lots of additional aspects to our reality that we do not experience directly, but we are aware exists. We can perceive these aspects of reality secondhand through the aid of machines and even animals. For example, we know that there are many variations of light and sound, such as ultraviolet light, gamma rays, and frequencies of sound that go far beyond what the human ears are capable of detecting. We know that a dog's sense of smell is 600 times more powerful than ours. But these are merely amplifications of senses that we already have: sight, smell, and hearing. We can only begin to fathom what other aspects of reality might be among the data contained in the universes in which we live. Our physiological handicap of 5 senses is more than likely just the tip of the reality iceberg. Realizing this is merely the beginning to comprehending the complexity of the multiverse. Furthermore, we have also recently uncovered evidence supporting the claims of people suffering from a condition known as synesthesia. This condition is where a person perceives one sense in place of or in addition to another sense. For example, people with this condition can see and feel a stimulus of sound or music. Some will physically perceive or observe pictures or color in response to the stimulus of music, and others will physically feel pain or pleasure. Some will even observe sounds with the stimulus of looking at a painting or a picture, and still others can see colors with their sense of touch. Scientists for a long time did not believe people who were reporting these conditions. Recently, however, patients such as these have undergone MRI scans while receiving a particular stimulus. During these tests, it was considered that the areas of the patient's brain reserved for particular senses were operating just as the patients described. Now, whether this is just due to some faulty wiring or because these people have a special gift of being able to perceive other aspects of our reality, we will probably never know. Interestingly, though, there are now computer programs that assign sound frequency and pitch to color values of light and vice versa. With this very basic computer program, we can understand how every picture has a soundtrack and how every sound has a picture. We can now easily understand how there is much more to reality than we are presently perceiving. There is a wonderful story by physicist Michio Kaku that puts the experiences that are beyond our senses into perspective. Professor Kaku describes a carp pond that he recalls from his childhood. It is a large pond in a Japanese garden with an assortment of fish, carp to be exact, swimming about the bottom of the surface of the pond, completely unaware of the parallel world that lies just above their heads. The pond is just deep enough for the fish to swim along its surface and shallow to constrict their movements vertically. To the carp, their world and universe is flat. There is no up or down. Everything they know lie within the few inches of water. He imagines that there are carp scientists that have proposed the idea of a parallel universe lying just above the tops of the water lilies. But the elder carpfish scoffed their theories, for any attempt to describe such a world had failed to adequately paint a reasonable picture. One day, someone reaches their hand into the pond, grabbing one of the fish, and removes him from the pond. The fish below see their friend vanish before their eyes in a swift wake. A short time later, the fish is thrown back into the pond. The other fish are shocked to see their friend suddenly reappear before their eyes in another swift wake. It's a miracle! The stunned fish tries to explain to the other carp that he was taken up and out of the water, out of the universe, but there is no word for up in the carp language, nor is there a way to describe being out of the water. He tries to describe an area of space that not only had left and right, but it had up and down. The universe he tries to describe was also less dense, and he couldn't breathe. He saw objects there that he had never imagined before. And there were cars and buildings and trees, and there were creatures that were 100 times bigger than that of a fish. He explained that when he looked down, he could see the tops of the other carp's bodies, a view that was impossible for the other carp to envision. The poor fish was unsuccessful at describing this other world that was so incredible and that lay just above their heads. To the other fish, the idea of another world so strange was ridiculous. And the idea of a parallel universe that was separated from their universe by only the thinnest barrier was just impossible to comprehend. Our one universe handicap as a result of the human experience makes it difficult for us to completely embrace the fact that there is so much more out there. There are, in fact, an infinite number of possibilities in here, separated from us, our conscious mind, by only the thinnest barrier, a barrier of doubt. Perhaps 5 senses are just the beginning of the ultimate human experience. Things get really interesting when we start thinking about other possible universes where you have more than 5 senses and do possess the ability to interact with parallel worlds around you. Who knows, perhaps this might help explain ghosts and other paranormal events. When considering the accounts of people who have had near-death experiences, NDE, with the concept of the multiverse, we discover some very interesting correlations as well. When these people try to describe what the experience is like, just like the carp in the story, they suddenly find themselves lost for words. First, they seem to lose all sense of time. The experience could have lasted only a few seconds, or it may have lasted months. Nearly all of them have out-of-body experiences, where they often describe separating from their bodies and floating away. Their being no longer having form, their entity or soul is unbound. Their view of their reality is no longer confined to stereoscopic vision. Instead, many seem to view all aspects of their surroundings at once, like a hologram in 360 degrees, but with extraordinary resolution, and can recall very fine details of their surroundings. Of course, then many describe going towards a tunnel and into a white light that exudes this indescribable peace and comfort. It is a place to which they feel like they belong and are a part of. A place where they are not judged, a place that exudes an unconditional love for them. Many also describe getting a holographic view of not only their life, but also of other people's lives and how their actions affected others. To me, these descriptions fall perfectly in line with the concept of the multiverse. Of course, it can be argued that these accounts fall perfectly in line with going to heaven as well, but the details of heaven, at least in the biblical sense, are usually vague at best. When we think about heaven, we usually think about clouds and giant gates and angels with wings and a description that is very, very different from these accounts. Instead, people who have had near-death experiences are describing events consistent with what we might imagine the experience would be of exiting a virtual reality and merging with a collective mind. Maybe reviewing and sharing information that we have gathered through our experience in this reality. The most interesting part of this is that these accounts are completely unbiased. I don't imagine anyone dying with a preconception of an afterlife within a multiverse. Another intriguing observation is the dying person's out-of-body perspective of their reality. If they can see their reality from a different perspective, what sensory organ are they using to observe their surroundings? Their eyes are still contained within the body below them, with their eyelids either closed or looking up. How then are they able to observe anything unless, of course, the observation of our reality is within our own minds? As I have said in the beginning of Chapter 3, the answers to the ultimate questions harbor deep inside each one of us, and the questions you harbor that inspired you to read this book may elude us for quite some time to come. It is possible that we will never know for certain the true meaning and purpose of it all. But not knowing the answers to those questions shouldn't keep us from contemplating and exploiting what we do know, which is, we live in a multiverse, and our life's purpose is to learn by experiencing the reality around us. We live in a playground for the mind. We live in a reality that can be changed and manipulated by sheer will. We live in a reality limited only by our imagination. Anything you desire from life can be achieved. All you have to do is believe it and ask for it. To quote Socrates, "To know the world, you must first know yourself." Chapter 6. Welcome to you. Finding communion within yourself and understanding your life's purpose. If you knew that you were in a virtual reality simulation, you would not hesitate to attempt something outside of the realm of possibility. In fact, you would probably test the system to the max with confidence and without conscious doubt. Doubt is the cancer of the human mind. Doubt is the interfering signal hindering the true power of your subconscious mind, the controlling mechanism to your destiny in life. Without doubt, anything is truly possible. As a collective conscious, we are all connected to every aspect of our reality and have the ability to directly benefit from every experience ever encountered by every conscious being. The subconscious mind is the interface. It is the link between the mainframe and your present perspective. The subconscious does not think or reason to suit your conscious desires. Instead, it simply interprets your emotions and guides you in the direction that will provide the greatest thrill from its perspective. When you consciously seek anything at all that will provide an interesting outcome, or more specifically, a new experience, the subconscious will direct you to an area within the multiverse where your request is met or your question is answered. As I have stated many times in this book, there are no limits to any of this. Anything is possible because none of this is real, at least not real in the sense with which we are familiar. Everything in the universe in which we live is being manufactured by us. Everything is an idea rendered into existence. The determination of this rendering relies on our ever-changing direction within the multiverse. In other words, your conscious choices, as well as your unconscious choices, determine which aspect of the multiverse you render into your existence. Every conceivable possibility is possible. Even the most improbable possibilities exist in a universe somewhere within the multiverse. It is your subconscious mind that navigates you through this multiverse, fulfilling your unconscious desires. There is a way to take control of the wheel, but to utilize your subconscious mind, you must first be able to communicate with it at a conscious level. To do that, you must first believe that it is possible. We send messages to our subconscious mind every day. We do it without even thinking about it. "Oh, when it rains, it pours," we say to ourselves when things aren't going well. We say or think a statement like that, and the negativity is the message that gets through to our subconscious mind. What does it do? It directs us towards areas within the multiverse where more problems exist for us. Eventually, the problems are solved or become less important to us. It is only when we forget about them because we are preoccupied with something else or we place less importance on the negativity that things change for the better. When we become focused on the positive, we often say or think to ourselves, "Okay, things are getting better." Or we even send a positive message to our subconscious mind with something as simple as an emotional sigh of relief. Whew. That message also gets through, this time redirecting our route to a universe within the multiverse where there are fewer problems and less stress. When we are sick, we tend to dwell on being sick. We tend to announce, "Oh, I'm so sick. I don't feel good. I'm getting sick." That message also gets through to our subconscious mind as well. We have a negative thought about our condition and off we go to a universe where we are sick. Instead of thinking about being sick, think about being healthy and full of life. If there is someone around you who is sick, well, try not to touch them, but as reinforcement, say to yourself, I never get sick. I have a wonderful immune system that protects me against germs, and I feel great all of the time, even if you're lying your ass off. There's no need to knock on wood. Saying this isn't a jinx. This is what you're supposed to say. Why have we been taught that positive suggestion is superstitious? Positive suggestion works. Think about being healthy and zing! Off you go to a universe where you are experiencing perfect health. There is a lot of debate over holistic medicine in that it basically is no more effective than a placebo. But for the people who understand the power of belief, the placebos work. Why would anybody want to screw that up? For the people who know without a shred of doubt that eating chicken soup cures a cold, the chicken soup will work every time. Not because the chicken soup contains a miraculous virus antibody, but because the person eating the soup believes that it works. They visualize the soup making them feel better, and they send that message to their subconscious mind. Their subconscious mind then takes them to an area within the multiverse where they are not feeling so sick. All drugs are ultimately placebos. All stimuli that seemingly comes from the outside world are nothing more than placebos because, finish it for me, none of this is real. We are projecting the reality around us. We are projecting all remedies from our own minds. Nobody is ever sick because nobody ever feels anything at all. Everything is a product of your mind. Everything, including your aches and pains, are just your imagination. Look, I know that there are people who are reading this or listening to this, and you are suffering, and you probably want to take this book and throw it out the window and punch me in the face. But I am telling you that all of your suffering is nothing but a dream. The sickness and the pain that you are experiencing is only in your mind, and once you embrace this concept, you will go to an area within the multiverse where the pain is gone. I am not trivializing your suffering. Getting to this place of acceptance so that you can cure yourself is the most difficult thing you will ever do in your life. If you are hurting, the pain you are experiencing is a constant reminder of your experience. It is extremely difficult to just accept the fact that it isn't real because it feels real all of the time. But just as the world before your eyes is not real, neither is the pain. About 10 years ago, someone turned me on to echinacea root. It was an herbal remedy that supposedly builds up the human immune system. I was told that as soon as you feel the slightest sickness coming on, or feel that you are exposed to someone who is sick, that you should take a bunch of this stuff, and that it will really help your body resist the oncoming illness. Well, I bought into this idea, and to my amazement, this stuff worked. I didn't get sick for 2 years. I didn't catch anything, not a single cold or even a sniffle. Whenever I felt illness coming on, I took the herbal remedy, and the next morning I felt great. Then one day I was watching the negative-infested television news, something that I now make a point to never watch. And up came a story about the placebo effects of echinacea root. From then on, every time my doubt-infested mind tried to make use of this root, the remedy stopped working for me. I have since convinced myself over the last couple of years that whether it's a placebo or not, the root does work, and I concentrate on it working. I visualize it working for me, and I visualize myself healthy the next morning. Echinacea root does wonders for me now, but it still does not work as well as it once did. I need a new placebo. I need an expert to convince me that homemade chocolate chip cookies are the ultimate remedy for any illness. We communicate with our subconscious mind at every minute of every day, whether we are consciously aware of it or not. The problem is, most of the time we are not consciously aware of it. This kind of communication is equivalent to driving a car with a blindfold on. We unconsciously react to our reality, and our reaction is the only information our subconscious mind, the navigator through the multiverse, has to decide how to get us to our desired universe. To demonstrate this, I would like for you to now dredge up some uncomfortable memories. I want you to think back to a period in your life where things went really bad for you. You can most certainly recall at the time one or two things going wrong, and then progressively things got worse in a snowball of unlucky events. Your life became out of your control. You experienced one unfortunate thing after another until finally it was too much for you and you stopped caring. You stopped dwelling on it. As soon as you stopped focusing on the negativity in your life and stopped sending negative messages to your subconscious mind, I would be willing to bet that only then did things begin to turn around for you. To further demonstrate this kind of blind driving, allow me to paint a scenario to describe how we currently communicate with our subconscious mind and how it complies with our requests whether we want it to or not. This fictitious scenario would probably drive any one of us into a sea of hopelessness and permanent doubt. One morning, you wake up only to discover that your alarm clock did not go off as planned, and you are now running very late. In a panic, you jump out of bed and stub your toe on the bedroom furniture, at which you think or say out loud an expletive. This message of agitation gets sent to your subconscious mind, where it complies with your request, sending you directly to another universe where more agitative things are happening to you. You start getting dressed, the mirror reveals a bad hair day, you can't find matching socks, or your pantyhose have a nasty run in them. Your keys are no longer where you thought you left them, and you can't help at this point to send further requests to go to a universe where shit is really going bad for you. You merge onto the expressway only to discover it to be a parking lot. There are cars beeping, drivers screaming, and middle fingers flying. The morning radio shock jock is bitching about politics again, which just intensifies the negative messages all around you. Just when you think you can't take any more of it, you look into your rearview mirror to the dismay of a policeman pulling you over for an expired tag. You arrive at work, but your briefcase is still at home. Your boss gives you a lecture. You're not getting the promotion you were counting on, etc., etc. When you reach your breaking point, one of two things happen. You either laugh at the thought of how awful your day has been, which sends a signal to your subconscious mind to take you back to a universe where you have happiness and control over your life, or you acknowledge your demise, sending further requests to your subconscious, who complies by bringing you to the abyss of stress, failure, disappointment, until you ultimately slip into a nervous breakdown. For those who don't know, a nervous breakdown is when you become so emotionally overwhelmed with your problems that you cannot dedicate any more conscious thought to them. You simply give up, and your mind shuts down. When this breakdown takes place, you surrender everything that you are. You let go of your control and abandon your conscious identity. Death would be a welcomed experience. At this point of a mental breakdown, it is almost as if the observer has hit the reset button on your life, and your problems seemingly vanish before your eyes. The problems still exist, but their significance is no longer important. I mean, after all, what could be worse to you than death? If you are lucky, you follow the path your subconscious mind is whispering to you, and you leave behind a universe that nearly got the best of you. I challenge that this reset condition is not a nervous breakdown, but instead it's a nervous breakthrough. Unfortunately for some, their ego does not embrace this newfound enlightenment. For many, it is not long before they once again gain back their conscious control of their identity, let go of the power they have been given, and hand more and more control back to the driver who is blind. Once again, they get sucked back into the never-ending dramas of a false reality. Positive suggestion and surrendering your conscious ego are the keys to a successful and blissful life experience. What I mean by a conscious ego is the ego that you have accepted through the course of your life. This is a conditional self-identity. This self-identity, who you have come to know as you, is not who you really are. Instead, this ego you are familiar with is the identity imprinted upon you by society's expectations, cultural tolerance, your parents, friends, spouse, etc. In order to better communicate with your subconscious mind, you have to be able to first recognize it as your true self-identity. Your subconscious mind is your true self. It knows your thoughts, your passions, and your purpose in life. You must find your true self and embrace and accept that person for who you really are, before you will be truly open to the suggestions being whispered to you by your subconscious mind. Embracing your conscious ego, on the other hand, closes the door to the subconscious mind and stifles the inspiration and guidance that you are receiving from our collective source. In spite of this, many psychotherapists treat their patients by instructing them to do just this. Psychotherapists follow the Freudian method and the Maslow hierarchy of needs, often encouraging patients to conform to social expectations and to suppress their undesirable intuitions. By understanding what makes your ego tick in the Freudian conscious identity, these therapists believe that the root source of many psychological problems can be discovered and addressed. They believe that finding ways to resolve these pent-up intuitions or memories is the truest road to curing a patient. The Freudian method is not entirely wrong, and over the last century, this method has helped millions of people. Though the Freudian method offers what I believe to be an accurate model for conscious thinking, I believe this approach for treatment is ultimately wrong. Instead, we must consider therapy through the scope of multiverse theory, which encompasses the idea of a collective identity at the core of oneself. Instead of consciously conforming to our environment, we should embrace who we are internally and allow our reality to settle into equilibrium with us. Fighting who we are triggers emotional turmoil and hence navigates us to universes reflecting this struggle. Our subconscious mind will naturally find equilibrium with reality once we acknowledge and accept who we are. This is because reality is merely a reflection of one's thoughts, feelings, and unconscious desires. Carl Jung, who I discussed earlier in this book, was convinced that if we connected ourselves to the world around us, we would obtain balance, peace, and harmony. Jung argued against the Freudian method, insisting that the ego is an illusion, that at the core we are all connected to a single source. By understanding that everything in your life, both good and bad, is being created by you at a higher or unconscious level, allows for one to ask different questions about why you may have chosen, consciously or not, to bring these things or situations or people into your life. By asking these questions, we begin to peel away at our ego and discover what our true purpose in life is meant to be. It is your conscious identity that grounds you to the reality around you. Identifying yourself as someone separate from the reality around you is the glue that perpetuates the illusion that reality is something that is happening to you. The reality of it is, you are the reality happening to your ego. To put it even more simply, you are everything around you happening to your body and conscious self. There is no separate self in your universe. You are the thoughts generating the reality around you. You have created a self, a conscious mind and body to connect those experiences together. There is a saying, the world is what we make it. I cannot think of a better or more profound idea to accurately describe and represent the true nature of our lives. Good or bad, we make our own reality. Letting go of your conscious self is a liberating experience, but it can also be a very scary idea for most of us. To think that up until this moment, the course of your life might be a mistake is a hard pill to swallow. But in the end, Knowing that you are serving your intended purpose is what really matters. And discovering this is never too late. In fact, you discover this exactly when you're supposed to discover this. Not a minute before, not a minute later. Most of us don't know who we really are. Sometimes it takes something as monumental as a nervous breakthrough to put things into perspective. It did for me. I went down a very dark road for a while, and in the midst of my nervous breakthrough, I realized for the first time in my life what really mattered. The first thing that I learned is that I mattered. I learned that my intentions should be what I desire them to be, not the desires that meet other people's expectations. I learned that I am not my job, or my credit score, or how much money I make, or how many accolades I have on the wall. I learned too that I am not my family. I learned that who I am is what makes me happy and what inspires me most. It is the things that I live for that define me. I learned too that I serve a purpose to serve the ever-growing collective conscious mind of the universe itself. To put it more majestically, I learned that God had a purpose in mind for me. Yes, a former atheist just said that. I learned that by embracing my purpose, I got closer to my source, God, if you will, which meant also closer to my true self. By embracing my purpose and true self-identity, I am closer to happiest than I have ever been, and I truly understand for the first time the experience of love and true appreciation for living. You don't need to have a nervous breakthrough, though, to get in touch with your true self. There are many ways to discover who you are and what your purpose is. For me, unplugging altogether from the daily routines of life was the defining moment in my life. The day after my nervous breakthrough, I took a sabbatical. A sabbatical is a journey, but it is very different from a vacation. Derived from the word Sabbath, a sabbatical is more of a journey inward than a journey outward. When we take a vacation, we usually share it with family or friends. Our vacations are usually strategically planned and filled with activities. We would not want to waste a single moment of our precious vacation time. Some people do plan a relaxing vacation, which is the right idea. But few of us know how to truly unplug ourselves from the responsibility and our instinctive protection of our conscious ego. Instead, a sabbatical does just that. A sabbatical is a solo journey. Going solo means limited conversation, allowing for more focus and contemplation of the self. Sabbaticals do not have to be elaborate vacations to isolated regions. You can take a sabbatical in your mind simply by going for a walk in a park or even sitting in an empty room. The key is being alone and unplugging yourself from the drama that besieges us every day of our lives. During your sabbatical, it is important not to concern yourself with anything other than your focus, which is discovering who you are and what your intention is in this life, regardless of where that journey might lead you. It is in this quiet time that you contemplate your thoughts, listen to your inner self, and follow your intuition. Open your mind to whatever suggestion is being whispered into your ear. Take special consideration to the ideas that occur to you most often, and then act on them, no matter how ridiculous the idea might be. Despite how this may sound, these thoughts and ultimate actions are not reckless or selfish. At the end of every consideration, this is ultimately your life and no one else's. Satisfying our personal needs is how we become self-aware, which is the single greatest key to consciously or lucidly choosing your own reality. You might ask, if we are really choosing or creating our reality, why then would we create problems for ourselves? Why would we render stress in our lives? Why would we render illness or pain or unfortunate events? Why would we render anything but a fairy tale of a life? I would suggest to you that there are two reasons. First, we simply do not know any better. We have never been shown an alternate way of living, and we are simply addicted to or find comfort in familiarity. Second, we are programmed to do so. Perhaps we are directed or guided by some source deep within our subconscious mind to render certain types of lives over and over again in order to learn from them, or more logically, to see if we can break free from them. We would create these challenges simply to make a game out of it, because routinely manifesting a perfect life would eventually get boring. More than anything, there is no way to truly appreciate the power of divinity without sometimes encountering struggle and overcoming challenges. Addiction to an aspect of our reality is exactly the same as an addiction to anything else. The mechanism that makes us addicted to drugs is the same mechanism that makes us addicted to our emotions, and hence addicted to our reality. Drugs are in effect physiologically rendering amplified stimulations of a particular emotion. For example, the drug ecstasy renders a stimulation of emotions connected with love, empathy, and childlike innocence. Cocaine renders a stimulation of confidence. Heroin renders the stimulation of apathy, shutting down the emotions entirely, as with marijuana to a lesser degree. What we are addicted to is not the drug. We are addicted to the emotion that the drug stimulates. The mechanism for how we stimulate all of our emotions is physiologically the same. However, the word physiological doesn't really apply when considering the true nature of reality. Instead, drugs are a metaphor. They are a symbolic message of intention to your subconscious mind. I want to feel this. So we ingest the drug that we expect to give us that feeling. Some people are addicted to or find comfort in sadness and depression. Some are addicted to feeling inferior or having a lack of self-confidence. Some people are addicted to the feeling of being abused. It is not uncommon at all for a battered wife to seek out another abusive situation after breaking free of the previous one. Some people are addicted to power and having power over others. Some are addicted to being abusive to others. This is why our lives seem to be replays of the same experiences and problems over and over again. It is the reason why we keep finding ourselves in the same relationships, around the same types of people and friends, and in the same types of jobs. Our experiences repeat themselves over and over because whether the experiences are positive or negative, they are familiar and comfortable to us. These experiences evoke the emotions that we are addicted to. We create the experience to metaphorically suggest to our unconscious selves our desired emotional intention. It is our comfort and addiction to our emotions that inhibit us from rendering an alternate reality for ourselves. We create the same experiences until we consciously make a determined choice to break free of those experiences by sending that message to our subconscious self. Breaking free from our emotional addictions is difficult. Breaking free requires us to eliminate the single emotion that controls us and keeps us bound to our addictions and familiar experiences. That emotion is fear. More than anything, we fear the uncertain, we fear change, we fear failure. But with the realization that we are the sum of our experiences, fear needs to be embraced because fear is just a part of you. You cannot fail because there's nothing to fail. There is no uncertainty because you are manifesting your own reality. Think of fear as an acronym: false evidence appearing real. It is my belief that we can overcome our illusions to fear and become addicted to positive things like love, praise, success, or anything else that makes us happy. We can do this through an understanding of the mechanics of our consciousness and by reevaluating our own self-worth. You deserve to live the happiest, most exciting, exhilarating life imaginable. All you have to do is believe that you deserve it, and the change will happen. You are worthy. Whatever it is that you want out of life, know that you deserve it. Raise your self-worth because you are all there is. No one is better. No one is more deserving. Manifesting change in your life requires both determination and discomfort, but more than anything, it requires trust. Like with any addiction, breaking away from the experiences that evoke emotions that satisfy our urges is difficult. Your body will physically go through the same withdrawal you would experience giving up any other kind of addiction. But more than this, and this is the difficult part, you need to let go of you, your conscious identity. Remind yourself that you are your experiences. You must let go of your inhibitions and take chances. Ask yourself, what do you really want out of life? Ask yourself, what do I really have to lose if all of this is just a dream? Your life does not need to be extraordinary to have meaning, but at the very least, you need to become aware of what the meaning of your life is. To do this is to understand your life's purpose. Why cherish a meaningless life? An uninspired life is a waste of your experience within the multiverse. Make your life count. You should try thinking about your life as if it were a video game. The worst thing that could possibly happen to you is that you fail to obtain your desired goal, or worse, your body dies. Both are just experiences within a false reality. I do not believe that the death of our body is such a big deal at all. I believe that death is merely a transition from one dimension to the next in an infinite cycle. It isn't that I don't have appreciation for life, because I have tremendous appreciation for it. I would not have an interest in this subject, and I certainly would not be writing this book if I didn't have enormous appreciation for life. But for me, I truly believe that this is all just like a big video game. For me, this is all just a test, and the challenge is to make the fullest life possible before you can move on to the next higher plane of awareness. You know, there is a famous bumper sticker that says, "Ye who dies with the most toys wins." Well, how about instead a bumper sticker that says, "Ye who dies with the most experiences, the most exhilarating life wins." Your life is not about you, so take your ego out of the equation. You are an observer, and the observer resides somewhere outside of your body. Your life, your reality, is not about the person you see in the mirror. The part that is you, your being, are the thoughts that make up your experiences. You are the reality around you. You are not your body. Your body is like a glove. It's a sock puppet. It is merely the virtual interface or instrument that you, your subconscious self, true self, utilizes to interact with and contemplate your own thoughts and ideas. The world you see around you is merely an elaborate set built by you for your sock puppet to act out your own fantasies in. The truth is, you got so caught up in being in the role of the sock puppet that you forgot you were play acting. How funny is that? This is a radical philosophy, and these are very scary ideas to some of you. Many of you will think that what I am saying is reckless. Well, perhaps it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we get one shot at life and we need to make the best of it. If this is the case, and we do indeed only get one shot at life, well then I'm going for it. I am letting everything go, and I am going for the best experience possible. If I fail or die in the process, then that will be my experience. At least I can say I tried. I have no use for a mundane existence. For me, if I only have the money to play one game, I am picking the most exhilarating, most exciting game in the whole park. On the other hand, I can understand someone who would seek out the easiest game that would provide the longest playtime. The choice, like everything in your reality, is yours, but remember, time itself is an illusion. Imagine a world or a society who, instead of religious rhetoric and dogma being instilled in their psyche from the very beginning, they are taught this very basic ideology. These people are taught about the multiverse and the mechanics of the mind. They are taught about the power of their subconscious mind and its ability to direct them to different areas within the multiverse, and thus to a different life. These people are taught that anything they desire is possible and can be achieved by sheer will alone. This society has never come into contact with anyone outside of his or her culture, or with any contradictory beliefs. Their power over their subconscious mind would be limitless, because they would believe in themselves unconditionally. Having never encountered anything that would instill a seed of doubt, the people here understand very clearly how to achieve the maximum life experience. These people are game masters. It sounds like a wonderful place, and many of us wish that we could live there. But we do. This is not a fantasy world. There is no doubt a world like this, many worlds like this, somewhere within the multiverse. Even worlds like this where you exist within them, and where you too are a game master. We can create a world like this right here, right now. Many of our current thoughts about our life are assumptions we have made due to our conditioning. We do things or think about things without even knowing why we do it. Our imagination has been stifled with the illusion of fear and social expectations. Instead of individuality being freely expressed, most of us are so desperate to conform to our surroundings and to the expectations of others, we forget who we really are. The real irony is in asking yourself, if you are creating your own reality, just whom are you conforming for? On the contrary, children come into this world full of imagination, awe, and playful disregard. They are the closest things to our true source. We teach them to conform because we want the best for them. But limiting their imagination is not the road to happiness. In schools, less and less importance is placed on encouraging individuality. We make children wear uniforms for conformity. We limit lessons in artistic, music, and theatrical forms of expression. And we are obsessed with testing children's comprehension of rules in mathematics and grammar. Instead, our focus should be on encouraging self-expression and original thought. We should make a game out of everything, allowing moderate rule bending to encourage thinking outside of the box. I believe that we could learn more from the children than they could ever learn from us. Instead of teaching children the word no, which stifles creativity and imagination, teach them the word know, K-N-O-W, encouraging them to figure out an alternate way to get what they want. The funny part is, while explaining to a child the reasons why they need to know what the obstacle is, you will often recognize that there really isn't an obstacle at all. We have just been conditioned to believe that there is. While writing this, I thought about what was it that we might have lost from our childhood as we graduated to adulthood. What was it exactly that we forgot that made the true magic of the universe fade into this false reality? After careful consideration, I've determined that we haven't lost anything at all. We simply got better at playing make-believe. We got so good at playing house, for example, that we forgot we were just playing a game. With the aid of social expectations and with this global theatrical stage, if you will, our method acting got us so into character that we forgot our true selves and childlike innocence in the process. I challenge anyone to convince me how adult life and responsibility is any more important to the collective conscious than the games of a child. I have been privileged to meet many successful people throughout the course of my life. The most interesting part about each of them is even if they weren't successful at what brought them this success, they would be doing the same occupation anyway. Each found inspiration in something, and miraculously, luck just seemed to find each of them. These aren't coincidences. These people chose to follow their heart even at times when the people around them were directing them somewhere different. It was preposterous for me to think that I had any chance at all in making it in the music business. I had limited talent, no connections, and little if any outside support. Being successful, though, wasn't a concern for me. I knew that I was supposed to make music with my life. I knew with more certainty than anything else in my life that I was supposed to focus on music and nothing else. It was the only thing that felt right. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that I didn't dream of success, but finding success was not my preoccupation. My passion was for expressing my emotions through music. My passion was for communicating those feelings to others through my music. I believed in what I was doing. I believed that I was making the right choices, and I knew that everything would take care of itself, and it did. Unpleasant things still occasionally happen, and my world is far from perfect. However, I choose to look at the unpleasant experiences as curveballs to keep the game interesting. When these moments arise, I do my best to hold the thought that everything is temporary. I remind myself that my reality is fluid like my emotions, and that sometimes they flare up. But the passion always settles, and the bliss of the happy medium always prevails. It is in small changes in perspective like these that we could change the world. Until now, we have been treating the symptom of the problem. We focus our attention outside of ourselves, and we hold an expectation of others by enforcing rules and establishing laws. Instead, we need to treat the cause, encouraging individuality and turning our focus inward. It's easy for someone to do what's right for themselves, and because we are one, that will ultimately be what's right for us all. There is no one to look to for praise or punishment. We are that majesty. There is no right or wrong. It is not possible for you to hurt other people because there are no other people. The other people are all you. By hurting them, you are only hurting yourself. This is all your reality. This is all your creation. I'm not saying it's okay to start breaking laws and commandments and start going around killing one another, because those behaviors are simply counterproductive. You wouldn't allow one hand to hurt or steal from the other hand. Rightly so, by hurting other people, you are only hurting yourself. It is your ego creating the illusion that you are somehow separate from the others, when in fact we are all the same being. Instead, you should want to choose experiences that evolve you as a conscious being. You should want to manifest a reality that elevates you and allows you to grow as a being. Your purpose in life should be to become self-aware, to awaken to the realization that you are God, who is our universal mind. We should make it our purpose in life to constantly grow by keeping an open mind, changing our opinions, learning new things, exploring new ways to stimulate our bodies, seeing new places, making new friends, changing aspects of our personality, etc. Growing is part of the life process. We are designed to grow because that too serves our purpose. Accepting this new philosophy often surfaces new fears. The first fear, which is an illusion, is if people didn't have karma or sin to worry about, everyone would just go around robbing and hurting others to get what they want in the simplest way. Well, by accepting this philosophy, you must know by now that no one can hurt you except for you. When you are the master of your reality, nobody else can have any effect on you at all unless you allow them to. Who you are is a mind. Your mind transcends all physical reality, and your mind is eternal. Nobody can harm the real you unless you allow them to. In addition to this, the world we live in is a fairy tale, and it is infinitely abundant. It is way more fun to manifest a perfect reality for yourself than it is to steal it from someone else. There is no better feeling in the world than accomplishment over your reality. The second fear, which is also an illusion, is that if everyone followed their dreams, there would be no one left to be responsible and keep the world running. Well, the word responsible means able to respond. Ask yourself, are you responding, reacting to your experience, or are you in control of it? I'm in control of every aspect of my reality, and I am thus insulated from anything that can harm me. The world will continue to revolve around me should I ask it to, and it will do the same for you. Truly, truly, I say to you, he who believes in me will also do the works that I do, and greater works than these will he do. From the Bible, Mark 11:24. Quote, "What things soever ye desire, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." Chapter 7. Religion. The religious interpretation. As I mentioned in the beginning of this book, the most fantastic part about all of this is that all of these ideas fall right in line with the teachings of our most cherished and celebrated religions. Simply strip away all of the hype and culture and dogma that these religions are packaged in, and apply the core of that religion to the concept of the multiverse, and you will find that it miraculously fits. It is simply amazing to me that the theory of the multiverse, as well as the concepts of From the Bible, Mark 11:24. Quote, "What things soever ye desire, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." Chapter 7. Religion. The religious interpretation. As I mentioned in the beginning of this book, the most fantastic part about all of this is that all of these ideas fall right in line with the teachings of our most cherished and celebrated religions. Simply strip away all of the hype and culture and dogma that these religions are packaged in, and apply the core of that religion to the concept of the multiverse, and you will find that it miraculously fits. It is simply amazing to me that the theory of the multiverse, as well as the concepts of living in a simulation, were initiated in a frame of mind that was very far away from any kind of religion or spirituality, and yet in the end, it wound up reinterpreting the meaning of religion and spirituality itself. It is even more amazing to me that the ideas our religious messiahs and prophets proposed to us thousands of years ago so closely fit the scientific evidence discovered only recently. The ideas have always been correct. It was just the interpretation that has been so misguided for all of these years. At their core, many of the religions have got it right, at least for the most part. In this chapter, I will show you how many of the religions at their core work within the concepts of the multiverse. With that being said, however, religion these days is an organized political party driven by culture, money, and power. The fact is, there are no religions preaching these concepts or ideologies now. But rest assured, as soon as these ideas begin to catch on, and they will, all of the religions are going to jump up and say, "See, we told you so." Until that time comes, however, I'm going to be labeled as a blasphemer and more than likely an instrument of Satan. I believe this ideology should be embraced by all religions. Religions of the world should recognize that the time has come to re-examine their core message and apply that message to the concepts of the multiverse. Unfortunately, doing this would remove or at least reduce the power and control they have over their patrons, and more significantly, reduce the amount of money they are taking in. I would tell them that helping their patrons to become more like God and teaching them to realize their divinity within is their ultimate calling. Besides, there is plenty of money to be made in teaching the masses to believe in themselves. Anytime someone questions a paradigm, more specifically a religion or a god for that matter, it is considered blasphemy. But it is clear that our present understanding of a monotheistic God in all religions is not working. We are a dysfunctional society at best and a cruel one at worst. We are infatuated with our egos, consumed with stress in obtaining possession and power over others. We live anything but a blissful life experience. Our existence here on earth is very, very far away from the nirvana from which we came. To think that an almighty God could create all that we know, from the heavens to the microorganisms, and yet not make it a perfect place, is an absurd idea. I am not a religious scholar, and I don't claim to be. However, in my search for religious validation of multiverse theory, I was surprised to find as many correlations as I did. With that being said, admittedly, most religious doctrine is so vague in nature that it could be construed to fit just about any theory. However, even with this in mind, I was able to find similarities in philosophy in most of the religions that I came across, and I was able to find harmonious synchronicity in a select few. Of all the religions, the most interesting correlations I found were in the Hindu religion, and even more specifically, in the teachings of Buddha. Both of these ancient religions closely fit into the concepts of the multiverse, as well as the proposal that we are living in a simulation, which is something I believe to be fundamental to understanding any other religion. By studying the lines in red, the teachings of Jesus Christ from his own words, I have found beautiful correlations to multiverse theory described in simplistic metaphor. Even more interestingly is the harmonious way in which the teachings of Jesus complements the teachings of Buddha. Interestingly, the complementary nature between Buddha and Jesus Christ can be most appreciated after studying the Hebrews' teaching of Kabbalah and in the religion of the Australian native Aborigines, the dream. The Islamic teachings of Muhammad also support these ideas, as well as most, if not all, of metaphysics, which is a more trendy view of paganism. Lastly, many of the concepts and philosophies of Scientology echo truths proposed by multiverse theory. This I find less than surprising, considering much of Scientology was developed following Hugh Everett's initial proposition of a multiverse existence. With all of that being said, my purpose for writing this section is not to promote these religions, but instead to provide a peace of mind for those who are still having trouble letting go of their religious beliefs. By making a comparison between and applying the core religious beliefs to the reality of the multiverse, it is my hope to open your mind further, eliminating once and for all any lingering doubt. With an open-minded approach, I hope you will discover that the religions of the world do not have the market cornered on spirituality. Finding God and the meaning of your life is a search that begins within. Like in the Bible, where the teachings of Jesus stemmed a new religion, Christianity, so did the teachings of Buddha from Hinduism. Jesus was a Jew, Buddha was a Hindu. What I find most interesting in the Buddha and Hindu religions is the fact that they both believe that our lives are merely a cycle within the samsara. Essentially, they believe that our reality is an illusion. Both religions believe that we live within a false reality, in a repeating cycle of birth through death and then reincarnation until we have obtained certain qualities of life. These qualities are where the two religions split. The Buddhists believe that life within this world is full of sorrow, and that by eliminating the sorrows of the world, one could achieve salvation. Being good to yourself and being good to others, essentially always doing the right thing, is, according to the Buddhist, the method of eliminating sorrow and the passage to getting out of the cycle. Once breaking free of this cycle, one then transcends to a higher plane of existence called nirvana. The Hindu, on the other hand, believe that our life's purpose is to achieve 4 arthas, or goals in life, before getting the pass to end the reincarnation cycle. The 4 goals are wealth and possession, desires and passions, divine awareness and holiness, and wisdom and liberation. After achieving these certain qualities, they believe we are transported out of the cycle and into a higher world. Essentially, both religions believe that our purpose within this reality is to learn through experience. Once we, our vehicles, have gained the experience we are programmed for, we awaken from this reality and into a utopian world. The Buddhists believe the illusory quality of reality can be seen perfectly clearly through the practice of Buddhist philosophy and through meditation. They claim that after years of practicing meditation and holiness, the world becomes clear, like a blanket pulled from over your eyes. Only then, they insist, can we truly believe that we are in fact living within a false reality, and only then can we fully comprehend the true meaning of life. To quote the Dalai Lama, genuine freedom and liberation can only be achieved when our fundamental ignorance, our habitual misapprehension of the nature of reality is totally overcome. This ignorance, which underlies all of our emotional and cognitive states, is the root factor that binds us to the perpetual cycle of life and death in the samsara. These are the same fundamental truths that I have been talking about throughout this book. To successfully master your experience within the multiverse, one must overcome their doubts. We must accept that the world we know is an illusion and trust that we have the ability to manipulate the reality around us. Our lives are merely a test, and the game is to master the reality around you. Mastering your reality and gathering information and experience along the way is the point of it all. It's a game. The sorrows that His Holiness the Dalai Lama speaks of are your personal sorrows, because everything in Buddhism revolves around you as the center of the universe. By eliminating your personal sorrows, regret, and sadness, and instead regarding your life with infinite joy and infinite gratitude, is the method for breaking the cycle of the samsara. After writing the first edition of this book, I started to gain a keen interest in Zen Buddhism. Although I am against any kind of dogmatic structure to higher consciousness, I found the idea of Zen to be fairly on target with the topics of this book. It should be stated that Buddha himself was against any dogmatic attributes as well. Buddha famously laughed at his disciples just for writing his teachings down. In all of my study, I can tell you with confidence that Zen is really quite simple. First, Zen removes time from reality altogether. Zen is the understanding and the awareness of your reality as it is right now. Now, for everyone, is a beautiful and happy place. The truth is, unless you are presently on fire, now is the happiest place in the universe once you decide to see it for what it is. If you are presently on fire, now might not be too pleasant, but rest assured, nirvana will soon come to your rescue. According to Zen, everything you need to be happy is within your grasps and in your present moment, right now. If you really think about it, everything that makes you unhappy lies either in a past which cannot be changed, so why bother worrying about it, or in a future which you should understand by now has infinite possibility. Anything can happen 3 seconds from now. Anything. There are simply too many possibilities to contemplate the possibilities fairly. Anticipating the future is an illusion because the future does not exist. The future only has the potential of existing, according to quantum mechanics. The only thing we can be sure of is our present moment. Everything outside of your present moment is an illusion. The past is a memory. And the future is an idea that only exists within your imagination. The present is a gift, which is why it's called the present. It doesn't matter what your current struggle seemingly is. Look for joy and you will find it in your reality right now. If you are thinking, yes, but ... you have failed the lesson because the 3 dots after the word but represent something that is not in the now of your reality. There is a term used in Zen called finding your center. Whenever stress is in high gear, Zen reminds us to find our center, to find our now. Within the now, one will always find bliss if you understand that perspective is everything. When holding an infinite perspective, the proverbial glass of water is always full because you are alive and you are aware. From the perspective of the immortal subconscious mind, everything is a reflection of you, and the reflection is temporary. Another interesting religion is that of the Australian native Aborigine. The Aborigine people have long been considered the most primitive culture in the world, and often thought of as the only living ancestor of all mankind. Like the American Indians, they are among the least understood band of people in the world and have long suffered from other cultures that have taken advantage of their ignorance and trust of modern culture. The word Aborigine means the people who were here from the beginning, which is not the same meaning as indigenous, which pertains to people who settled a particular area of land first. The Aborigine religion, translated as the dream, is one of the most awesome and thought-provoking ideas that I have come across in my research. Dr. Fred Alan Wolfe presents a fascinating account in his book, The Dreaming Universe. The Aborigine believe that there are once powerful beings that roam the earth who gave birth to all people, animals, plants, and things in this world. It is their belief that our lives, our reality, is the dream of these powerful beings. They believe each of us have an individual ego or soul within the dream. However, outside of the dream, our reality, we are a single entity. They believe that when we dream in this reality, we unite and live among the powerful beings who hold a single identity. It is an interesting note that the Aborigine has no language for or comprehension of time. For them, the dream, our waking reality, is timeless, a fact that we now understand to be reality. Unperceivable time is something that we experience within the dreams of our sleep because the reality of our dreams does not often incorporate the notion of time. In our dreams, we seem to have no correlation or connection to time at all. Our dreams often seem to last hours, days, and sometimes a lifetime. But when we awake, we realize that the dream lasted only for a few seconds, perhaps even a fraction of a second. We often seem to move from location to location with no recollection of how we got there. However, different from dreaming, time is a construct of our waking reality. To get a better sense of time as a construct of the multiverse, think about it like this. If we were experiencing a virtual reality system in a laboratory somewhere on Earth, our sense of time could be manipulated by how fast the information supplied to create the virtual experience was being processed by the computer controlling the virtual reality. By slowing down or speeding up the processor, time would not change because time within the virtual reality is based entirely on the perceived experience. Time within the virtual reality is independent of the time in the lab. Let's use the DVD analogy from Chapter 3 again. By slowing down the DVD speed to 1 frame a year, for example, and 24 frames per second creates a movie, our lifespan within the multiverse would seem like a typical one of 80 years. But in the reality outside of the multiverse, in the lab, somewhere around 42 million years would have passed. However, by speeding up the DVD, we could reverse this effect, essentially simulating billions of years in the span of a single second. All of this goes back to Einstein's relativity theory, which insists that time is relative to the observer perceiving it. A more practical example of this is in imagining what it would be like to be a snail. A snail's brain processes information very slowly. It is said that if you pick up a snail and move it across the street, the snail would not be able to perceive the event. From the snail's perspective, it would have magically crossed the street. Understanding time in this way is important to the Aborigine as well as many other cultures, such as the Mayans and the Hopi Indians. For them, time is a personal experience. Time ticks away from a clock that is at the center of your being, not from the outside world in. Time is not something we are supposed to synchronize with. We are already in sync with time because time is us. Time plays an important role in the modern world. It reduces chaos and it restores a sense of order, allowing for an efficient running society. Time provides synchronicity, enabling us to plan for our future experiences and to contemplate the memories of our previous ones. Our misapprehension of life on Earth as a chronological series of events stems a great deal from the Old Testament, in particular to the calculations of Bishop James Ussher. Ussher calculated the beginning to be that of nightfall preceding October 23rd, 4004 BC. Utilizing some very sophisticated mathematics, Ussher's science of understanding the history of the Bible in a sense of time, which was a new concept of the period, is impressive but ultimately wrong. The idea of time is now so entrenched in our psyche it is nearly impossible to think about anything without it. Of all of the religions in the world, none have caused as much debate, fighting, and suffering than that of the teachings of the Bible. This is a point of fact that I find incredibly ironic, because to me, the very point of religion is to bring mankind together under God, not divide them. In the midst of the arguing, the fighting, and the wars, what people seldom want to admit is that the core of this sacred book stems to the very religions who just cannot seem to get along. The God of the Bible is the same God for the Christians in all of its variations, as well as that of the Jews and the Muslims. In all honesty, the fighting really is just over semantics. To trivialize it even further, the fighting is just over the political hype and dogma surrounding each of these religions. The core of all of these religions is the same. I am sure this comment is going to raise a few hairs on a lot of people, but you cannot deny the fundamental truth in what I've just said. If you were to strip all of these religions down to the core teachings of the Messiahs and the prophets, and only focus on the message itself, it becomes clear that they all believe in the same thing. What the fighting really stems from is a clash over culture, not religion. But the fighting is done in the name of God to give each of the causes validity. Few would lend their lives to another man's cause, but most would lend their lives in the name of God. With that being said, I can concede that it is not the Bible that is wrong, but instead it is our continuous misinterpretation of its metaphors. To cover all of the religions that stem from the Bible, with further testaments and variations on those, I would have to go through each of the named prophets and messiahs because ultimately it is from them whom we receive God's message. This in itself could lend to an entire book, so I will only briefly touch on these correlations I have found without getting too deeply entrenched into the religions. Instead, I suggest doing your own research to see how the view of the multiverse can be construed out of any particular branch of these religions. I will elaborate a bit more on Christianity for two reasons. The first is because I was raised Catholic and thus I was able to find obvious synchronicity with relative ease. The second reason is because of the interesting way in which Buddhism and Christ consciousness, a core belief of Christianity, complement each other in a near perfect symmetry. But first, allow me to strip away the Christian dogma that clouded up such a beautiful philosophy. Christianity, like most other religions, stems in part from the previous beliefs and culture prior to the Bible, which was that of the pagans. Paganism, which is now thought of as witchcraft, was once the religion of the modern world, and very popular. It was only after the New Testament started gaining ground that the pagans were viewed as devil worshippers, which couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, so popular was paganism, the Christians incorporated many of their rituals into their new religion. It is no coincidence that Jesus was born on December 25th and died on the spring equinox. Before it was renamed Christmas, December 25th was the celebrated pagan holiday Mithras of Christ, or Birth of Mithra. Mithra, meaning mother, was a powerful god of the Romans who gave life to all things. The spring equinox, better known as Easter, was the celebrated day of the fertility goddess Oestra, which is why Easter continues to be symbolized with the very fertile bunny rabbit and the egg. The celebration of these pagan holidays included buying gifts for one another, which was a very popular idea, decorating trees, brotherly love, baptism, communion, and holy water. All of these holidays and rituals were tough competition for a new religion, so, in the 6th century, the Christians made this part up about their religion. It was hype designed to attract more followers and to ease the growing tension between the pagans and the Christians. But if they made this up, what else was made up? The teachings of Jesus Christ are profound enough to stand on their own. The hype and dogma simply isn't necessary. At the time of Jesus, men claiming to be prophets were roaming all over the place. Most of them were con artists, interested only in forming cults to separate men from their possessions. So what was it that made Jesus of Nazareth different from the rest? What was it that made the masses follow him? What was it that made the Romans and the Jews fearful of him? The ideas and concepts that Jesus proposed are still profound 2,000 years later, but they were much more profound in the time of Jesus. For example, the idea of turning the other cheek was not a very popular idea back then. Make no mistake, Jesus was a rebel during his time, and his outspoken fascination with philosophy ruffled many more feathers than he inspired. He questioned the well-accepted theories of his time and with religion itself, at a period in history where doing so would often result in a swift execution. A very dear friend and brilliant confidant has tried on a few occasions to convince me that the only way to salvation is to accept Jesus Christ as my Savior. My friend is the most intelligent man I personally know, and a scholar of many of the world's religions. He tells me that in all of his research, Christianity makes the most sense to him, and he does his best to convince me to think likewise. Though I am a strong believer in the teachings of Jesus Christ, I cannot believe in any God that would punish someone, a part of itself, for the sake of not believing that a single man died to forgive all of my sins. I cannot believe that this is the road to salvation. I do not believe that there are any sins to forgive. Instead, I believe that there is only regret. I can understand that the road to salvation starts with becoming self-aware, which would include believing in a God whose essence is collectively all of us, a being that we are all part of and connected to in every moment for all eternity. I cannot support a religion who would so blatantly condemn billions of people simply because they were not exposed to the teachings of Jesus Christ. Accepting Jesus Christ as our Savior is not criteria for being a good Christian. Instead, I believe following his teachings and intention is. To better understand what Jesus' true intentions were, we need to remove much of the New Testament and focus only on the words that Jesus himself used to describe his philosophy. By studying the lines in red, we are able to strip Christianity down to its core, down to his ideology in its purest form. Upon peeling back the layers, we find that Jesus was not describing a new religion at all. What he was suggesting was that we are all a part of God, and therefore we are one with our own reality. Jesus dared to suggest that through the power of belief in yourself, you could achieve anything without limitation. The first step to truly appreciating Jesus' concepts is to replace our current idea of who or what God is with an understanding of God through the concept of a multiverse. To begin, you must stop thinking about God as an old man, the father figure, if you will, of Jesus, a being separate from us who lives up in the clouds judging us. Instead, think about an all-knowing being of whom we are all a part of and all connected to. Think of God as our collective mind. Think of God as not just the creator, but as the essence of everyone and everything. Think of God as your subconscious mind or your higher self. Once you have done this, the teachings of Jesus start to take on an entirely new idea. For the first time, his teachings begin to make sense in an unparalleled way. With a new understanding of God, the nature of reality and the world around you, try reevaluating some of the most profound ideas Jesus proposed to us. Quote, "Truly, truly, I say to you, he who believes in me will also do the works that I do, and greater works than these will he do." Jesus is not asking us to believe in him, but believe in what he is teaching. By believing in the power of yourself, your subconscious mind, and accepting the fact that we live in a dream world that can be manipulated by our intention, we all have power equal to Jesus and equal to God. Quote, "And greater works than these will he do." End quote. The he Jesus is referring to is you, the one who believes in these ideas. We can achieve greater works than these because we are only limited by our imagination. With a little bit of creativity, we could make walking on water look like a parlor trick. For the next quote, "And whatever you ask in prayer, you will receive if you have faith." End quote. Do I even need to explain this one? Prayer is just another form of meditation. It is a way to establish a communication link between you and the all-knowing collective God, to whom we are all a part of and communicate with through our thoughts and intentions. The communication process takes place only if you eliminate your doubt and have an unwavering faith in your abilities. For the next quote, "What things soever ye desire, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." End quote. The power of belief is all that you need to manifest anything you wish out of life. Believe that you can. Know it without any shred of doubt, and you will have it. I believe what made Jesus different from the rest of the self-proclaimed messiahs, and why he is worshipped 2,000 years after his death, is because he did believe that anything was possible, and with that he did master the power of his subconscious mind. Jesus did walk on water. He knew that he could, and he did. He manifested food when there was none. He cured people of their ailments through his apprehension over this false reality. For the next quote, "The kingdom of heaven is inside of you, and it is outside of you. Split a piece of wood, and I am there. Lift up the stone, and there you will find me." End quote. We are all connected. Everything, including you, is the dream of the collective conscious. The dream of God is the essence of all things in your reality, including each other. For the next quote, "I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father but by me." End quote. Now here is where we are getting into the most important concept to understanding what it is to be a collective consciousness. Individual separate egos are ultimately an illusion. We are each the sock puppets of a single puppet master whose identity is me. This isn't a narcissistic thing to say, not by Jesus or me, the character Ford who's writing this book, and it isn't wrong for you to say either. To understand who God is, one must first say the following: I am God. Come on, try it, don't be shy. The devil isn't going to get you. Say it with me. I am God. Outside of this reality and in between the endless sea of reality bubbles, there is only me. Sometimes I am pretending to be Ford, sometimes I am pretending to be you, Sometimes I am pretending to be my dog. But ultimately, I am just me. Okay, savor that for a moment and read those last two quotes I mentioned again. Quote, "The kingdom of heaven is inside of you, and it is outside of you. Split a piece of wood, and I am there. Lift up the stone, and there you will find me." End quote. And this one, quote, "I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father but by me." End quote. This, my imaginary friends, is the answer to every question about God ever proposed. And this is what makes Jesus a genius. I am the essence of everything. This explains why and how I am omnipotent. Better than Santa Claus, I know everything about you, and I know the truth about everything, even your or my darkest secrets. In Buddhism, I am is the true meaning of karma when you really think about it. If I do something hurtful to you, well, I will eventually have to be the recipient of the harm when it's my turn to play your character. With this concept in mind, I cannot think of a better reason to be good than to do it out of self-preservation. I can't think of a better reason to be selfless whenever possible, nor the reason to turn the other cheek. Are you still confused? The questions stirring in your mind, which is a joke in itself, are, how can I be both you and me? How can I be in two places at the same time? The answer is, you aren't, because time and space are an illusion. Time is whatever I want it to be, and I have all of infinity to play this game. The game is only fun if I completely forget that I am play acting with myself. At this moment of remembrance, I predict that some of the me's reading this are having their mind completely blown as they inconceivably try to contemplate the complexity of a mind that can play all of the characters of every person alive, dead, and not even born yet, seemingly simultaneously. I also predict that still other me's are experiencing the famous Buddha laugh in light of the cosmic joke. It's okay to exasperate in awe, and it's okay to laugh out loud hysterically. No one is going to take you away to a padded room. Welcome to the collective conscious. Welcome to the infinite playground of the multiverse. Welcome to divinity. What Jesus wanted us to understand was that all lives are equally divine. His lessons were not intended to be scrutinized in their literal sense, because enlightenment can only be taught through metaphor and parables. Buddha found the same frustrations when trying to teach to his disciples. This is because there is no experience to compare enlightenment to. Like the scientist's utilization of mathematics to explain the multiverse, the metaphors and parables in the spiritual sense can only give us a hint of the transcendence. Buddha once said that he can only show you the door, but it is up to you to figure out how to open it. The concepts of enlightenment are difficult to express even in today's complex languages. Even with our vast understanding of science and the true nature of our world, these concepts are very difficult to grasp. The philosophy requires one to forget everything they know about life in order to transcend to the next level of consciousness. Following this path requires unparalleled trust and unwavering faith. There are no shortcuts or cliff notes. One must first experience the totality of a reality in order to imagine its duality. This contradiction to your present experience is the new reality to which one is enlightened. Not everyone you encounter will understand this, or even want to understand this. The only thing that matters is that you understand it. This is why Jesus goes on to say, quote, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do," end quote. Holding this truth for yourself is the only thing that really matters. Holding this truth is the quiet confidence. You are the recipient of every good deed and every act of kindness you give. You just don't remember it. As I mentioned before, there is a harmonious symmetry between the Christ-conscious approach to life versus the Buddhist approach. In the Buddhist approach, the trick is to end your personal suffering through the apprehension of the illusion. This apprehension is a kind of insulation from anything that can harm you, and it is sustained through unattachment. By finding your center, unattached to the outcome of your unfolding life, no more attached to your personal drama than you are to a character in a movie, one can easily find the happiness in just about anything. With unattachment, one can even find the entertainment value in a personal tragedy or misfortune. The Christ-conscious approach, on the other hand, is to play your part to the fullest and immerse yourself into the drama to find compassion for the suffering and the sorrows of your own reality. Act selfless for the sake of selfishness. Do good for others because knowing the truth and serving others makes you feel good. Both approaches are quite different and both result in unadulterated happiness. Just as Jesus walked the earth inspiring a New Testament to the Bible, the Prophet Muhammad inspired a different testament, the Quran, from which was the birth of Islam. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are intricately connected because not only do they all stem from the same source, the Bible, but also Islam recognizes all of the prophets of both testaments, referring to the Prophet Muhammad as the last and final prophet. Muhammad himself claimed that he was not trying to disregard the teachings of the other prophets, but instead his intention was to bring a stricter adherence towards them. However, just as with Christianity and Judaism, years of ill-translated metaphors brought upon by clash of culture have brought bigotry to an otherwise peaceful religion. As I write these words, the world is besieged with fighting on a religious level. Islamic fundamentalists have become a scar to the very religion they fight for. But we must remember that every religion has its scar. The Christian Crusades fought over Holy Lands with equal violence as well as ignorance. This is also the same Holy Lands that the Jews fight the Palestinians over today. The violence will not come to an end until one realizes that revenge is not a cause worth fighting for, and that spirituality is meant to unify us all under God. The land being fought over is hardly the essence of any religion, for all spirituality begins and ends within. The original source of the Bible, which influenced both the Christians and the Muslims, was that of the Jews. The Old Testament is one of the world's most ancient religions. In this testament, the Jews most widely held that God is panentheistic, meaning that he is both immanent with the universe but also transcends it. This simply means that the universe itself is within God, and that all matter also came from within God. The Kabbalah, one of the oldest texts from which the Bible is derived, states, quote, "By wisdom God created the heaven and the earth," end quote, presenting a model not unlike the idea that multiverse theory begs us to consider. Further correlations can be found in Judaism, particularly with the Kabbalah, which seems to go stride for stride with multiverse theory. Quote, "Faith is the only way to redemption. In all other qualities, a person can become confused by egoism, but faith is the only basis for a person's ascent to the spiritual realm." End quote. Where Judaism splits with both Christianity and with the Muslims is they believe that the Messiah is a human being and is not a deity. The Jews also believe that the Messiah has yet to come. Instead, the Jews believe that the Messiah will come during a period of time called the End of Days, ushering a new world and putting an end to all of the evils of the world once and for all. The new Messiah will unify the enemies of Judaism and bring everlasting peace to a world gone so wrong. In a sense, Judaism is equally correct as Christianity. The Christians are correct in claiming that Jesus is both the Messiah and a deity. However, The Jews are correct in claiming that the Messiah has not yet come and that the Messiah will be a human being. How can such a contradiction be the same? They are the same because of the true meaning of the word Messiah. The definition of the word Messiah is the anointed one or the enlightened one. The Messiah is anyone who gains enlightenment. The Messiah is any human being who gains the enlightenment that they are truly the essence or Son of God. Because all reality is ultimately relative to you, the Messiah is you. If you are reading this, you are a human being searching for your enlightenment. You are a Messiah in the making. Therefore, you have not come into existence yet. Remember, the only world that exists is the world that is in front of your eyes right now. You are the master of your reality. The apprehension of this truth is your enlightenment. Once you have fully apprehended this, you too will become the anointed one. You will be the savior of your own world. I would often ask myself, what are the odds that the Messiah and the ominous end of days is predicted to come within my lifetime? Well, the odds are extremely favorable once you understand the meaning of enlightenment. If I am not going to come in my lifetime, whose lifetime am I supposed to come in? Christ consciousness is, like everything else, a metaphor. It is an example to follow. It is the way to transcend this world and to reign in a new world of everlasting peace, love, and unity. All of this is quite a different twist on the religions that you may be used to. Religions separate you from divinity, asking you to look and praise all that is outward. The truth is, divinity can only be found inward. Everything external from you is merely a reflection of the unaware divine being that you truly are, which is why the world appears to be less than a perfect place. Find communion with the God within you and witness the miracles you have only till now dreamed of. Organized religion provides a wonderful home for most of the people on this planet. Organized religion does wonderful things to improve this world and to help a lot of people. But as wonderfully as religion has improved our lives, this pales in comparison to the harm it has done to humanity by dividing us and suppressing our imagination. People think that they need to belong to something because they are unaware that they are already divinely connected. At the end of the day, most religions are about power, they're about control, about politics, and about money. I only hope that with the spread of this repackaged philosophy, organized religions will embrace these concepts as they are, and will use the power and money they have been given to further teach these concepts to everyone. As I have said previously, all religions are just stories made up by mortal men with a brain no different from yours or mine, writing about the unknowable. You are an intelligent being, and with that, there is no reason for you to blindly accept anyone else's truths on faith alone. Religions are based merely on stories and ideas, and as wonderful as they may be, their significance and meaning is no more important than any thoughts that you might have about who you are, what your place is in this world, or what God is to you. Follow your heart. Allow your mind to lead you to God on a path that is right for you. Although I do not support any current organized religion, I do believe that there is a lot that can be learned from all of them. I also believe that there is a lot that they can offer the world by choosing to embrace these concepts. Every religion offers ideas, some I agree with and some that I don't agree with. For me, I have found the hype and dogma surrounding religion to be the fundamental problem with all of them. To me, God is a shapeless, raceless, genderless, all-knowing entity consisting of everyone and all things, including the worst of us. God passes no judgment, punishment, or reward, but is the essence of all experiences, good and bad. For me, time spent on religion and worship only takes away from the time that I can spend focusing on myself and improving my experience in the multiverse. I choose to adhere and to focus on the teaching and the messages that were taught to us instead of worshiping the messenger himself. Through belief in myself, the nature of my reality, and positive suggestion, I am carrying on and living the holiest life possible. I am guiding my soul towards universes where I am getting the most that I can out of this experience, an area where there is nothing but good and happiness in my life, and peace in the reality around me. To quote Mohandas K. Gandhi, God has no religion. Chapter 8, The Mind Reality, the Superconscious, the id, and the ego. There is no matter as such, as Nobel laureate Max Planck so eloquently put it. All matter, including molecules, atoms, subatomic particles, and everything that those things make up, is a supposition of the mind. Every physical thing you know, and non-physical thing, such as a thought form or a memory, is a figment of your imagination within the realms of a conscious mind. The multiverse, as with our identity, is part of this mind. We can call it a collective mind, which gives the impression that we are a collective group of identities. But to really understand a collective mind, we need to understand that there is only one identity held at any given time: my identity. If you are reading this, the identity currently held is still me, but is the person you see in the mirror. However, to reduce the identity of me down to the person in the mirror negates the totality of all reality. Everything is an emanation of the mind, and everything is conscious of itself. It is arrogance to say that I, the human character Ford, holds the identity of the mind of God, but that the individual cells in my skin, nor the pen on my desk, does not. Both Jesus and Buddha clearly understood that God, I am, is the essence of everything. They understood that everything was equal, working as the eyes of God. But to think about everything holding its own identity makes us feel the need to tread carefully. It makes us not want to infringe upon the identity of the individual cells on my skin, nor even upon the conscious identity of the pen on my desk. Instead, it's easier to think of everything as sort of playing a character, playing its part. Everything comes to an agreement to be here, to create this reality for the moment, including the person you have come to know as you. Instead, I find it easier to think about the true identity of the mind as the moment we all share. It is the moment, even in solitude, that is the identity of the mind. People may change, the scenery may change, and the activity may change, but the single constant required for any experience of the mind is the moment. One is never alone because the moment is always with us. The moment is the Spirit of God, and our conscious identities are merely the witnesses to it. Everything is a perspective of me, the moment. This is quite similar to our dreams when we sleep. We dream of places and people until the dream is no longer interesting, and then the moment of the dream shifts into something new. With each new dream, both you and the characters of your dream are fully immersed within the reality and continuity of the dream. Both you, the dreamer, and the characters of the dream accept the situation as actual reality. Characters come and go, circumstances change, but the moment of the dream continues, introducing new scenarios and new characters. The only constant throughout the various dreams is the dreamer. There is only one dreamer because there is only one mind. But what is this mind? Where did it come from? Why is it here? Well, these questions are simply unanswerable. These questions are equivalent to asking if the chicken or the egg came first in a universe that is absent of time. A simple answer is they both came first, but a detailed answer is, to quote Bob Dylan, blowing in the wind. With that being said, the answer to those questions don't really matter. What does matter is to understand what we are now. What matters is to understand the mechanics of the mind. Recognize that we are the dreamer, and then figure out how we're going to consciously influence our thoughts. By holding the concept of the mechanics of the mind, we can control it consciously. In achieving this, we can create the utopian world we have up till now only fantasized about having. The mind is divided into 3 states of rationalization: the superconscious mind, the id, and the ego. Think of the superconscious mind as a computer hard drive holding the infinite totality of all information. The contents of the hard drive are whole and complete. They are eternally content, requiring no more or less to be satisfied. The term content, C-O-N-T-E-N-T, as I have presented it here, has 2 definitions. The first, pronounced content, means to represent the information that is to be perceived by something. The next definition of the word, pronounced content, means to represent a feeling of emotion that is of completeness, not wanting more or anything else. How, you might ask, can something such as a pile of autonomous information have feelings? Well, the answer lies within the concept of infinity. Infinity can be a difficult concept to grasp unless you think of it as a growing continuous loop, which is why it is represented by that sideways 8 symbol. This loop represents energy in motion, or emotion. In order to put this energy in motion, we must pull the information from the superconscious and also feed it new information, creating an infinite cycle of growing information. Maintaining this cycle makes the superconscious eternally content. This brings us to our next area of the mind that Sigmund Freud first introduced to us in 1920 that he called the id. The id is a psychological model representing emptiness or eternal lack. It is set in complete opposition to the superconscious. Its job is to separate and pull the information out of the superconscious in an attempt to fill its eternally empty space. The id eternally lacks, the superconscious eternally provides, creating what is known as the flowing stream of consciousness. It is important to remember that what we are describing here is a construct of the mind, our collective mind, my mind. The superconscious is not a place, it is a metaphoric representation of the information or collective experiences in one's mind. The id represents one's drives and ambitions. This is why the id is never satisfied. As we achieve our goals or learn new things, we set new goals and have an undeniable need to experience more. The information is just sitting there in the superconscious, and the id is the part of us, or me, that desires to perceive it. Freud describes the id, which is German for it, as, quote, a dark, inaccessible part of our personality. It is a cauldron full of seething excitations. It is the personification of chaos. It has no organizational skills and is simply energy striving to bring about the instinctual needs subject to the current observation of the pleasure principle. The id pulls the information from the superconscious, piece by piece, in order to create the experiences that fulfill its desires for the moment, without consequence and without apology. The id sounds like a very weird place, and Freud makes the id sound like a selfish, sinister world of indifference. Well, the id may be these things, but remember, the id is just doing its assigned job. The id acts as the engine to the mind. Without the id, the information would just be. Without the id, the superconscious could not be infinite. Without the id, the superconscious would have no feelings of content. Without the id, there would be no life. This brings us to our final area of the mind, which is called the relative conscious mind, or more commonly known as the ego. This area of the mind works both consciously and subconsciously. The ego holds the balance between the superconscious and the id as it floats through this amazing stream of consciousness. Think of the ego as the computer processor. The ego's job is to analyze and interpret this stream of thought by asking, how is this relative to me? The ego determines this through the experiences of life. It is through life's experiences that we relate to our ideas physically through our bodies, which is a metaphor, as well as emotionally and cognitively. As the ego bobs up and down on this stream of consciousness, it goes in and out of conscious awareness. When the ego submerges itself into the stream, it uses its conscious identity, forgetting the totality of the entire system of the mind and its place within it. The conscious mind forgets, so to make the experiences ever more real. As the ego removes itself from the stream, the ego then goes into the state of the subconscious mind, where its identity is well aware of the system of the mind and aware of the true nature of reality. Holding this awareness, the subconscious mind can navigate the ego along the stream of make-believe, a stream of information that we have referred to in this book as the multiverse. Once again, remember that we are not talking about a place. We are talking about a concept. Places only reside within the stream of consciousness. Places are thoughts. They are metaphors. In fact, everything perceived by the ego within the stream is a metaphor. A metaphor is a symbolic representation of an idea fulfilling the desires of the id. Because space and time are themselves constructs of the stream, all things, apparent objects including our bodies, are a metaphor. The only thing that is real is our emotional relationship to them. The information provided by these feelings of emotions is continually added to fuel the ever-growing superconscious mind. Our true identity is that of the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind identifies itself as all three states of the mind, a mind that is everywhere and that is nowhere. Enlightenment is bringing this state of awareness into your conscious mind. Knowing the truth, one can easily see how to regard reality with nothing but love for the things that make us feel good, and indifference to the things that make us feel bad. From the perspective of the self-aware, everything is good because everything is me. Holding the perspective of the self-awareness while residing in the state of the conscious mind can be challenging at times. It requires enormous discipline, but is effortless to obtain. It is difficult to let go of the fear and to put an unwavering trust in an unseen force. Nonetheless, it is that simple. For reassurance, we can look to the reality around us and see the metaphors reflecting this concept over and over again. In Buddhism, the metaphoric picture of this is represented by the yin and yang symbol. The white part of this symbol represents the superconscious. The black represents the id, and the line holding the balance represents the ego. The two dots represent the two states of consciousness held by the ego, the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. The yin and yang symbol is a metaphor, and like all metaphors, it is open to interpretation. My interpretation. We've all seen this symbol countless times, but considering it as a symbolic metaphor for the concept that I've just laid out for you in this chapter is a remarkable experience. As you take this in, let me demonstrate how this metaphor of duality, the struggle of contentment between the superconscious and the id, is reflected in just about everything we experience. Black in nearly all cultures is seen as bad or evil, and white in nearly all cultures is seen as pure and good. In light, white is the culmination of all color together, while black is the absence of any light at all. If we rotate this symbol counterclockwise 45 degrees, we see a near-perfect metaphor for the biblical concept of heaven above and hell below, with earth lying somewhere in the middle. We can look at this picture and imagine another symbolic metaphor of the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other shoulder, each whispering to us, the balance, to choose their side. This metaphor is echoed in the duality of right or wrong, good or evil, positive or negative, hot or cold, left brain or right brain, masculine or feminine, love or hate, on or off, exist or non-exist. I am the choice that resides somewhere in the middle. Heaven is a holy place because the superconscious is whole and content. Hell is depicted as the duality of contentment, a realm of the mind that can never find satisfaction or ease of mind. Hell is often thought of as eternal restlessness and the personification of the 7 deadly sins: greed, gluttony, lust, wrath, envy, pride, and sloth. Just some of the things required for the id to do its job. Does this mean that the id is evil? I choose to look at the id as simply playful. The id is like a child left alone in an infinitely large toy store with an eternity to play. Is the id really doing anything you wouldn't do if no one were watching? The left brain is often referred to as the logical side of the brain. It rationalizes everything analytically, rationally, and objectively. Like the superconscious, it is order without a hint of chaos. Without order, storage is simply impractical. The left brain seeks only contentment. The right brain, on the other hand, is random, intuitive, and passionate and subjective. It is the insatiable, spontaneous, creative world of the id. As humans, our metaphoric brains contain both halves, the center of which is our identity. Men traditionally function more with the left, and women traditionally function more with the right. This is interesting when you think about the way in which most men and women are compelled to be together, in spite of their opposing instinctual psychological differences. Now, I know I need to tread carefully here, but remember that neither side is better or worse than the other. They are just different sides of the same coin. They are codependent on each other. Each side is doing its assigned job to keep the cycle of the infinite going. Each is doing its part to sustain the emotion of contentment and to sustain existence. Even this mutual need for the other is metaphorically represented in the conception and birth of a child. The child representing the new ego, the genetic balance of both, and the renewed source of life. From the womb of the woman, metaphorically the id half of the relationship, babies are born. Babies are, as Freud put it, instinctually id-ridden. Babies have only concern for their immediate pleasure and are incapable of considering how their demands affect others around them. Children are stripped of this natural state of being as they are raised to conform to social expectations. In order to become a healthy ego, they must be taught to become more whole mind balanced. Even our bodies metaphorically reflect this mechanism of the mind. Picture it like this. Our brain represents the superconscious, which is located at the top of our head. The brain stores all of the information, organization, and instructions to keep the body functioning. The brain sends this information downward through the body's central nervous system. In the lower abdominal region, we find the stomach, which constantly desires to be fed, along with our reproductive organs, which desire to be sexually fulfilled. This section of our body metaphorically represents the id. In the center of our bodies lies the heart, which represents our ego. The heart is the mechanism that circulates the blood, in turn feeding new oxygen and life-giving nutrients to the entire body. More than this, the heart metaphorically endures our feelings. When we are sad, we say we have a broken heart. When we are happy or in love, we refer to our heart. And when we identify ourselves, we point to our heart. When we think of things instinctually, we say that we are thinking with our gut. And when we are overanalyzing things, we are thinking with our brains. Our feelings of hunger and sexual arousal are selfish and present-minded, having no regard of repercussions or consequence to our acting on this immediate desire. On the other hand, our rational and cautious thoughts of the brain often lack inspiration, creativity, and euphoria. The yin-yang is not the only religious symbol reflecting the mechanics of the mind. The symbol for Judaism is the Star of David. This symbol is represented by two symmetrical equilateral triangles. Each triangle has 3 sides of equal length, metaphorically representing the 3 states of mind: the superconscious, the id, and the ego. The triangles are intertwined and point in opposite directions, metaphorically representing the duality and struggle that keeps the infinite loop growing. In the New Testament, this mind-reality relationship is referred to as the Holy Trinity. This Christian doctrine of the Trinity teaches the unity of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit as 3 distinct persons contained in a single Godhead. In this doctrine, God is referred to as the Triune God, existing as 3 separate persons or identities, but within one being. Jesus referred to the Holy Spirit as the Helper, and the guiding Spirit to aid us in our remembrance. Considering this Christian doctrine, we can easily see how the Father would represent the superconscious mind, giving rise to the Son, representing the id, and the Holy Ghost would represent the ego, even more specifically, the subconscious mind, our higher self or helper. Everything is a metaphor, and everything is an expression in duality. Everything. Look for it, and you will find it every time. As I look around the room for a metaphor, I see gold records hanging on the wall of my office. The record itself is a metaphor for the superconscious. It holds all of the information to play the music. By itself, it is useless. It needs a record player to spin the record to pull the information off of it. The record player is a metaphor for the id. The needle on the record player represents the ego. The needle feels the vibrations caused by the grooves on the record, and from that, the experience of music is produced. If you have done any research at all into self-awareness or quantum mechanics, you learn very early on that everything is made of vibrations. It is said that the human consciousness or mind vibrates or hums at about 4 cycles per second while we are in the state of being still. But what is this vibration? Perhaps this vibration is the movement of our subconscious mind transitioning to the conscious mind and then cycling back again. Now imagine this movement forming something like a wave, going in and out of subconscious to conscious, back to subconscious. Each time our identity dips into the multiverse, our conscious mind takes over the ego. The identity we know as the person we see in the mirror immerses itself into the world of the moment. From that perspective, the perspective of the conscious mind, every 1/4 of a second, we swing back into the timeless world of the subconscious identity, where we process the experience and make a choice in direction. Perhaps déjà vu are the moments that we retrace when the choice is to go in a completely different direction. Perhaps we really have experienced that exact moment before. I thought about déjà vu as sort of a feedback. Feedback is a situation regularly experienced in audio recording. It is where a sound or a phenomena expressed in the past will influence the same sound or event in the future. When the sound or event is part of a cause and effect that forms a circuit or loop, the event feeds back into itself, creating this squelching disturbance. I know, this stuff completely blows my mind too. It is in moments like these that I ask myself, is it a coincidence that I produce music for a living, and that I am accustomed to working with sound waves and vibrations all of the time? It is said that music is the truest language of the universe because only music can convey meaning and emotion without any words at all. Furthermore, music itself is a perfect metaphor of the experience of the moment, of the now. As we listen to music, we listen without thinking about the notes that played before it or the notes that play at the end of the song. We experience the music in the now, and the experience is completely emotional. I believe this to be another metaphor for the way in which we should live our lives. We should live our lives as if we are jazz musicians in a band playing a song. Now, mindful of the rules of music theory, we should be in the moment and just play or choose the note that feels right and never second guess it. When a musician messes up and plays a bad note, there's no fuss over it. The idea is to keep going and not draw attention to it. If a musician plays a part exceptionally well, the band doesn't stop and applaud the player. Instead, the band keeps moving along to maintain the integrity of the song. Your life is your solo, so don't fuck up. But if you do, let it go because it's only a song, and we are playing the song for the mere enjoyment of it. After this song, there will be another song, and another after that. It isn't a lucky guess for me to find these metaphors in my immediate reality, because the metaphors are everywhere. As I look out the window, I see another metaphor in the form of a tree. A tree is a perfect metaphor, a constant reminder of what we really are. The trunk and root system of the tree would represent the id. From the trunk, we branch out into individual leaves, or lives. Each leaf, which represents the ego, is encapsulated within its own reality to gain a different perspective. Each leaf is independent from the other leaves, but they are connected through the experience of being a tree collectively. Each leaf would say, "Well, I am a tree." Together, we feed and nurture our collective identity by collecting water and energy from the sun, which represents the superconscious mind, and our source of life. When our job as a leaf is complete and the thought is over, the leaf dies and falls to the ground by the force of gravity, which represents the stream of consciousness. The leaf then decomposes so that it would once again be reabsorbed back into the root system, helping the tree to expand and grow. It's a little freaky, isn't it? The metaphors are everywhere because everything is a symmetrical extrapolation of itself. Everything is a new way of expressing the mechanics of the mind through something called a fractal. A fractal is a term used in chaos theory, which simply means a complex pattern exhibiting self-similarity, in that small details of its structure viewed at any scale repeat the overall pattern. In other words, everything reflects in the image of its creator. A fractal is the program that creates those wild geometric screensavers on a computer. If you look close enough, you can see that the whole pattern is repeated over and over again within the pattern itself and continues for infinity. In the reality of the mind, the original pattern of consciousness was the mechanics of the mind, the relationship between the superconscious, the id, and the ego. This pattern is repeated over and over, metaphorically, to create the reality that we experience. Let us use the computer metaphor once again to demonstrate where all of these metaphors are coming from. A computer stores its information in the form of binary code. Binary code is a simple system of switches, 0 representing off and 1 representing on. Now, without getting too entrenched into the details of computation, just know that through a series of zeros and ones, like this for example, 0001101101011, etc., all of the things on your computer screen are created. For example, the letter A on your computer screen is created from this particular pattern of binary numbers, 01000001. We could say that the letter A is the metaphoric representation of the binary information. The letter B is the metaphoric representation of 0100000010. The binary code required to create the digital image on the cover of this book consists of about 8 million zeros and ones, or bits of information. The binary code required to create a CD quality song is about 50 million bits. Understanding this concept, one can quickly see how the more complex the metaphor is, the more bits of information are required to create it. Imagine the number of bits required to metaphorically give you the sensation that you are actually holding this book in your hand, or the number of bits required to give you the sensation that you have gravity and legs and a solid floor to walk on. The number is so inconceivable, it makes the numbers I presented to you in the 3rd chapter regarding the cosmos seem like a drop in the bucket. So, does this mean that we are living inside of a computer? Well, the answer is no. The computer itself is just another metaphor. It is a symbolic representative put in place by me to remind us of where we come from. The zeros and ones of a binary computer system are a metaphor for our duality, like the yin and yang symbol. In reality, the bits required to create the reality around us are metaphorically represented by subatomic quarks. The quarks metaphorically represent the number of choices required to bring anything into existence. The one who made these choices is the one who makes all of the choices, the collective subconscious mind that holds the identity of me. Everything you know is information construed from an endless sea of duality, each of these dualities presenting a choice that results in 2 more dualities continuing on for infinity. It is mind-numbing to even try to think about the miracle and complexity of what is taking place before our eyes every day at every moment. If we choose to, we can focus on the details and be mesmerized in the awe of such a brilliant and complex mind. Life and everything we know is literally a magnificent fractal in the making. But if we focus too long on the details, we can quickly become lost in them. Instead, we must stand back and look at the big picture to find our place in it. Sifting through the details is the job of the id, for the devil is in the details. The details don't matter. The only thing that does matter is to do one's job as the ego and ask the question, how does it make me feel? The answer to that question doesn't really matter either, because the only one that has any say in the answer is me. Making choices is your purpose in life. There are no right or wrong choices. There is only the growth that comes from making the choice. There are billions upon billions of choices being made by you at every given moment. However, the only choice you are presently aware of is the choice to read the next sentence of this book. This is because the book is what your conscious awareness is focusing on at the present moment. There is nothing complex about our choices. The choices are just an inevitable part of growth to sustain the infinite. It is our indecisiveness that complicates them. We are torn by our choices, leading to what the Buddha called the suffering of the human condition. It is this indecisive torment that is the birth of all emotion. When we make choices from the perspective of the id, existence is pure, unadulterated bliss. Life is carefree. Our ego, on the other hand, complicates our choices. While holding the perspective of the ego, we are often torn because it is our desire to satisfy both the id's immediate desire as well as the desire and contentment that is asked by our superconscious. Our identification of ourselves as the whole mind carries with it a sense of love for both the superconscious and the id. We are torn trying to satisfy both. We cannot satisfy both the id and the superconscious simultaneously, and this is the root of our suffering. As we think about our choice, we sift through all of the variables presented by this choice, As our imagination weighs the possible future outcomes that our choice would create, we are experiencing an emotional attachment to our decision. The longer we debate the choice in our mind, the more tortured we are, and the more pain, sadness, anger, and confusion we feel. We feel like a victim. Why, we ask, are we faced with these impossible choices? Well, we are faced with them because our reactions to these choices are the growth that sustains our existence. If the choices were without consequence, there would be no experience. Without experience, there would be no growth. Our torment of indecisiveness is made manifest metaphorically in the form of life. Our present dilemma is manifested everywhere throughout our reality. We do this so that we can look at our dilemma from different points of view. But we don't have to live in the drama of our dilemma. At the end of all reasoning, all choices are really inconsequential. We are the ones making a mountain out of a molehill, and it is our pride from the illusion of making a poor choice that chisels away at our self-worth. Eventually, we chisel away so much of our self-worth, we forget who we really are. We need to remember what we are. We are a component of the mind, making choices to sustain our existence. Our choice only needs to be based relative to our present point of view. When we choose not to get too attached to our choices, our apathetic viewpoint puts us in line with our bliss. Think of reality as a reflection of your innermost feelings. Forget about other people and how they are affecting your reality. Instead, just for a moment, think only about yourself. Think about how you feel about yourself, and then take a look around at the world before you. Is your world beautiful? Is your world ugly? Is your world a little bit of both? Do the problems of your world reflect in a larger metaphoric way your personal problems? Does the happiness or sadness of your world reflect a little bit of your present emotions as well? Your self-worth is the feeling that resonates deep within and is the part of us that we often hide from the exterior world. Ironically, your self-worth is the exterior world. This is why your reality is as beautiful as it is horrific. This is why it is as supportive as it is lonely. And this is why it is as courageous as it is fearful. The balance between these dualistic qualities of life is your perception of it, and your perception is based entirely on your own self-worth. Divinity is the power you now have of indifference. It is the power to see things for what they really are, the struggles signifying the choice of everything. Your self-worth determines whether you are a master of your choices or a slave to them. The choices must be made because without choices, we cannot sustain the experiences, which in turn sustains the infinite. Respect yourself, be decisive, and choose the reality that satisfies you in your present moment. This duality of the mind is not a war, and there is no right or wrong side because you are the balance. The duality simply represents a choice being presented to you. Whether you are aware of it or not, it is always relative to you. The side you choose is the right choice, and the side you didn't choose is the wrong choice. But the choices are preferential to our current emotional state of being. Emotions change, and so do our choices. It's pretty cool to remember this when thinking about any disagreement with anyone. If everyone I encounter is me playing a different character, how can I be offended by their different choice from mine? They are me, simply holding a different emotional state of being. From their perspective, they are making the right choice, and they are. They are making the right choice for them, who is me, at that moment. This is why it is so important to only be concerned with your present conscious identity. Interfering with another's is interfering with their experience, which is ultimately interfering with your own. It's okay to make suggestions, but apart from that, stay out of it and don't judge them. There is no way you can be aware of what their subconscious intention is because even they are unaware of it. The only thing you can do is hold the awareness for yourself, which should remind you of how important it is not to interfere. Remember, the subconscious mind is the one at the helm of the wheel. Consciously, we are just passengers with the illusion that we are in control of our lives. We are not. Do nothing and your life will continue to unfold as planned. The only control we do have is the way we choose to feel about our thoughts. It is our feelings about our current thoughts that send a vibrating signal through the heart to the subconscious mind, suggesting to the driver where we would like to go. The subconscious could not be happier to take direction from the conscious self. The subconscious is happy to be relieved of the stress of its current dilemma. After careful consideration, my wife and I decided that the guide to live by is this: do what is right for you without malice. Malice means to cause suffering to another being with evil intention or by a deep-seated meanness. This is an important concept to remember because it truly is the answer to everything. And as obvious as it may seem, so few of us actually live by this simple rule. If you always do what is right for you without malice, you are not compromising yourself or others in any way, and you are lifting any restriction or limitation to all of your goals and desires. We could say, do what is right for the moment, or for the good of the whole mind, but the mind is you. It is presently holding your perspective. By doing what is right for you without malice, you are doing what is right for the mind. This doesn't mean to be selfish or egotistical. Sometimes it feels good or right to help others. We should help when it feels good to help. However, one should always put oneself first, without malice. Putting yourself first, without malice, preserves the integrity of your self-worth, in turn preserving the integrity of the mind. It is an interesting irony that we would hold our greatest self-worth when we are acting on our compassion for others. We often act most compassionately when we already see ourselves as whole and complete. When we are at our highest level of self-worth, we realize that we already have everything we need. This is the quiet confidence that both Jesus and the Buddha are associated with, and this is the confident, fearless integrity of divinity. Each one of us has a desire to be at peace with ourselves and with the world around us. Some of us take the high road, choosing to find this peace of mind through peaceful action. Some of us take the low road. They see destruction and chaos as the only path to peace. As a rule of duality, both sides are correct. All roads eventually lead to enlightenment. At the bottom of the id, there is the peace and tranquility of solitude, and the ego's experience along the way will inevitably feed the collective mind. However, in order to elevate consciousness, this rule should not apply. Following the road of destruction and chaos breaks the rule of malice, and ultimately interferes with your other experiences. In this respect, it can be argued that being good is a far more effective approach to growing a consciousness than following the lower and easier approach of malice and evil. But even this is dependent on our emotions. Sometimes we're not interested in growth. Sometimes it just feels good to break things. To find the pathway to peace, serenity, and ultimately to contentment, we must hold the subconscious awareness in our conscious lives at all times. Peace is found in the stillness of the present moment, with the knowledge of what you are. Finding peace within our divinity is a delicate balance. This balance is the struggle between a responsibility to protect the integrity of the mind and forgiving ourselves for the occasional choices that tear us apart. We must remember not to take things or our apparent selves so seriously, and we must not be preoccupied with the details outside of our immediate reality. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. To find peace, we need to first find it within ourselves. It is only when we are at peace with ourselves that we become complete and whole. It is only when we find contentment within ourselves that we return to complete the cycle of the infinite. To quote Eckhart Tolle, "When you recognize that there is a voice in your head that pretends to be you and never stops speaking, you are awakening out of your unconscious identification with the stream of thinking. When you notice that voice, you realize that who you are is not the voice, the thinker, but the one who is aware of it. Knowing yourself as the awareness behind the voice is freedom." Chapter 9, Spiritually Tying It All Together. The unification that can change the world. For the past 6 or 7 years, I have become obsessed with the concepts that I have laid out for you. The search for Schrödinger's cat led me to countless other books about physics and quantum mechanics. I'm not a scientist, so much of the material was very difficult for me to grasp, especially when described in the words of a physicist. I found myself reading the books over and over again. I spent countless hours at bookstores, libraries, and online researching every bit of information I could get my hands on with regards to the subject. I found the theories to be both mesmerizing and awesomely profound. How was it possible that this stuff wasn't the topic of conversation everywhere? How was it possible that the general public wasn't being informed about this stuff? Here I was, lying in bed night after night, utterly blown away by these ideas, and it seemed that nobody else in the world aside from a bunch of scientists and a few geeks like me were even aware of the implications of these theories. I just couldn't believe it. How could people obsess over UFOs and Bigfoot and other mysteries when the biggest mystery, the one affecting all of us and staring us right in the face, was finally becoming knowable? Even if the ideas were completely wrong, they offered more supportive evidence than any other theory out there, which is criteria in our society for matter of fact. People should know about this stuff, I thought. I made a few attempts at having conversations with people about it. I discovered that people were either blown away just as I was, or just couldn't get past the rationale of it all. For those people, I felt like they could get there, but it would take time and it would require more effort than what could be squeezed into a 5 or 10 minute conversation. One night, I was lying in bed with an assorted array of science books, and next to me was my wife Lisa reading her personal power books. Lisa is highly intelligent and she prides herself on being a self-help guru. Zig Ziglar, Epictetus, Tony Robbins, Jim Rohn, she can't get enough. My wife can rant off the appropriate power line in a moment's notice. I love to listen to her and I enjoy her enthusiasm. I also feel like, well, if it works for her, then great, but I never really read too much into it personally. There have been a number of times when she would notice and comment on my obviously perplexed demeanor as I read. She would hear me exasperate myself in awe, which was then followed by a couple of ibuprofen and a glass of water. A few times I would try to explain to her the concepts that I was studying, but I never got very far with her. My wife is a little bit more than moderately religious. At the time, she was a practicing Baptist, but she didn't attend church, which probably had more to do with the fact that she is married to me than anything else. We have had a few vocal disagreements with regards to religion, as well as the Bible, but we tend not to get too deeply entrenched in our arguments. For the sake of family harmony, we often agree to disagree. One evening, I got a book from her as a present. It was called The Power of Your Subconscious. It had an ominous title, and I said to her, "Great," in a very condescending tone of voice. I had absolutely no interest in reading this mumbo-jumbo. Nonetheless, she insisted that I start the book before I pick up any of the other physics books that I now had stacks of on my nightstand. I did my duty to please her, even though I thought I was not going to get anything out of reading this book. As I read the first chapter, I realized that the stuff in the book, when applied to the context of the multiverse, suddenly made perfect sense. I thought to myself, this must be why she wanted me to read this book. However, as I kept on reading with newfound invigoration, I was waiting for the author, who was a doctor and a scientist, to relay his philosophy back to the multiverse theory, but to my extreme disappointment, it never happened. I found the book to be incredibly insightful, and knowing what I knew about the multiverse theory made the book's idea incredibly more intriguing. I felt like this ideology and the scientific theories went hand in hand. To me, the book had a fundamental flaw though. The author presented little concrete evidence to support any of his claims. There were vague references to old studies and countless testimonials, but to me, testimonials are not credible evidence. Without credible evidence and scientific explanation, implementing the power of your subconscious mind is practically impossible, especially if you are the kind of person who cannot accept things on blind faith. I wanted to know why these techniques were working for all these people, and his testimonials and my personal knowledge of quantum physics answered that question. I suddenly had an epiphany. Could I be the first person to ever put these two ideas together? How could I be that smart or that lucky? As I continued to read with this new thought in my mind, I couldn't believe the power that I had stumbled upon. Here I had one of the most insightful books that I had ever read in my life, which presented virtually no evidence or mechanical theory to support its claims, right next to a stack of books with all of the evidence and mechanical theory in the world, but with no ideology to go with it. This was one of the things that would drive me crazy when reading these books. The scientists writing these books seemed to have no imagination or intuitiveness to apply their analysis to a possible ideology. One theorist stated that offering a philosophical rationale to the theory requires way too much metaphysical intervention. The scientists would make suggestions, mind-blowing suggestions, but few, if any of them, would go a step further to explain how the theory philosophically applied to us. I wanted to know how this knowledge applied to me, and what I could gain or how I could grow or better my life with this new understanding of my reality. I mean, this is the point of the research, right? Suddenly, I was reminded of a comment of a speech that I had read about by a Nobel Prize-winning physicist. The speaker made no bones about his displeasure with the physics community for not attempting to present these new advancements in physics and quantum theory to the general public. He was decidedly upset with the apparent arrogance of the scientists for seemingly keeping these ideas to themselves and not sharing their intellectual insight with the masses. Well, me too. Sure, they publish books and papers and manage websites, but they speak their own language, and unless you have the patience and tenacity to drag yourself through all of it with a Webster's dictionary by your side, you never learn anything. I had no doubt that if I did write a book, I'd be slammed by most of them. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that these ideas were presented in an intriguing and engaging way for everyone to share. These theories and ideologies are just far too awesome and thought-provoking not to be explored by the masses. It is in the consideration of these concepts that we can change the world. This is the conversation that unites everyone. My research eventually led me to the study of metaphysics and New Age practices. Unfortunately, the closer I came to making the connection between metaphysics and quantum physics, the more deeply I became disenchanted with it. At first, I began reading these fantastic New Age books that were describing reality through the realm of a multiverse, and I started to get very excited. I just couldn't understand how I could have missed out on all of this stuff. It seemed that I had finally found the philosophy that I had been long searching for. I thought to myself, these people aren't crackpots, they really have it figured out. Then I would turn the page only to find references to Nostradamus and magical moonbeams and angels and demons. Unfortunately for me, the metaphysical intellectualization of divinity usually came accompanied with passages about alien abduction and astrology and magic crystals and witchcraft and ESP, all tied together neatly in a ribbon of spirituality and meaningless metaphors. To me, there is no frustration greater than people who are unable to just speak plainly and to the point. Metaphors and parables are important tools for teaching awareness, but they are not the only tools in the shed. Frustratingly, it seemed that every single metaphysics book I dredged through was filled with flowery language and metaphors that did nothing but talk in circles. In most cases, the metaphors were so convoluted, by the time the parable had reached its conclusion, I had often forgot what the topic was about. I had finally understood why the scientists would have reservations about hinting in any way the direction of metaphysical thinking, especially with their reputations on the line. But with that understanding, I knew someone had to bridge the gap. I figured there had to be millions of people out there just like me, looking for guidance and looking for a way to better their lives outside of the church, but equally far away from the half-naked gurus and metaphysical mystics. There needed to be a simple philosophy that tied it all together without a mountain of mathematics, personal power sales pitches, alien abduction, senseless parables, and rhetoric from the church. I wanted to write the book that I had long been searching for myself. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning when I decided to start this project. I had no idea where to begin or even a clue as to how to structure a book. Naively, I just started writing. I didn't have any plan other than to just get these thoughts out of my head and onto paper so that I could manage them. Admittedly, this book began extremely cynical, and at some level, I think my initial intention was to disprove God through science once and for all. I could have never anticipated that my research would inevitably sway me to the other side of divine intervention. I think that anybody can find the humor in this. I have since realized that the dualistic nature of providence wouldn't have it any other way. Now, I can't say that I'm changing teams by any stretch of the imagination. However, I can clearly see how there is far more in common between science and spirituality than there are differences. I came to this conclusion as I began to research Chapter 7. I was trying to contemplate how some of these silly and ridiculous religious and metaphysical ideas could be taken so literally by an intelligent person. It then struck me that from a different perspective, many of the scientific explanations are equally ridiculous and silly to the opposite extreme. If everything emanated from the mind, then everything was a metaphor, including science. If everything is a metaphor, what makes one metaphor more correct than another? I realized that where there was common ground between science and spirituality, there was absolute truth, and where the two philosophies split, there was only theory. The scientists were trying to rationalize these strange occurrences in quantum science using the metaphor they are most familiar with, which is mathematics. Dualistically, the spiritual people were trying to rationalize the completely alien or foreign experiences they were encountering using the metaphors that they are most familiar, which is magic and folklore. Regardless of the metaphors being used, I realized everyone was describing the same thing. I thought about this for a while, and I came to the conclusion that it doesn't matter what metaphor one uses to describe this incredible thing that is happening. The real trick is remembering that the metaphors are not the thing itself. They are only a symbolic representation of a shadow of the divine. Divinity, for lack of a better word, transcends all language because language itself is a construct of divinity. If we allow ourselves to embrace these metaphors as the actual thing itself, we will miss the entire picture. For example, imagine that there is an elephant in the center of the room, with people sitting all around this stationary animal. Imagine that no one in the room has ever heard of an elephant before, and each person is asked to explain what they are seeing. For the people in the front of the elephant, well, they would describe a face with a long nose and big floppy ears. The people behind the elephant would see only 2 legs and a small tail. If they were particularly unlucky, something else. The people to the side of the elephant would describe a picture that looked completely different. Under the current philosophical approach to understanding anything divine in nature, the people in the back of the elephant would say that the people in the front of the elephant were crazy, and that a long nose makes absolutely no sense in comparison to how they saw things. The people in the front would say that the people in the back just weren't looking hard enough for the details. They would insist that the elephant has a trunk and cannot understand why the people in the back can't see this obvious appendage. The point is, our metaphors are based on our personal perspective. Just because our perspectives might be different doesn't mean that we are not all describing the same thing. We must respect each other's metaphors and try to find ways to make them fit together to form a more complete picture. No single person can see the entire picture because divinity is the essence of everything and everyone. We are a collective unconscious, each holding a piece to the puzzle. The puzzle, when put together, will reveal a picture, but even the completed picture will merely be a more complex metaphor. It can never be the actual thing while holding the perspective of the conscious mind. Upon realizing this simple truth, I understood what this book needed to be. This book needed to be the conversation starter to which all of the ideas about divinity can be presented in a simple way and free of dogma. This book is the white flag of truce. It is the mechanism through which open and non-prejudicial dialogue can take place, a conversation where each idea is considered with respect on the basis that the ideas are a metaphor. It is through this conversation that commonality in metaphors can be met and a more complete picture of the divine can be deduced. Since coming to this realization and raising the proverbial white flag, my wife and I have wonderful, lengthy conversations about divinity, spirituality, and the intricacies of quantum theory. We have each found a common ground which has helped us understand this fascinating subject beyond anything we ever thought possible. Understanding the nature of metaphor has helped me to find God and understand divinity in a way that suits my sometimes over-analytical mind. It has allowed me to communicate with spiritual people without cynicism, and has opened up this mystery above and beyond anything science alone could ever provide. I am in awe of my experiences most of the time, and I am invigorated to find the meaning of life in the simple and even mundane things. Never in my life have I ever found such completion, appreciation, and harmony in the surroundings around me. To quote Dan Brown, "Metaphors are a way to help our minds process the unprocessable. The problem arises when we begin to believe literally in our own metaphors." Chapter 10. Manifesting Your Reality. Practical exercises to show you that you do master your own reality. I'm going to give you a little test to perform to show you in a very immediate way the communication process between your conscious and your subconscious mind and the power of suggestion. As I have said many times, belief is the key to achieving success in communicating with your subconscious mind. With this understanding, we will start with something simple, because the less significant or remarkable the request, the less stretch of the imagination it is for you to believe. Belief for anyone should first come with supportive evidence, and it should be reinforced by experimentation. Here is a simple experiment for you to try on your own that will help you build credibility for the powers that I have suggested are within your grasps. Before going to sleep, as you lie there under the covers in the dark, I want you to think repeatedly about a clock. See the clock in your mind's eye and visualize the current time. It is important that you visualize a clock that you are familiar with. For example, the clock that may be on your nightstand or a bedroom wall. A clock that you see all of the time, or a clock that you are likely to see when you first wake up. I find it easier to think about an analog clock, the kind with hands, but most are familiar with the digital kind. Now, I want you to concentrate very hard on the visualization of the clock displaying the current time. Think about that picture for a moment and say the time to yourself, or out loud preferably. Now, think about the time in the morning that you want to get up. To reinforce the power of suggestion, it would be better if you thought about an unusual time for you to wake up. Pick something crazy, like 4:30 a.m. or something. Now imagine very slowly your imagined clock moving forward in time, briefly pausing at 1/4 after each hour. and then at a 1/2 each hour, and then at a 1/4 till, and so on until you have reached your desired wake-up time. As the clock moves, think to yourself about the time and say out loud or in your head each of the pause times as they pass. Keep a calm tone in your voice or your inner voice, and when you reach your desired wake-up time, concentrate on your mental picture of the clock displaying that time. Say to yourself repeatedly, "I am awake at 4:30 a.m." or whatever your chosen time is. Continue to concentrate on the mental picture. Imagine yourself wide awake, more awake than you have ever been in your life at your desired time. Repeat the process until you fall asleep. When your desired time arrives, you will be wide awake. So how did this work? It works because you got through to your subconscious mind. You established a communication link with your subconscious and gave it instructions to take you to a universe where you would wake up at 4:30 a.m. Nearby this universe, there is another universe where you woke up at 4:31 a.m. A little further away is a universe where you woke up at 4:15 a.m. Much, much further away lie a universe where you woke up in a completely different bed and time altogether. If this were true, one might ask, why can't we just imagine ourselves going to a different universe with such significant differences such as waking up in a different bed with a different life? The answer is, we can. Anything is possible. There are occasions in our lives where we may visualize a different change, such as waking up in a different bed with a different life, and our subconscious mind directs us towards that universe. It then begins the steps to progressively get us there. It is also possible to jump to the universes directly because any possibility is possible within the multiverse. However, having the belief that we can actually convince our subconscious mind to take us to this place overnight requires a much bigger stretch of the imagination, a much greater suspension of disbelief. More than likely, doubt would prevail in your conscious mind, and as a result, you would fail to communicate your desire to your subconscious mind. Consciously controlling your direction within the multiverse does get easier with practice, and the best retention for learning anything is through learning things in baby steps. So, for the next baby step, we're going to manifest quarters. I think it's safe to assume that most of us would like to have a little bit more money. I'm sure some of us would like to have a whole lot more, but manifesting large sums of money requires a bigger suspension of disbelief. To practice manifesting money, first try to manifest finding abandoned quarters. Think about it. How often do you really find a quarter? You may find pennies or nickels or dimes, but a quarter? Almost never. Start by setting your intention in the morning when you first get up. Say to yourself, "Today I'm going to find quarters." Don't try to predict where you're going to find them because they won't always be on the ground. Instead, just be open to finding them. The quarters will find you. After you have filled a jar full of quarters, up the ante a little bit to dollar bills and then $5 bills. I am currently up to $40 myself. For another test, study the effects of your attitude, and in particular, your words on another person. You can best observe your effects with someone who doesn't appear to be having a good day. I do this all of the time, and I find the joy that it brings me to change someone's attitude for the better is amazing to say the least. Last week, for example, I approached a woman behind the sandwich deli counter just before closing. As a former deli worker myself, when I was in my teens, I remembered how irritating it was to have a customer come in at near closing and order an elaborate sandwich. As I approached the counter, Betty rolled her eyes so that I could see that she was irritated. She stopped what she was doing abruptly, and in the most condescending tone of voice, she asked, "Can I help you?" Instead of being offended by her attitude towards a paying customer, I chose to smile at her. and I greeted her by name with the most positive attitude I could muster. I gave her my order, making a light joke wherever I could. While she was making my sandwich, I told her how I remembered the days of working behind the counter and how awful it was when a customer came in as we were closing. I let her know that I really appreciated her. I briefly told her that I had had a long day and that I knew that one of her special sandwiches would brighten my day. Betty was now making my sandwich with the greatest care. I continued to carry on a conversation, forcing any issue I could think of. By the time she was slicing my sandwich in half, she had a smile from ear to ear, and she was now engaging in the conversation. I learned that she was excited to see her son, who was coming home from college over the weekend, and that they were planning a nice trip to the mountains for an old-fashioned family outing. After handing me my sandwich, Betty asked me with a smile, "What is your name?" I told her that my friends call me Ford, and she told me what a pleasure it was to meet me. She added with a smile that I had made her day. Kindness is infectious, and dispensing it will only bring it back to you. Go out of your way to be kind to one another, and you will often find a bumpy start. But remember, the rougher the start, the greater the payoff. It feels amazing to turn these kinds of situations around. The slightest effort that I dispensed on my part with Betty in the beginning was rewarded to me tenfold with a smile and a delightful conversation that made me feel incredible. It is hard sometimes to put on a smile when we are inundated with negative situations and negative people. In these situations, I make a game out of it. I make a game out of finding ways to put myself in a better mood, and I make a game out of turning someone else's attitude around. I do this more so to help me feel better. Helping them feel better is merely the bonus aspect of the game. By keeping a positive attitude within, and even more so exuding a positive attitude outward, I am coherently sending messages to my subconscious mind, telling it exactly what I want and expect out of life. I am taking over the wheel, driving myself directly towards the universes filled with positive people in my life, and to a universe that holds the positive attitude within myself. I rarely lose my game, but in the cases where I do lose, I just pick another person. Unfortunately, the world has become infected with negativity and impersonal interaction. It doesn't take long to find a target for the next game. We know that our subconscious mind is open to suggestion. This is the reason why hypnosis works. It is also the reason why much of psychotherapy works. The experiments I gave you to perform work because you are sending a message to your subconscious mind. Master the communication process between your conscious mind and your subconscious mind, and you will become a master of your universe. There are no limitations to the possibilities you can achieve once the communication process has been firmly established. Your subconscious mind is waiting and is open to suggestion, whether those suggestions are positive or negative. As I have said before, your subconscious mind does not differentiate between good or bad, negative or positive. Your subconscious mind only knows experience. All experiences to your subconscious mind are growth, for its mission is only in gathering information through those experiences and to learn something about itself from your interaction with it. When your reaction to an experience causes you to ask your subconscious to manifest a different experience, it will most certainly comply. You might then ask, if it is possible, why don't we see other people flying around like Superman and moving things around with their minds? If it really is possible to successfully master this communication process, and hence master the universe, why don't we see others doing this? The answer is because the other people are merely a reflection of you. From the perspective of the subconscious, you are manifesting all of the people in your reality, including the person you see in the mirror. Everyone is you. The subconscious is the source of all egos, because we are a single mind dreaming of becoming separate individuals. From the perspective of your conscious self, there is the illusion of other people, but subconsciously, these separate beings share the same subconscious mind that you are using right now. We are not co-creating anything. You are experiencing the moment from multiple frames of perspective. It is the illusion of time that confuses us into believing that we are each separate individuals. We are not. For instance, my wife and I are talking about this very paragraph as I write. I am neither Ford or Lisa. I am the moment that Ford and Lisa are witnessing. I experience the moment from Ford's perspective, and then I experience the same moment from Lisa's perspective, or vice versa. In reality, there is no time, so the experience for both of us sharing the moment is simultaneous. Think of it like this: there are many cameras focused on a single event, like a football game, for example, but there is only one television monitor. The event is what you are, not the cameras or the observers witnessing it. Your conscious self does not reside within the body that you have always identified as you. Your conscious self is the experience of the moment. It doesn't matter which perspective you are holding, because there is only one perspective that can be held at any given time. Right now, the only perspective of this moment is the perspective of the one who is reading this or listening to this. There are no other moments being experienced. There is only the moment you are experiencing right now. This is how special the moment is. This view of reality can seem like a very uneasy concept at first. Many of you who stumbled upon this book may have already considered reality as a collective creation, or a co-creation. Well, if we can all agree that ultimately we are one, then there is nobody co-creating anything. There is only the creator of the experience. The trick is identifying yourself as the creator. If you identify yourself as the person you see in the mirror, then you are a passenger on this ride we call life. If you identify yourself as a conscious mind at the center of the moment, then you are still a passenger, but you are influencing the subconscious driver who is blind to the experience, but is taking direction from your conscious emotions. Contrary to popular belief, the mind reality can be conceptualized. The model I have presented here satisfies every scientific paradox, every religious and spiritual requirement, and all of the psychological models. However unsettling this concept satisfies everyone, the only way for one to truly conceptualize the mind reality is to think outside of their box, including think outside of their body. This model is the transcended consciousness. You could argue that a single mind could not be this creative, but this argument hardly holds up when considering how vastly imaginative our dreams are when we sleep. Once again, look to our dreams as a metaphor. In our dreams, we invent other people all of the time, and we create wildly original settings and experiences. We can experience the moment of the dream from multiple perspectives. Although you may recognize yourself in your dream, it is important to remember that you are not any of the characters in your dream. You are the dreamer. One could argue still that, yes, this may be true of our dream state, but our waking reality seems more real than our dreams. Well, I would argue that it only seems more real because this is the dream we are in now. When you experience any dream at all, the experience of the dream while you're experiencing it is entirely real to you, no matter how bizarre it may seem. Dreams only seem unreal to us when the dream is over. When the dream of our waking life ceases, we will most likely remember this life as just another dream. Ultimately, reality is random information and thoughts forming dreams within another dream, continuing on for infinity. This is the nature of all fractals. Dualistically, the dream in which you currently reside is equally as profound as it is insignificant and meaningless. What I mean is, in the context of this current dream and from the perspective of the observer, everything has meaning. Every single aspect of your reality is a symbolic metaphor, a symmetrically extrapolated fractal of the mind-reality model. Outside of the waking dream, however, everything you just experienced within this dream is completely meaningless, adding only to the compilation of experience to our ever-growing superconscious mind. This is how the universe comprehends anything and everything. Our current dream provides profound experiences and knowledge to our collective source, and yet is merely a gesture in a complex ballet of infinite dreams providing new understanding and new perspective. In the barren of infinity, dreaming is something for God to do. It is the method of expression. It is through dreaming that I can appreciate my own magnificence. You may be asking, well, what about free will? We are still influencing our reality. We are feeding directions to our subconscious mind via our emotional reaction to our experiences. Aside from that, we're a passenger. Life will unfold whether the observer participates or not. However, the one thing we do have control over is our thoughts about our experiences. We can choose to see our experiences for what they are, a growing process, or we can choose to see our experiences as a personal drama. But to have any control at all, we must first control our thoughts. If we consciously monitor our thoughts, continually holding the positive perspective, then our subconscious will get that message, providing more positive experiences in return. If we hold a negative emotional attachment to our experience, then that too will steer our conscious mind. This, by definition, is free will. This concept of seemingly not having direct control over your life is terrifying at first. In many ways, it's like learning how to swim. The first time anyone gets into the water, it's a traumatic experience. There is an overwhelming loss of control. You may struggle and fight to stay afloat, but the harder you try, the more tense, resulting in a panic and ultimately to drowning. To learn to swim, one must first relax and gain equilibrium with the water. When one is calm, centered, and confident, they can float with little or no effort at all. With a little practice of grace and control, we can learn how to control our direction in the water. With a little more practice still, before we know it, we are swimming like a fish. Take this new concept of the mind in, relax, and find equilibrium with the moment. Think about the moment. How does this present moment make you feel? Find your center. Now gently go with the flow. If you are having difficulty in your life, the first thing to do is to stop trying to fix it. Stop panicking. Relax and focus inward. Find peace within yourself to reflect the peace in the reality around you. You are not the one holding your life together. It only seems that way. The person that you think you are is just an observer. Learn to observe without attachment. You are the center of the moment, and everything emanates from you. Everything in your reality is a projection from your mind, and not necessarily a mind that is geographically located between your ears. You have no ears. Even this book that you are holding in your hand is a projection from you. The ideas proposed in this book that are blowing your mind away are your own ideas. Perhaps the information in this book is information already gathered by your subconscious mind in an effort to guide you to new areas within the multiverse, so that you may gain a new experience. Perhaps this book is your symbolic metaphor, your calling card, if you will, to get off the couch, turn off the TV, and make something incredible of your life. If you could dream for anything, why would you dream to be anything less than a master of your universe? Can we manifest anything we want by sheer will alone? Of course we can. However, more than just believing that you can, one has to know that they can. And knowing requires far more trust in yourself than just believing. All of our beliefs are based on the most plausible solution to satisfy our gut instinct, which is different for everyone. You can believe in something that satisfies 95% of your gut instinct. However, 95% is not knowing. There is still 5% left over for doubt. The only way to truly know anything at all is through experience. To gain this experience, you must follow your heart and intuition wherever it leads you, regardless of what anyone or anything is otherwise telling you. Each time you pursue your own intuition with confidence and invigoration, you are testing the theory. And with each successful test, you will gain more confidence in your beliefs. It is within this confidence and harmony within your true self that you will know everything. You need to have faith in your new understanding to believe it, and you must test it to know it. Yes, it is stupendously ironic that you must first abandon all of your faith just to gain it back again. But the irony is just an illusion, because this time your faith didn't come packaged in doubt. To quote Deepak Chopra, "We are not human beings who have occasional spiritual experiences. It's the other way around. We are spiritual beings that have occasional human experiences." Chapter 11, Manifesting Techniques: Meditation, Visualization, Psychedelics, the Law of Attraction, and Lucid Dreaming. There are a lot of different ideas and methods for communicating with your subconscious mind and tapping into the power of the multiverse. How effective the methods are is indeed the question. Nevertheless, it is important to remember that the effectiveness of any of these methods relies on the same single requirement, and that requirement is belief. In this chapter, I will discuss at length several of these methods, all of which I have found to be hugely beneficial in improving the overall quality of my life. The Buddhist and Hindu believe that meditation is the best method for communing with God. The Christians, Muslims, Jews, and many other religions believe that prayer is the answer. Well, as strange as meditation may sound to some of you, it really isn't all that different from prayer. Prayer can be thought of as just another form of meditation. In both methods, we close our eyes and concentrate on our message for God. The Buddhists insist that meditation alone is not enough. They believe that meditation is only effective when you live and practice the Buddhist lifestyle, essentially being good to yourself and good to others. This ideology is not so different from the other religions. Any good Christian will tell you that prayer alone is not enough. You must first be a good Christian. This goes the same for the Muslims and Jews and other religions who choose prayer as their primary communication with God. My view is that being good is the right idea. After all, every action you take is ultimately toward yourself. However, I don't believe that being good is criteria for manifesting your reality. We see bad people manifesting extraordinary lives all of the time. Ultimately, meditation is about taking a moment for yourself, for personal reflection. Whatever you choose to call it, taking quiet time out for yourself every day can be one of the most beneficial things one can do to hold on to their awareness. Next, we'll discuss Vajrayana Buddhism, which introduced to us the practice of visualization, which is really just an organized method of imagination. Typically, when we daydream, we imagine a scenario set in the distant future and often in the third person. Instead, visualization brings the desired experience into the present tense and acted out in the first person. Wallace Wattles, the creator of the New Thought movement and author of The Science of Getting Rich, introduced this practice to the West at the end of the 19th century. Visualization is a wonderful technique to achieving one's goals and ambitions.
Further manifesting techniques are some of the methods passed down by the Freemasons, a social and political group who is said to hold much of the world's secret and ancient knowledge based mostly on the esoteric and Kabbalistic teachings. The Freemasons believe in the practice of the law of attraction, which suggests in sending one's wishes and intentions out there into the universe and keeping a state of mind that attracts the things you want out of life. They believe in setting intentions by writing out wish lists and replacing negative thoughts with positive ones and other various visualization techniques. Though this practice has been around for centuries, perhaps thousands of years, only now can we truly appreciate the intuitive connection they made between positive thinking and the realization of your desires from a scientific perspective. The law of attraction has really become a hot button in today's society. As I said before in the introduction, there are a lot of books and other media available ready to teach you how to implement the power of the law of attraction. All of these books and methods are correct, because the law of attraction is a very simple practice. However, learning the skill without learning the context of the mechanics of how and why the process works is like trying to fly a plane without ever taking a flying lesson. This is because holding the state of mind required to successfully implement the power of the law of attraction is almost impossible without first giving up every preconceived notion you have about reality. The law of attraction requires an enormous leap of faith unless you first understand the principles that make it effective. The Aborigine, as with many psychologists and scientists, believe that analyzing, understanding, and controlling our dreams through lucid dreaming is the answer to manifesting our desires. It seems to be the consensus that when we dream, our conscious mind goes away, and we are then in direct commune with God. They believe, however, that the only quality time we have for positive suggestion and reinforcement is in those hazy drifting moments upon first awakening and just before falling asleep. If this is the case, then I would suggest that hypnosis is the answer. Hypnosis is all about putting the mind and body into the ultimate relaxed state, similar to the state of body and mind just prior to sleep and post-awakening. And lastly is perhaps the most controversial method to achieving enlightenment and power over your subconscious mind, which is through the use of psychedelic drugs. The use of psychedelic drugs is a very taboo subject in our society, and probably for a good reason. However, many will agree that their ability to enlighten one to the true nature of reality is above and beyond any other method. If used properly within the right state of mind, psychedelics can be a shortcut to enlightenment. But one must remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Enlightenment is meant to be a gradual process. Too much of it at once, without context or teaching, can be dangerously overwhelming. Let's begin. Meditation. For the Buddhist, Hindu, yoga, and many New Age believers, meditation is the preferred method of breaking through your barrier of doubt and establishing a communication link between your conscious and subconscious mind. The traditional Buddhist method of meditation is not as supernatural as it sounds, and it really makes a great deal of sense within this new concept of our reality. One type of meditation called gazing meditation particularly fits within the model I have presented in this book. In this method, one is to concentrate so intensely on a single object that everything else disappears. Because our mind is rendering our reality, by focusing all of our energy and processing power on a single object, the mind no longer attempts to render other aspects of our reality, and hence the true nature of our reality is revealed to us in our peripheral vision. Remember, quantum mechanics has shown us very clearly that when we are not looking at something, reality is not there. Through meditation, it is believed that we peel away the fabric of our reality and expose the true nature of our world. It is believed that once achieving this heightened state of altered consciousness, we become fully aware of ourselves as the subconscious mind. By experiencing the subconscious perspective consciously, we can then accept this truth unconditionally and then remove the doubt that is interfering with the power of our subconscious mind. Achieving this level of altered consciousness is said to be extremely difficult, though there are many who have claimed to have done it with practice. The most interesting part about the testimonials is that many of the accounts come from Buddhist monks throughout the centuries. Their accounts are exactly what we would expect to find when applied to our new view of multiverse theory. Meditation may seem a bit silly at first if it's something you're not familiar with, but, like I said before, it's really not much different than saying a prayer. The main difference between the two is that prayer is a communication directed outwardly to God, while the focus of meditation is directed inward. Oftentimes people will pray and ask God for intervention, or ask God why He would let something happen, or thank God in the form of gratitude. In meditation, one holds these same sentiments or questions, but directs them inward. Why would I allow this to happen? Why am I having this reaction or feeling or thought? Why is reality presenting itself to me in this way? Notice how all of these thoughts claim responsibility and are in the present tense. Meditation can be a bit frustrating at first because you will notice that it is very difficult to train your mind to only focus on the present moment. You will be amazed at how much imaginary junk occupies our minds. As you think about this imaginary junk that lies somewhere either in the past or in the future, you'll probably find yourself, like I did, laughing at how ridiculous and unimportant most of your thoughts really are. For me, I laughed when I thought of the metaphor of how slowly and poorly a computer works after it's all bogged up with spam and spyware from the internet. However, meditation, even if it's practiced poorly and for only a brief period of time, can still do wonders for cleaning up your operating system. After just a few meditation attempts, I realized that my emotional well-being was the only tangible thing that seemed to carry over from moment to moment. I realized that the only thing that matters is how anything makes you feel. It is through the apprehension that nothing really matters in the scope of the infinite that one becomes less and less attached to any outcome. This unattachment to reality is the beginning to becoming consciously living in the moment, a place that is eternally blissful. You don't need to take a class or go to India to learn how to meditate. You don't need to sit in a fancy position or light an incense candle or say any special mantra. First, you'll want to retreat to a quiet place, free of distraction, and relax. Simply get comfortable, either sitting on the floor or in a chair. It helps to sit up straight to allow your chest and diaphragm to breathe naturally. For me, it helps to close my eyes, but you can keep your eyes open if you like. Start by breathing gently in and out. As you breathe, focus on your breath going in and out. With your imagination, watch the air flowing in and out of your body using your imagination. You will find it almost impossible to think of anything else while you are focusing on your imaginary breath going in and out of your body. This is the idea behind meditation. The point is to focus your mind on something, to settle it down, to free it of any distractions. When the mind is focused, it is like raising the curtain of the conscious mind, in turn allowing the wonders of the subconscious mind in. Some people feel an amazing connection on just the first few tries. Some people take years to reach that touch of enlightenment. Whether you reach it or not is not important. What is important is cleansing your mind of the barrage of distracting thoughts that perpetuate the separation between you and your subconscious mind. On to the next technique, which is visualization. Probably the most effective method for manifesting our desires is through visualization. In this meditation method, your imagination becomes the focal point instead of a single object. Visualization is a practical way to channel our intentions to the subconscious mind because we visualize in the form of pictures. We are all familiar with the expression, "a picture speaks 1,000 words." But more accurately, a picture can metaphorically relate millions of bits of information to the subconscious mind. This is something to think about when we decide what kinds of pictures we are sending to our higher selves. There are hundreds of books about the power of utilizing visualization techniques. There are also hundreds of motivational speakers going around teaching people how to visualize better sales, better health, a better life for themselves. All of these people have got it right. But where they fail us is in presenting a satisfactory reason as to why the method is so effective. Many of them just say, "You don't need to know why it works, just know that it works." Well, this may be easy for some, but if you are anything at all like me, you have trouble accepting things on blind faith alone. Without faith or without belief in the power of your mind, one is destined for failure. Seeing is not believing. Believing is seeing. So this is where I hope to differ from the rest of the teachers presenting the power of the mind. In this book, I have presented to you not only the evidence to help you eliminate your doubt, but also the mechanics of the system of the mind. By understanding the implications of everything that I have discussed in this book, the picture should be perfectly clear to you for how and why visualization techniques and positive thinking work. Not only should your new view of the mechanics of the mind reinforce your belief in the power of suggestion and visualization, it should allow you to reinterpret the method so that you can tweak it and design it so that it works best for you. Why and how is visualization so effective? It is effective because when we visualize something, a part of our mind is actually rendering or manifesting that potential reality into existence. As I explained earlier in this book, quantum physics has shown us that every conceivable possibility has the potential for existing. The information for any possible reality is there and waiting for your mind to manifest or render the potential reality into existence. The visualization of your goal is a potential universe that is now being rendered into existence just by imagining it. As I have said many times throughout this book, thoughts are things, and your dreams are just as real as your waking reality. By visualizing our goals, we are rendering those potential universes, and we are creating that possibility. We are creating an experience, and we are instructing our subconscious mind to guide us towards it. Visualization is essentially daydreaming, which ironically is another aspect of our culture that is frowned upon. Visualization sounds fancy and difficult, but it is something that we all practice every day of our lives. Anyone can visualize anything. We practice it when we dream, and when we think about anything at all. We practice visualization every day when we hear a story that someone is telling us. When someone tells us a story, we hear their spoken words and we paint a picture to go along with that story in our mind, or mind's eye. We can visualize a story by reading. We can also visualize something by just imagining it. However, it is far more difficult to paint an original picture by just thinking about it. An original picture is often fluid, changing every time you think about different aspects of your desire. For this reason, it is important that you first formulate your desire and release it from your mind by either writing it down or speaking it out loud. Don't be afraid to share your desires with someone by telling them about it, or even recording yourself saying it. When you say it out loud or read it, you are absorbing it for the first time. It is within this absorption that you begin to comprehend it. This comprehension of these desires is the mechanism which will help you manifest them. If I were to tell you to think of a purple elephant hanging from a daisy off the edge of a cliff, you would have no trouble at all closing your eyes and thinking about what I just described. Every time we visualize something, we are creating. We are partly rendering a possible universe. The picture in our mind's eye is no more or less real than the picture we see in the reality around us when we open our eyes. They are both just as real, which says less for our waking reality than it does more for the existence of purple elephants and super strong daisies. This visualization, however, is merely a glimpse into a possible universe. To get there, we need to make it more real. We need to think about every detail. But more important than anything, in order to get there, we need to believe that it is a real place. I have spoken much of the conscious mind and of the subconscious mind throughout this book. I told you that the subconscious mind is your direct connection or link to the reality around you, which is who you really are, and that the conscious mind serves as your character. The purpose of the conscious mind is to serve as a tool to separate you from your reality. Doing this perpetuates the illusion that reality is something that is happening to you, rather than something that you are doing to yourself. It is your conscious mind that is going to block and reject any of your thoughts that you have control over your reality around you. The conscious mind sets up boundaries and enforces rules to keep the experience real to you. This is the job of the conscious mind, and it achieves this through self-doubt and fear. The purpose of meditation and visualization is to bypass the conscious mind and suggest our desires directly to the source of the reality around us, directly to our subconscious mind that is controlling everything in our lives. You are the way that you see yourself. If you see yourself as bad, then you will be bad. If you see yourself as broke, without money or resources, then you will be broke. If you see yourself as poor, characterized by failure to meet a standard, then you'll be poor. If you see yourself as rich, then you'll be rich. Your subconscious only knows what you tell it. Your subconscious is waiting to manifest realities based on your suggestions and visualizations. One key component is visualizing your intentions as if they already happened. You must assume the character of your fantasy and bring the fantasy into your present moment. If you visualize your intention in the future, that is where it will manifest, perpetually in your future. We have all heard stories where people do incredible feats, such as a mother lifting an overturned car to save her children inside of it, and so on. Achievements such as these often are attributed to an increase in the adrenaline production during a moment of stress. But I think more than likely these people are able to do these miraculous things because they visualize themselves doing it. They visualize themselves doing these impossible things without doubt interfering because they are in the moment. They have to perform the impossible now, and they only see themselves doing it now. There is no time for doubt or time to visualize failure. They see themselves lifting the car, and therefore they do. In reality, the car is no heavier than a feather. It is only our mind that is perpetuating the illusion that the car is heavy. The car doesn't exist. The car, like everything else, is only a thought generated by you. How much does a thought weigh? A thought weighs as much as you believe it weighs. Not 1 ounce more, not 1 ounce less. Before anyone broke the 4-minute mile, nobody thought that it was humanly possible. Doctors said that it was physically impossible. They claimed that the human heart would explode. People came close, but no one would ever break the barrier. Then one day, Roger Bannister ran and did the impossible. He ran an entire mile in less than 4 minutes. It was a miracle of physiology. But more important than breaking the 4-minute mile was the fact that Bannister proved to the world that it was humanly possible. He raised the bar of doubt. The same year, 3 other people broke the 4-minute mile. They accomplished this not out of competition, because the competition was always there. They accomplished this because they not only believed, but they knew it was possible. Anything is possible. Every barrier we have ever established in our reality is nothing more than a fantasy. If you can dream it and visualize it, you can do it. We are only held back by the limitation of our imagination. To utilize the visualization method of meditation, you need to first figure out what kind of picture you need to manifest in your mind's eye that represents the finality of your goal. A picture may speak 1,000 words, but finding the picture is not always easy. NBA basketball superstar Michael Jordan famously incorporated visualization to help him become one of the greatest players to ever play the game. Jordan visualized the basketball hoop as being 5 feet in diameter every time he threw the ball up. In his mind's eye, he only needed to shoot the ball within 5 feet of the hoop to score a goal. Sometimes, though, our goals aren't as simple to visualize as a ball going into a hoop. For me, I found this process to be extremely difficult, probably because I'm not a very visual person. I knew what goals I wanted to achieve, but I found it very difficult to think about them in the sense of a picture or a vision of an obtainable goal. Let's say, for example, that money is a concern for you and you desire to have more of it. You could simply think about yourself falling into a haystack of cash, but I'm not sure how effective this is going to be because this visualization requires quite a stretch of the imagination, well, at least for some of us, and doubt would more than likely prevail. Instead, I would take it slowly. I would imagine and visualize your goal or goals in very plausible, progressive baby steps. Plausibility is key here. Before anything, you must believe that this is possible. I would imagine a dream of something good happening to you at work. Maybe you just closed a huge sale, or maybe you had a great presentation, or whatever. The details of the steps to get there are not important, but the details that conjure up the good feelings are. Visualize yourself doing a private celebration and patting yourself on the back. Visualize next getting called in to see your boss who is smiling and praising you for a good job, and perhaps giving you a promotion. Focus on the joy and the satisfaction that this moment brings you. Visualize holding the check in your hand. The check is more than you would expect to find. You grip the check as if it were a life rope thrown out to you. Visualize yourself depositing the check with a sense of relief that your worries are over. Imagine celebrating with your family and friends. Next, visualize that you are buying something nice for yourself, something you have always wanted. Remember the happiness that this brings you. Visualize spreading your newfound happiness with anyone who will receive it. In each of these visions of your daydream, it is important to concentrate on every subtle detail of the elation rather than of the details of the steps that got you there. Remember to visualize in the present tense. It is imperative that you make each of your visualizations as real as possible. I like to go to the ATM machine and make a fake deposit of $1 million just to visualize that number on the screen. My wife printed out the receipt, and it now hangs on our refrigerator door as a constant reminder. You should include everything from the way things look around you to what you're wearing, the sounds that you hear, the way your surroundings smell, etc. It is the details that make the experience a reality. The more you make it and the more times you think about it, the closer your subconscious comes to finding it. Don't be afraid to experience your visualizations in your waking life. Try on the dress that doesn't fit you. Test drive your favorite car. Take a stroll through your dream house. Absorb every detail to apply them towards your visualizations. Your daydream actually exists somewhere within the multiverse. Somewhere there is another you living that moment, and by diligently thinking about it, you are directing your being towards that moment. You are directing yourself towards those areas of the multiverse where your dreams play out. As you get closer to your imagined goal, you will begin to see your experiences set up the scenario to cause the reality of your daydream to manifest itself into your waking reality. As you get closer and you begin to see your dreams become a reality, it is important that you take a step back and note that it was your visualization that made this happen for you. With every successful visualization exercise, you will believe more and more in your infinite possibility. With each successful manifestation, use fewer and fewer details. Remember, this is all happening because none of this is real. All of it is just a dream. This may sound impossible, but if I were to prescribe this method to you as a way to alter the dreams while you are asleep, you would probably buy into the idea. When you are awake, your dreams seem unreal to you, at least in memory. They seem like fantasy. The thought of utilizing a technique to alter your dreams seems plausible to you now because you do not associate dreaming as being real. You hold a higher awareness to the you in your dreams. Well, there is absolutely no difference between your waking reality and the reality of your dream world. Both realities are equally as tangible as the real world and equally as fluid as the dream world. The dream world only seems unreal to us when we awake and attempt to review our dreams with our conscious mind. Because we are not using our conscious mind when we dream, we do not have to process any of the information linearly. We also don't have doubt and rational thinking interfering. Our dreams can be wild, and they can jump around from one universe to another far-off universe in a non-linear fashion, and yet maintain the integrity of the reality within the dream. Upon awakening, however, our conscious mind tries to make sense of the dream, putting the pieces back together in continuity, and suddenly we find the dream to be just unacceptable. Without our conscious mind interfering, we can manifest anything we want in our waking reality, and the experience will remain completely real to us. It is our conscious mind that tries to regulate the rendering of the universes. It tells the subconscious mind that it can't, and it tries to organize the events in a practical, linear order. In reality, you can do anything you want if you can just quiet down the orders being given to you by your conscious ego. Because our waking reality is dreamlike, I have begun to wonder if our visualization technique should employ symbolism. Symbolism might be the preferred language to illustrate to our subconscious mind what we want in the same way that our dreams communicate to us when we are asleep. We often have bizarre dreams. Sometimes we might even dream about snakes chasing us, or dream that we're drowning, or perhaps we're even doing something completely out of context with our normal waking lives. Sometimes we may try to make sense of the dreams because we think that our dreams are trying to tell us something. For instance, Carl Jung suggested that being chased by snakes could symbolize a fear of death. He said that drowning could symbolize getting in over your head or having too many problems. Whatever the symbolism is, I wonder if symbolism itself is the preferred language of the subconscious mind. I read a story about a woman who utilized visualization techniques to beat cancer. The doctors told this woman that she had no chance of survival. Instead, they told her that chemotherapy might give her an extra month or two at the most. She said that every time she sat in the chair to receive her treatment, she would visualize her white blood cells moving throughout her body. Then she visualized the white blood cells as white bunny rabbits hopping around within her body, and the rabbits are eating away at her cancer. The cancer she imagined as an orange object, of which the white rabbits just couldn't get enough. The rabbits would eat the orange cancer, or carrots, and then multiply into more rabbits until there were more rabbits than there were carrots. She then imagined a bunny rabbit eating the last carrot. In her waking reality, the woman went into complete remission. Not a trace of cancer was to be found in her body. Because there is no cancer, and there is no body. The cancer, as with the body, are a metaphor. The woman implemented symbolism into her visualization technique rather than trying to visualize an accurate picture of cancer cells and white blood cells. She chose white bunny rabbits to symbolize her white blood cells because rabbits multiply quickly, and used carrots as a symbol for the cancer to create the perfect food for the rabbits to eat. Reading this got me thinking that this may be a better way, or if anything, another method of visualization. Sometimes we dream realities that are so incredibly real, and yet other times we dream realities thick with symbolism and metaphor. I don't know yet which of the two methods would be most effective. Most importantly, the use of meditation and visualization is not an activity, it is a way of life. It's not something you try, it is something you practice. You should make time for it every day. Nothing you do in life can remotely have the same impact if you truly believe in the powers that lie dormant within you. Visualization can be practiced in many ways. It can be something as simple as making a quick list of your goals, and as you write them down, see them come to fruition in your mind's eye. Find a quiet time for yourself each day to focus on your reality. Imagine what it looks like to travel within the vast multiverse, and imagine that you are at the helm of the wheel. Let's talk now about dreaming and lucid dreaming. Since the dawn of human reasoning, man has contemplated the meaning of his dreams. Nearly every culture throughout history has regarded their dreams as something sacred and of significant meaning. Though our dreams rarely make sense to us, we cannot deny their importance to our survival. Without them, we would die. When someone is deprived of REM sleep, a condition of deep rest where the mind enters the dream state and the eyes begin a shimmering pattern called rapid eye movement, we find that the physical and mental health of the person deteriorates at staggering levels. After just 96 hours of REM deprivation, a person loses most, if not all, of their mental faculties. They are unable to make cognitive responses. They experience frequent hallucinations and lose nearly all of their coordination and motor skills. They also have a very bad time trying to distinguish reality from fantasy. So, what is happening to us when we dream? Dreams have been clinically studied for more than a century now, and still nobody knows for certain. What we do know is that it is only during our dreams, particularly during the gamma wave state, that our brain is most active. There are some who believe that when we dream, we are either downloading or uploading daily information. It is thought that we either gather this information through our experiences for upload, or it is information from somewhere else downloaded to us. This would make sense with our new understanding that the mind processes and delegates information outside of the human body. There are others who believe that our dreams are moments when the observer or conscious self pulls out of the body to either rest or refuel. This is consistent with the Aborigine Indians who believe that in our dreams we unite with God, and that it is only within our waking reality that we have a separate ego and identity. Many also believe that there are messages in our dreams in the form of metaphors and symbols to instruct us consciously to redirect our lives. Of course, there are others who believe that our dreams mean nothing at all. They believe that dreams are nothing more than random thoughts firing off by neural connectors, and it is our conscious mind that is trying to make sense of the chaos when we first awake. Not to cop out on this, but I think all of these ideas may have some truth to them. I believe there is both purpose and meaning to our dreams, but I also believe that our dreams are equally meaningless and random. I have no doubt that some of our dreams are trying to tell us something, but I also think that the messages come to us thick with symbolism, and unless you are very good at playing charades, it is difficult to recognize all of the metaphors. Carl Jung was the pioneer of recognizing metaphors within our dreams. He suggested that our dreams are filled with symbolic references and metaphors as representations of repressed desires and burdens in our waking life. He also believed that our dreams are the secret to communicating with the subconscious mind. Jung identified and cataloged many of the typical metaphors found in dreams and made associations to their waking life meaning. For example, a dream where you would be chased by snakes could be a metaphor for a fear of death or an overall anxiety in your waking life. This dream represents our primordial fight or flight response. If you get away from the snakes in your dream, this might be a suggestion that you should avoid the current stress in your waking life. Turning back to fight the snake may be a metaphor for you to face your anxiety. The metaphor suggesting that your anxieties are nothing to fear, and that you will overcome them by simply facing them head on. For another example, Jung suggests that a dream of drowning represents unresolved personal issues, such as a relationship ending badly or childhood fears left unresolved. Many psychologists subscribing to Jung's theory believe that before you'll be able to move on in your waking life, these issues need to be resolved. On a brighter note, many of us have had dreams of flying. It is suggested that this metaphor represents personal achievement and control over your life. However, if you are having trouble staying aloft, or if you run into trees or mountains or something of the sort, this could mean that something or someone is standing in the way of your aspirations. Whether or not these metaphors really have something to do with our waking reality, I do not know. What I think is important here is to use your dreams as practice to recognizing metaphors in your waking life. As I learned about dreaming symbolism and dreaming metaphors, I thought about this concept itself as a metaphor for a waking life. Since we know reality to be equally as fluid as the dream world, couldn't it be possible that our subconscious mind is already communicating to us in the same manner as our dreams? Could it be possible that all of the guidance we could ever need is staring us right in the face, but we are unable to see these metaphors because we don't believe in them? There are no coincidences in your waking life because you are the master of your reality. Everything in your reality is there by design, as an extrapolation of the dualities generated by your thoughts and feelings. The answer and guidance to anything you might be struggling with can be found metaphorically placed within your reality. All you have to do is ask and then believe that you will find the guidance, and you will. I can sympathize with your doubts about this. Nonetheless, I challenge you to ask the universe or God for advice, and then watch for your answer to magically appear within your reality in the form of a metaphor. Your answer or guidance will appear on a billboard, or on the side of a bus, or in a song on the radio, or in an unrelated conversation, and it will manifest itself before the day is out. The only thing you have to do is believe that you will find it, and you will. This may sound crazy to you, but so too is this entire theory. Despite how crazy it may sound, I am willing to bet you are already seriously entertaining the crazy ideas I proposed to you in the opening chapter. These ideas are crazy, but the word crazy is a relative term. These ideas are crazy from the perspective of a conscious egoic mind, a mind that is in denial to the realization that it has been the butt of a cosmic joke. This book has already shown you how all of reality emanates from your mind. Is it really that hard to believe that you can't subconsciously communicate to yourself through those thoughts? We should learn to trust our intuitions, ask for guidance out loud, and act on metaphors when we uncover them in our waking life. Instead, we have been incorrectly taught throughout our lives to regard any serendipitous occurrence as merely coincidence, and we are taught not to look too deeply into them. This advice could not be any worse. These incredible things happen because this is your mind's way of telling you to pay attention. Carl Jung spoke much about this and gave numerous suggestions for how to regard coincidences when they occur. He called these events synchronicity. Recognizing synchronicity in your life is how you know you are on your subconscious path. Looking for synchronicity and metaphors in your life is the single best way to constantly remind yourself that you are dreaming in your waking reality. Acting on them is the single greatest way to take control of your waking dream. Look for metaphors and you will find them everywhere. It is within the metaphors that you will find the guidance to anything you desire. There is a practice of becoming aware that you are dreaming within the dreams of your sleep called lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is where you become consciously aware that you are dreaming within your dream, allowing you to take conscious control over your subconscious experience. It is said that you can then manipulate your dream by sheer will alone. Through lucid dreaming, we can learn how to consciously become aware of our waking dream state and consciously take control of our lives to unlimited possibility. Since I first learned about this practice a few years ago, I have only been able to do this twice. I find this practice to be intriguing but very difficult to achieve. In my lucid dream, I became aware that I was dreaming within my dream, but I was still unable to manipulate my reality. The mere awareness to the fact that I was dreaming was enough interference to bring the dream to an end. I am in the beginning stages of learning how to dream lucidly, and I have met many who have claimed to have gotten quite good at it over a few years' practice. These people are my Roger Bannister. To practice lucid dreaming, there are some very clever techniques you can employ to achieve a lucid dream state. Lucid dreaming requires dedication and practice, but the result of this may very well have a profound impact on our waking reality. There are several techniques that I will go over next to use as a method to awaken from your dream, but still remain within the dream itself. One technique to aid you in achieving a lucid dream state within your dream is to get in the habit of reading text twice in your waking reality. It is said that any text within a dream will never appear the same way twice, and recognizing this may be enough to remind you that you are dreaming. Another technique is repeatedly looking at your hands in your waking reality. Make a habit out of looking at your palms and then the back side of your hands in your waking life, and then attempt to do this while you're dreaming. Almost never can we see our hands when we are dreaming. It is suggested that oftentimes the mind has difficulty producing our hands while we're dreaming, which could be another indication that we are experiencing a dream. Finally, get in the habit of noticing your ritual body gestures, such as putting your hands in your pockets or fiddling with your hair or cracking your knuckles. I have a habit of clenching my fists and folding my hands together with my fingers intertwined. When you notice these habits, stop whatever you're doing and look around your environment. Take it all in and then ask yourself if you are dreaming. This will seem very silly at first, but after a while it will become natural and become a part of your ritual habit. This is the method that worked for me. You'll find that you repeat these same habits in the dreams of your sleep. Upon awakening in your dream and achieving a lucid state of mind, it is suggested that you can direct the experiences of your dream and alter the reality within it. If you want to fly away, you simply think about it and do it. If you want to make flowers grow on the wall, then simply make a wish and watch it happen. The power and ability you have during your lucid dream is nothing less or more than the powers you have during your waking life. You have the ability, just as in your lucid dream, to alter reality around you by sheer will alone. But just as in the lucid dream, you must first become lucid in your waking life. You must become aware that you are dreaming. Once you become fully aware that your waking life is a dream, you must then muster up the faith to test it. Think of your life as a dream, and when you sleep, think of your dreams as becoming a dream within a bigger dream. If you can manipulate your dreams when you sleep, then you can manipulate your reality. Lucidly controlling the dreams of your sleep is, in itself, a metaphor that we do have the ability to lucidly control the dream of our waking reality. The Law of Attraction. I touched briefly on the Law of Attraction in Chapter 6, describing the effects of this principle when set to a default mode. By default, we tend to react to our experience rather than take control of the experience. When things go wrong, we tend to get sucked into our experience even more and dwell on the negative aspects of what it is we are experiencing. As a result, our subconscious mind interprets our focus as desire and takes us to different universes that fulfill our conscious requests. In other words, we attract more of what we are focused on. The law of attraction simply suggests that any conscious being attracts their external experiences by thinking about them. To put it more simply, you get out of life exactly what you expect to get. Expect greatness, health, happiness, love, wealth, and this is what your reality will be. Expect misery, failure, disappointment, betrayal, poverty, and disease, and this is what your world will become. To understand how any of this could have any scientific basis, we need to understand another aspect of quantum physics called string theory. String theory can be a complicated concept, but we can think about it simply as a collection of vibrating strings representing the seat of all reality. Each string naturally desires to be harmonious with the other strings around it. As the strings of various vibrations harmonize together, the strings become one single vibration, and the strength of their bond is increased. In metaphysics, it is believed that our consciousness goes through multiple stages of these various vibrations, from birth to ultimate enlightenment. These vibration levels are associated with chakras, representing a being's level of awareness. It is believed the human consciousness goes through 7 levels of ascending chakras before one can transcend to a different plane of reality. The lower chakras vibrate at a lower frequency rate and reflect much of the world of the id. The middle chakras vibrate at a higher frequency and bring to the conscious awareness the relationship between the ego and reality. And lastly, the higher chakras vibrate at an even higher frequency, unifying one with reality. This may all sound a little far-fetched, but this philosophy has been around for centuries, and only in the last few years has quantum physics discovered, quite by accident through string theory, evidence to support much of this concept. The law of attraction proposes that if we consciously keep our vibrations in the lower frequencies, by holding the id state of mind, such as lack, boredom, challenge, and despair, we will harmonically attract the lower vibrating strings as the building blocks to our reality. By simply changing our state of mind to more controlled thoughts such as contentment, abundance, and happiness, and keep an overall harmonious relationship with reality, we are then raising our frequency vibration, and we are attracting higher vibrating strings as our building blocks, in turn producing more positive experiences. In other words, we reap what we sow. We often hear people talk about increasing good or positive energy in their lives and eliminating the people and experiences evoking negative or bad energy. If we hold thoughts that evoke negative energy or negative feeling or bad vibes, this is likely to attract negative experiences. Consequently, if we consciously make determined choices to hold a positive state of mind, we are more likely to attract positive experiences. We can actually feel these vibrations metaphorically manifesting as our emotions. Much of our conscious decisions are based on our feelings. We instinctually desire to go in the direction of things that make us feel good, and steer clear of situations or experiences that make us feel bad. Trusting and going with our feelings is important because the mind cannot distinguish between good experiences or bad experiences. For example, there is no way for the mind to know that losing your wallet is a bad thing, but it does know that it didn't make you feel good. Learn to trust your feelings and instincts. Follow your heart and emotions regardless of consequence. When you are happy and content, you will attract more of the same. When we make a conscious choice to free ourselves from consequence, oftentimes guilt will play a role to bring our emotional vibration down. At this point, ask yourself, did I do what's right for me without malice? If the answer is yes, free yourself of guilt and immerse yourself in the emotional bliss. Applying the law of attraction to positively manifesting your reality is really quite simple once you understand the mechanism of the mind reality. It starts with going towards things that make you feel good and steering clear of things that make you feel bad, despite the influences of your life directing you otherwise. This is sometimes easier said than done, but this is essential to manifesting the life that you desire. We may desire to have a happier life, but if we are inundated with negative people, negative surroundings, and experiences, whether we want them to or not, we are going to attract more negative experiences. In order to attract more positive influences and experiences into our life, we need to align ourselves with more positive situations, which are likely to attract more positive experiences. By feeling good all of the time and surrounding ourselves with people and experiences that inspire us and make us feel good, we will attract more of the same. It is sometimes hard to eliminate people from our lives that we care about. But if they are riddled with drama and bad things are always happening to them, you need to find a way to gracefully reduce your contact with them. The people around us can raise our vibration rate and elevate us to new heights we never imagined, or they can suck us down into the abyss of bad experiences. There is an age-old saying that says, "Misery loves company." Now, there is both a philosophy as well as scientific evidence to support this saying. Avoiding negative people and negative situations may sound like an impossible situation to some of you. A lot of us are stuck in situations that don't feel good to be in, but equally bad to get out of. The solution to this is by first addressing what exactly feels bad about protecting yourself from a negative situation. More than likely, the part that feels bad does not exist in your present moment. Instead, the bad feeling is really just a fear that exists somewhere in an unscripted future. Occasionally, negative situations or negative people are equally dreadful to escape as they are to be in for reasons that are in your present moment. In these situations, the only thing you can do is make a decisive choice to free yourself of it or them and forgive yourself, or choose to stay in the situation and do what you can to find the humor in each passing moment. The goal is to feel okay inside about your choice and to find something positive in it to focus on. Another simple way to feel good is through giving. When we give, it makes us feel great. Giving doesn't have to cost anything. Giving can be something as simple as an act of kindness, or even a compliment. When we give freely of our heart, it makes us feel great about ourselves. We feel better about ourselves and our emotional vibration raises, which in turn inevitably attracts more pleasurable experiences to our own life. In this concept, giving is receiving. It is not enough, though, to desire positive experiences. You must first hold a positive state of mind. Holding thoughts of an anticipated happiness will keep the desired experience exactly where you are asking it to be, perpetually around the corner and forever just out of reach. Train your thoughts to vibrate as if you are experiencing your desire in your present moment. Act as if. Doing this raises your vibration rate, which attracts the strings that will manifest your desire. Psychedelics. In April 1959, the world was introduced to the Mercury 7 astronauts, an elite group of super explorers. They were heroes, embodying a new spirit of exploration, with the hope that their discoveries would usher in a new understanding to the mysteries of the universe. Today, many of the most brilliant minds in the world believe that the answer human beings have long been searching for does not exist in the barren of space. Instead, it is believed by many that the mind itself holds the secrets to life, the divine, and ultimate reality. Today, in secret laboratories exists a new kind of hero, exploring untapped realms of the human psyche in an attempt to answer life's deepest questions. The Psychonauts are the first pioneers of their kind. The word psychedelic comes from the Greek word psyche and delien, which translates as mind manifesting. This implies that psychedelic drugs can gain access and develop unused aspects of the conscious mind. There are many kinds of psychedelic drugs, many of which can be found naturally in the world in many forms of plants and even animals. Humans have ingested psychedelics for thousands of years, and there is evidence, strong evidence, that these psychedelic experiences inspired many of the philosophies and religions cherished by much of the world today. Psychedelics took the center stage of the modern world in the late 1960s after Harvard professor of psychology Dr. Timothy Leary, along with Harvard professor Dr. Richard Alpert, began the infamous Harvard psilocybin project. Leary had experimented with the psychedelic effects of psilocybin mushrooms in Mexico, and later commented, quote, I had learned more about my mind and its possibilities, and more about psychology in the 5 hours after taking these mushrooms than I had in the preceding 15 years of study and research in psychology. Leary argued that with the right dosage, mindset, and setting, psychedelics could alter behavior in unprecedented and beneficial ways. During the study, Leary, as with many of the study's participants, reported claims of profound spiritual experiences that permanently altered their lives in a very positive manner. During the study, Leary administered LSD, lysergic acid diethylamide, to 300 professors, graduate students, writers, and philosophers. More than 75% of them reported their experience to be like a spiritual revelation to them, and one of the most positive and educational experiences of their lives. These reported experiences created a fury of excitement at Harvard University, but unfortunately, an abuse of the then legal psychedelics ensued with many of the students on the campus. A year later, Harvard terminated both Leary and Alpert and ended any future testing of the drugs. After the project was terminated, both Leary and Alpert continued with their psychedelic research, testing the drug on themselves and with an assorted group of world-renowned authors, philosophers, scientists, and musicians. Over the course of hundreds of documented psychedelic journeys, they noted many similarities between the psychedelic-induced spiritual experience and the Buddhist and Hindu religions, particularly with the Buddhist Tibetan Book of the Dead. A year later, Richard Alpert traveled abroad to India to study with the Hindu guru Maharishi, where he compared his scientific studies with the mandala maps created by the Indian gurus and Buddhist monks over countless centuries. Richard Alpert later returned to the United States, donning the new name Ram Dass, which was given to him by the Maharishi, and became one of the most renowned philosophers of the 20th century. Psychedelics are, without question, a tool that can be used to open a gateway to the subconscious mind. Psychedelic drugs shut down much of the conscious mind altogether, giving you an unparalleled view of the totality of the mind reality. The most difficult part of the experience is trying to describe what it is like when you are back in your conscious awareness. Words simply limit the experience. Just as with the frustrations of science and religion and psychology, there is no way to convey the experience of having the perspective of the subconscious mind while in the conscious awareness. With that being said, I will do my best here to describe my experience. Being in the music business comes with certain perks, and one of those is being privy to an otherwise very underground society. On one particular night, Halloween to be exact, while entertaining some guests at my home, I was offered to try a new psychedelic drug called 2CI. This is the number 2, capital C-I. This drug was so new to the underground it had yet to acquire a catchy street name and had not yet been classified as a controlled substance. This drug, I was told, was a synthetic form of mescaline, which is the active ingredient in the psychedelic peyote cactus plant. I have been fortunate enough to be able to experiment occasionally with various drugs, and I have never had a problem with addiction to any of them. With that being said, I have always stayed away from depressants or any speedy type drugs or hard drugs, opting instead for chemicals providing mind expansion and artistic influence. After all, I am a musician by trade. 2CI was nothing like anything I had ever experienced before. This new chemical, designed more than 20 years prior, had never been produced chemically, nor consumed by a human under any controlled study. It had recently surfaced in the underground market, and I was offered to try it after someone had heard about my interest in quantum philosophy. Never before in all of my years of study of the quantum world would I have a clearer comprehension of this subject that is in almost every way incomprehensible. My journey was unlike anything I had ever experienced before, and I can tell you now that this was simply the most profound experience of my life. Nothing else even came close. My journey allowed me to experience, with all of my senses and beyond, ultimate reality in its truest form. Slightly more than 45 minutes after ingesting the substance, I began to notice something strange. It was an incredibly uneasy feeling. Something just seemed wrong with the world. Visually, I was amazed to find colors more brilliant, sounds clearer and more distinct, and my visual focus was at least 100 times sharper than ever before. It was as if I had been looking at the world my entire life through a dirty pair of glasses that were the wrong prescription. When I closed my eyes, I was mesmerized by the brilliant colors, spiraling geometric patterns, which looked like fantastic multi-dimensional computerized fractals. To say that my visuals were infinitely as random as they were fascinating in detail and meaning could not even begin to describe it. All of this came with an overwhelming emotional sense of awe and complete understanding. This feeling was so intense, the only verbiage I could muster were wow and oh my god. Wherever I was, it was clear to me that I was no longer in the same reality of my waking life. At some point during my journey, I opened my closed eyes, feeling a sense of complete sobriety. I picked myself up from the chair and began to walk out of the room in an effort to describe to the others this amazing experience I had just encountered. In a blink of an eye, I once again opened my eyes only to find that I had never gotten up from the chair at all. Somehow, I had experienced a dream that was indistinguishable from my reality. With a gasp of awe, I put my hand over my mouth, touching my face, to try to distinguish which reality was the real one. To my best assumption, the me that was sitting in the chair was the real me, but the confusion was indescribable. I soon found the courage to close my eyes again to another color-filled extravaganza. I took a deep breath, and in a flash, I found myself in another dream. Only this time, I was consciously aware that it was just a dream, even though the experience seemed just as real as my waking reality. The haziness that I typically have with the dreams of my sleep was not present. Very quickly, my dream became increasingly bizarre, and my surroundings began to change. In an uncontrollable way, I felt my sense of becoming different characters. In one moment, I remember I was a fireman. I remember putting on this cartoonish-looking fireman suit and hat, and I watched without fear as my entire surroundings engulfed in flames. Suddenly, I was holding a hose and I was putting out the fire. And hardly an instant later, I became another character that was completely alien from anything I had ever considered before. It wasn't human, but it was a creature with these extended limbs and pale bluish skin and a clownish-looking costume. It was a creature that could easily find a home in a Salvador Dali painting. I raced through character after character, some male, some female, some human, some not. All the while, my ego was intact, similar to the dreams of my sleep. I could see the characters that I was becoming because I was witnessing the entire experience through something like a mirror. I could see everything that was happening to me, but at the same time, I knew that it was me. As amazing as the experience was, I began to get a little worried because I had felt like I had been out for a very long time. It had surely been hours, maybe longer. Just as I was beginning to contemplate the notion that I might be dead and may not be able to return, I woke up in the chair mentally exhausted. There was music playing in the background and a few people around me, including my wife, who made me feel very, very safe. Everyone was smiling and talking as if nothing were going on at all. It was then that I noticed that the CD playing in the background was the same one that I had put into the player. The CD was only on track number 4. In what seemed like hours, perhaps even days, hardly 20 minutes had gone by in my waking reality. With the exception of the melting walls and the bubbling furniture, everything seemed normal. I managed to get up, for real this time, and I casually walked around my house. I felt like a child. The house seemed huge and intimidating, but there were so many cool things to look at, I felt like I had to go on an exploration. The appreciation I had for everything, especially the subtlest details, were beyond anything I had ever experienced in my life. Everything was the most beautiful and the most intriguing thing I had ever seen. When I switched my focus to a broader picture, I could clearly see that everything was part of a pattern within a pattern. If any item were different or moved, the pattern that was self-evident would be broken. Furthermore, there was the ability to find meaning in everything, and the ability to relate to things as if they were both an extension of my body and an extension of my thoughts. As I brushed my hand to feel the fabric of the couch, my hand became a part of the fabric. But more than this, I now regarded the couch as if it were me. I cared for it in a way as if it were a part of my own body. When I looked at the places in my house that may have needed some home improvements, I suddenly didn't think of these things as home improvement chores, but rather as something I could offer to care for the one that I love. While all of these thoughts were going on in my mind, there was, at another level, a voice of reason in my head saying, "Listen to yourself. You are talking to the house as if it were your child. That's crazy." I would think about this duality and then just laugh. The experience itself maintains this strange dualistic quality of overwhelming profundity versus a light sense of subtlety. At one level, you are having this experience that is beyond your wildest imagination, and at another level, you are still thinking with your rational mind. For me, this was the most interesting part of the experience because it allowed me to appreciate the experience even more. I could easily see how Dr. Leary's set and setting principle was so important. In a more distracting setting, it would be easy to miss the beauty of the experience. Shortly after playing in various rooms throughout my house, I returned to the room occupied by my friends and family. I gazed at my wife, who now seemed to have transparent skin. I could see the muscle striations throughout her body, the blood rushing through her veins, and her heart beating away. It was an incredible thing to look at. As I gazed at her, I found myself questioning what it was that I was seeing. Could I actually see through her skin? Or could I see through her because there is no physical reality at all? Well, the implications of those thoughts got me a little bit paranoid, so I chose to let go of those thoughts for a while. I sat back into the chair for a few minutes and suddenly another wave washed over me. I could feel my sense of being zoom into the wacky world of the id for another hysterical and mesmerizing ride. As my surroundings began to change, I felt like I was weightless, floating in the blackest space. Slowly, color formations started to appear. At first, they were like illuminated fabrics, glowing in colors I had never seen before. They were reds and yellows and purples and oranges, but they were just so intense and so vivid in color, it was beyond anything I'd ever experienced before in my life. With my eyes still open, I was witnessing magnificent tunnels made of sparkling neon brilliance. As I moved further from these neon fabrics, I could see that they were forming a fractal, very similar to the cover of this book. I found myself trying to comprehend thoughts that were completely alien to me. It was literally as though information poured into my consciousness, but I was only able to grasp bits and pieces of what this message was. My journey came to a stop in a beautiful and weightless world filled with joy, absurdity, and laughter unlike anything I had ever known in my life. All of this was being seen through what I can only describe as a third eye. I could see and process the waking reality in front of my eyes, as well as see and process this magnificent alternate reality simultaneously. Whichever reality I focused on, that was what my world became. I had fun for a while playing with this, going back and forth between worlds. I was amazed to be able to switch in and out of conscious reality and yet easily maintain my lucidity. From out of nowhere, a voice began to speak to me telepathically. I cannot even say it was a voice per se, but more of just an understanding. My understanding of this reality came in the form of an infinitely complex ballet. I understood that my life was merely a gesture in this complex dance of artistic expression and experience. Just as there was no meaning at all behind becoming these other hundreds of characters that I assumed within the reality of this night, my life is equally as meaningless as it is profound. Life is merely a gesture. However, without the millions of synchronized gestures, there would be no dance at all. I understood that there is no good or bad in this ultimate reality. There are no judgments or ego to protect from embarrassment. Life here is playful, brilliant, awe-inspiring, artistic, and fun. Without question, this was a spiritual experience. The same evening, my wife also indulged in the experimental psychedelic, and she too shared very similar experiences. Like me, she gained a completely overwhelming sense of understanding, which remains with us both still to this day. At the conclusion of our 5-hour ride, both of us found ourselves speechless with a shock that went on for days. It was like seeing something you weren't supposed to see. It was like seeing the man behind the curtain. It was like conversing with God. It was an amazing feeling, and we both agreed that it was the most profound experience of our lives. Since then, our lives have not been the same. My interest in the nature of reality had become an obsession, literally, overnight. The book that I had nearly completed writing had to be completely revised, and nothing else was more important. In a single night, my atheist views were abandoned, and my mind had now become completely open to religion. I found myself reading the Bible and studying Zen Buddhism and Hinduism and Native American spirituality, and anything else that could give me any hint of how to hold on to that experience. Both my wife and I began studying metaphysics, learning Reiki, and even becoming Reiki masters, which has been one of the most beneficial things I have ever done in my life. Lisa and I engage now nightly within the deepest conversations either one of us have ever had as human beings. The improvement of our understanding and appreciation for life has never been as good, and the sensation of overwhelming awe has not decreased with time. Neither one of us has any fear of dying. In fact, we have come to embrace it as our truest reality. We both clearly understand that life is a continuum that extends through cycles of birth and death. The vast majority of my numerous psychedelic journeys have been the most blissful and profound experiences of my life, each one delivering more and more insight and awareness of being. However, I must caution here and report that I have also had 2 experiences that were equally intense, only this time they were horrific. There is a threshold of understanding, and once one has crossed it, it is as though the earth has crumbled away from beneath your feet. The only way I can describe it is information overload, followed by the sensation of drowning in your waking reality. The drowning goes on for what seems like a lifetime. I can say without hesitation that these 2 experiences were the most traumatic experiences of my life, and it took me a long while before I was able to muster up the guts to try again. Although there has never been a reported death from a psychedelic overdose, death would have been a welcomed experience to end the suffering of a bad trip. I must strongly caution that psychedelics should never be taken alone and never be taken in a strange environment. State of mind and intention is crucial to having a positive experience. I do not advocate the use of psychedelics to anyone taking them outside of the purposes of spiritual growth. Psychedelics are a powerful gift offering extraordinary insight. However, one must remember with great power comes great responsibility. Psychedelics should be regarded with the utmost care and respect. I have since thought about my timely introduction to this new chemical compound and realized to my amazement that this was no coincidence. I wanted to understand the unknowable, and my desire revealed itself to me in the form of a brand new mind-altering drug. A drug that allowed me to experience ultimate reality firsthand. It was no coincidence that the chemical name for the drug was 2CI, or to see I, to see myself, which is exactly what the effects of this drug produced, a compound that perhaps breaks down the conscious self, allowing the participant to see and experience the true sense of being, their true self, outside of the scope of this false waking reality and false ego. To see I. Keep in mind, this drug wasn't necessarily named by anyone. Its name is derived from the abbreviation of the substances forming the compound. In this case, 2,5-dimethoxy-4-iodophenethylamine. Say that one 10 times fast. The drug, like everything else, is a metaphor. It is the physical manifestation of my intention to commune with God. As I take the pill, I am symbolically informing my subconscious mind of my intention. I find it both hysterical and dualistically ironic that the metaphor we call psychedelics comes packaged in the clout of social abomination and even illegality. I believe this to be our mind's method for keeping us in bounds and on the playing field. However, when things do get too real, the psychedelics are a safe word. They are the method to cry uncle. Surrendering your ego. Giving up all that is consciously you is probably impossible for anyone. However, with any luck, reading this book has opened your mind to the consideration of the true meaning of your life and to the possibility that your conscious identity and ego are merely illusions of grandeur. If you accept the main points of this book, then you are already on your way to reducing the significance of yourself as an individual and on to the realization that you are God, a God that is creating alter egos to contemplate ideas. As humans, we create alternate egos within our own minds all the time, anytime we think about anything at all. We ask a question in our mind, and a voice, an alternate ego, answers the question. It is important to keep in mind that you are neither the voice asking the question in your mind, which is the id, nor are you the voice answering it, which is the superconscious. Instead, the part that is you is the one who is aware of the conversation. All that we have and all that we are is our thoughts. The life you know and cherish is merely a whim of inspiration and supposition. Life is a what if, or what would it be like if I? If this doesn't sound like much, then take a look around at the power of your present idea. These ideas and whims create whole lives and worlds and universes and details beyond comprehension. Nonetheless, they are merely thoughts. There are no good thoughts or bad thoughts. There are only thoughts that evoke good feelings and thoughts that evoke bad feelings. When we recognize thoughts for what they are and we make conscious choice not to get caught up in them, we see that there are only good thoughts because all thoughts mean existence. When the thought that constituted your life is over, and the things that you once believed were so important have faded away into a distant memory, ask yourself, what will you hold on to most? Will you hold on to the details of your life, such as your achievements, your possessions, your loved ones, your regrets? Or, in the scope of infinity, are different things important? In the scope of infinity, I believe the things you hold on to are the things that you take with you, such as self-love, self-worth, honor, integrity, humor, passion, and ingenuity. These are the things that we take with us forever because these build the foundation for our next thought. These are the things we should protect the most because these are the things that define us. Life is, and you are, the sum of your thoughts about yourself. Until you learn to love yourself, forgive yourself, and just be okay with yourself, you are going to continue to manifest the same kinds of problems in any reality you create. The problems we face in our manifested lives are a reflection of our personal issues with ourselves. Life is a reflection of our current mood on an infinite scale. I mention this now because this chapter is about manifesting reality. When we think about the possibilities of manifesting our own reality, the first thing that comes to mind is manifesting external things that will make us happy. This is impossible because the outside reality is only a reflection of the innermost feelings about yourself. It sounds cliché to say that money and things don't solve your problems. Admittedly, money does make life easier. However, ultimately, there is a hefty price to pay. This is because the material things only cover up the problems, and worse, distract you from fixing the things that require your focus. Until your real core issues are resolved within yourself, your problems will continue to reflect back to you. If they don't reflect back to you through your material things, they will reflect back to you in a different, equally painful way. This is the suffering that the Buddha speaks of. The only way to eliminate the suffering in your world is to ease it within yourself. Ease your personal suffering, and your reflection will be the life of your dreams. To quote E. Orem Light, "Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream." Chapter 12, Conclusion. Defining the dream, defining God. 7 years ago, my skeptical atheism would have balked at any of these ideas. In fact, it wasn't until very recently that I had this personal eureka and made the connection between metaphysics, positive suggestion, spirituality, and the multiverse theory. It was this eureka that was the inspiration for this book. Once I had fully grasped the concept, I decided right then to change my life. I decided right then to pursue every inclination that came to my mind, regardless of the outcome. If my mind was sending me a message, I was going to embrace it and see it through. I had an idea one night that I was supposed to write this book. I have never written anything other than a song in my life, and I had no clue as to how to begin. The old me would have dismissed the idea of writing a book, especially a book about science and spirituality. I mean, who the hell am I? I'm not a scientist, nor do I consider myself spiritual. But instead, I embraced the idea. As irrational as it seemed at the time, my subconscious mind was telling me to write a book, and so I did. I picked up my laptop, and I have not stopped writing or researching this book since. I could have embraced the idea and said to myself, well, someday I'll do it. But somehow I knew that following this instruction, now, was what my subconscious mind was navigating me to do next, as the first step towards achieving the other things I had hoped and dreamt for. I began by visualizing myself researching data and staying up late at night typing into my laptop. I also visualized the finality of this project, and I visualized every detail. I visualized getting this book published, seeing it on bookstore shelves and being bought and read by you. As ridiculous as it may sound, I visualized myself talking about this book on Oprah. Well, why not? In fact, it was a dream of discussing this book on Oprah that gave me the title. In my dream, I saw her holding the book up to the camera lens and saying the title, Becoming God. It was the first time I had ever considered a title for the book. I had then hardly begun. I did not give the title a second thought after that. Becoming God was what I envisioned the very first time, and I have never second-guessed it. I went with where my mind was taking me because I knew that whatever my mind could imagine would eventually manifest itself within my reality. By accepting the fact that this glimpse was an actual reality for me to take, I chose to direct myself toward it, making the reality more and more real. It would be nearly a year before my chosen title made any sense to me whatsoever. Writing this book enabled me in many ways to grasp the concepts further than I had ever grasped them before. It wasn't until well after writing this book that I realized the perfect way to describe the nature of reality is that we, or I, is in a constant state of becoming. We are already one, a single consciousness, perpetually becoming new egos, new situations, new environments, new everything. It is in this constant state of becoming in which we learn something new about ourselves and further contemplate our own existence by comparing the various experiences that we become. I realize now that I could not have chosen a more perfect title. This book is just the first step to forever changing my life. There is no doubt in my mind this book will be published and read by you. There is no doubt in my mind that by writing this book, I have changed the course of my life. Not only have I changed the direction of my dream, but I have also opened the floodgate to a slew of new kinds of experiences. Experiences that I never would have known if I had stayed on my original path. My intention for this manuscript began as something just for me. It was a means to express the ideas from my mind in order to free up more attention units. As I continued to write, I knew that I had discovered something that could really change things, not only in my life, but also in the lives of the people that I encountered. There is no greater joy in the world than to see the look on someone's face as they are enlightened to these ideas. I realized that by expressing my experience, I could motivate the people around me and perhaps even influence the collective unconscious. Since this is the conclusion of the book, I feel like I would be cheating you if I didn't offer some personal opinion about the theories presented in this book and their philosophical repercussions. As I mentioned before, it would infuriate me to no end when I would come to the end of some book about quantum mechanics and the author or scientist would not offer his or her philosophical intuition. While I, on the other hand, do have the advantage of freedom of expression without scrutiny from colleagues. After all, I'm just a musician with a curiosity about the meaning of life. My career does not hang in the balance of anyone's judgment of my opinions, so long as it comes packaged in a catchy tune. Throughout this book, I have sewn together many different scientific theories, psychological schools of thought, and a wide range of philosophies and theologies to create this comprehensive new view of reality. I was searching for an understanding with the fewest holes and one that satisfied my core belief system. With that being said, it is important to remember that my opinions are no more important or more correct than any opinions you might have about this subject. These are opinions about the unknowable, and there isn't anything that I can learn about in this world that could in any way make me understand the meaning of life or what happens to us when the dream of waking life is over. Becoming aware is a very personal experience. Awareness is whatever feels right to you. From everything I have read and everything I have considered on my own, I believe we are living within a dream. I believe that our waking reality is the expression of the possibilities of our imagination that exceed our comprehension. Life is a vacation from the mind. I believe that in both our waking reality and in the dreams of our sleep, we are subject to an ego that is in place to convince us that we are somehow separate from everything else. I do not believe that we are. It is our ego that has convinced us that we are somehow the subject of the experience rather than the creator of the experience. Our ego skews our understanding, not only in waking life, but in our dreams as well. In both realities, we are convinced that we are somehow just a passenger with little ability to influence the events that are happening to us. However, with understanding and discipline, we can awaken from our conscious ego, find liberation from our fears, and consciously take control of our experience in both the dreams of our sleep and in the dream of our waking reality. I began this book as an atheist, but now I unequivocally believe in God. I believe that God is the dream of everything that is and ever will be. God is a thought, a supposition. God is what the universe is when I think. We are the thoughts of God. We are already whole and complete, and thus we are pure imagination, being expressed and appreciated through the eyes of a conscious ego. When the thought is complete, the conscious ego will cease to exist, and the life we have come to know will seemingly be over. Separate egos are important. These egos help God consider a thought from a different perspective. What better way to learn the effects of something than to experience it firsthand from multiple perspectives and different points of view? I believe when we die, we slip back into a dreamless world of pure energy, absent of any meaning at all. I hope that when we die and shed the ego we have come to love, we will be granted comprehension of all thought. I know that in that moment, all of the pain and loneliness experienced in this life would be worthwhile. In that moment, we would awaken to a world where nothing matters at all, a world of all-knowing bliss. In that moment, we would consciously become aware that we are God, and we would revel and laugh at the simplicity of it all. A simplicity so deep that in the absence of everything, we would experience an apathetic euphoria incomprehensible to us now. When I think about this simple place, I think about existence in its purest form, a mind absent of any stress or worry, and a mind absent of any goals or ambition. At the end of everything, nothing matters at all. Right or wrong, we are merely a thought in an endless sea of thoughts. I started to think about this as an ideology, and I wondered if a simple life might be the intended life for us all in this waking reality. According to the law of attraction, if we just lived for now, this instant, and our only thought was for happiness, then that thought or visualization would have to manifest itself in the next moment. A moment of subsequent happiness. No matter what, if we focused on happiness, the next moment would have to produce happiness, regardless of what was seemingly happening around us. In order to manifest happiness, which is now the goal that our subconscious mind is visualizing and focusing on, everything would have to just work itself out to continue to produce happiness. Focusing on happiness and contentment are the ingredients to a euphoric, blissful experience. If happiness is what we are searching for, then all we have to do is ask for it. This practice of life seems to be not unlike the practices of the monks, who typically live in peaceful surroundings, ever appreciative of the splendor of life. This is an admirable way to live, but in my opinion, to truly appreciate happiness, we must sometimes encounter struggle, which is the very reason why we create a less than perfect life. So far in this book, we have addressed every question except for why, which is what I would like to propose to you now. We exist to raise the conscious level of God. Our lives are the mechanism for which God sorts out new understanding and new empathy through the dualistic experience of struggle. This new emotional understanding inspires creativity and in turn inspires new ideas. Any songwriter or artist will tell you that they are at their most creative point when their emotional state of mind is at extremes, which can be seen as just another metaphor. Everything in life is a metaphor. Everything is a clue or a sign to remind us not to get sucked into this false reality. This is supposed to be fun. As we begin to comprehend our new ideas, we also begin to recognize the signs and metaphors we placed within the dream as a reminder to wake up, to become self-aware that we are God, expressing and contemplating a new idea. You might then ask, if we are dreaming, what is our purpose in it all? I think our purpose is to act as the voice with which God reasons and contemplates anything and everything. As I have said previously, when we think about anything in our own minds at all, at least 3 separate identities are involved. 2 to propose and answer the questions, and 1 to be aware of the conversation and to ponder the ideas being discussed. These 3 voices metaphorically represent the id, question, the superconscious, answer, and the ego, awareness. I further believe that our conscious ego's purpose now is to consummate 3 goals, so that we can recognize the final metaphors in our ascension to higher consciousness. It is not a coincidence that these are the 3 necessary qualities you must embrace within yourself before this book will make any sense to you. A book that I now believe to be a metaphor in itself to help me wake up. These 3 goals are the following. 1. Open-mindedness. One must acknowledge that their current train of thought is not the only answer, and one must be completely open to new ways of thinking. This is the id. 2. Benevolence. Do good, be compassionate, and serve the mind by uniting it with love. This is the superconscious. 3. Liberation from fears. One must have absolute trust and faith in themselves. There is nothing to fear but fear itself. This is the ego. Being open-minded to new ideas, especially philosophies widely outside of your box of knowledge and previous experience, is absolutely necessary to raising your consciousness. Open-mindedness is about questioning paradigms and accepting all ideas without judgment or concern. It is about being optimistic and finding the value in any experience or any idea. Everyone is right. They just hold a different point of view. Everything is good because in the scope of infinity, everything is temporary. This is the voice of the id. Secondly, we must embrace benevolence. This simply means that we must always do the right thing towards ourselves and to others. With the understanding that we are one, we must treat each other with the kindness, respect, and compassion that we would expect for ourselves. Being kind to others makes us feel good about ourselves because they are us and we are them. Despite the distorted view that your ego is giving you, it is important to always remember that we are a single conscious being trying to find our way in the barren of infinity. We must have tolerance towards other conscious egos and be appreciative of our surroundings. Nobody is superior to anyone because we are all the same being. Each of us is in our own predetermined journey, each with our own purpose and set of circumstances to serve our single source. Remember, everything you see around you is an extension of you. The only way to heal the illusion of separation is to treat it with love. Find and accept completion within yourself. Unconditionally love yourself and unconditionally love all others. When we are whole, we are holy. When we are whole, we are the power of one love. Benevolence is the voice of the superconscious. Finally, facing what fears us most is how we begin the process of experiencing new ideas. It is the job of the ego to experience new things, and fear is just a part of any new experience. Anything new can be scary the first time, but if we can remember that in the scope of the infinite, fear is an illusion, then we can quickly find a way to grow from the experience. For example, I can recall the very first time I got behind the wheel of an automobile. It was a terrifying experience, but it was also liberating at the same time. I understand now that facing my fears of driving a car required responsibility, but the reward from freedom of exploration was worth every bit of it. We should regard our lives exactly the same way. We will only become appreciative of our exploration if we remember what it took to overcome our fear of it in the beginning. This is the voice of the ego. Until one embraces and holds these three voices of the mind simultaneously, you will never be able to awaken from the dream. I believe that reincarnation takes place when we have not obtained these three arthas within the span of a single lifetime. This is my variation on the Hindu and Buddha religions. It seems difficult to find the faith to unconditionally embrace these three voices. However, this difficulty is an illusion. It is only difficult to embrace the first two voices when we care if we are giving up more than somebody else. By realizing that there isn't anyone else, that everyone is ultimately you, one can easily embrace open-mindedness and benevolence. The third voice, liberation from fear, is the most difficult to give up because it seems as though our life is in our hands. I believe life is a continuum that extends far beyond one's conscious ego. Until we overcome our fear, we cannot move forward to greater experiences. We can communicate with our source, our subconscious mind, whenever we choose. We can ask any question of our source, the answers to which will always be revealed to us through metaphor, recognizable only if we choose to believe in them. When I asked to understand the nature of ultimate reality and what our conscious role is in this mesmerizing dream, I found my answer, oddly enough, through the metaphors within The Wizard of Oz. After careful consideration, I began to write down my thoughts on what our purpose should be now to raise our conscious level, the conscious level of our source. As I began to write down the words, open mind, benevolence, and liberation from fear, I was suddenly reminded of how these metaphors have been ingrained in my psyche since childhood. In The Wizard of Oz, the lead character, Dorothy, is sucked into a tornado from her farmhouse in Kansas, where she awakens in a ridiculous place called Munchkinland, a fantastical world of make-believe. In this dream world, Dorothy desires to go home, to awaken from the dream. She learns that in order to get home, she must travel to see the wizard, a metaphor being God, who will grant her any wish. Dorothy sets out on a yellow brick road, a metaphor for our metaphors, leading her to the wizard who lives in a place called Oz. Along the way, she encounters a living scarecrow who is in search of a brain. He has an open mind, who accompanies her to see the wizard, who may grant him his wish of having a brain. They next encounter a Tin Man, who is in need of a heart, benevolence, and compassion, who also accompanies them to see the wizard. They next encounter the third and last disciple, a lion without any courage who yearns to face his fears. Along the way, a wicked witch terrorizes them. Their fear of this wicked witch is almost enough to hinder them from completing their journey. Their struggle is a metaphor for life. If it were easy, they would not appreciate it. Finally, the four barely make it to their destination, where they inevitably meet the wizard. Disappointingly, the wizard tells them they must go back and get the broomstick of the wicked witch and bring it to him before he will grant any of their wishes. He tells them that they must go back and face their fears. The four main characters oblige and face their most dreaded fear, only to find that the wicked old witch could be destroyed with a harmless glass of water, something that the human body is mostly made of, the metaphor being they had it within them all along. Amazed with their accomplishment and no longer afraid of anything, they have an effortless journey back to Oz and once again encounter the wizard. It is during this encounter and with their newfound courage, they realize that the wizard is just a simple man hiding behind a curtain of almighty disguise, a metaphor for religion. When they ask the wizard why he would do such a thing, the wizard happily admits that he just wanted to see if they could do it. He wanted them to have the experience. The wizard tells the four that they did not have to come all the way to Oz to have their wishes granted, but they had the ability to do it themselves all along. The scarecrow didn't need to have a brain to be smart, he just needed to believe that he was smart. So, the wizard gives him a diploma, an accolade from the University of E Pluribus Unum, which is Latin for oneness, to remind him of his genius. The wizard reminds the Tin Man that just by showing compassion for his friends and following his desires, he has a heart, and he gives the Tin Man a token to remind him. The wizard then tells the lion that he was always courageous, he just didn't know he had it in him to face his fears. And lastly, Dorothy discovers that she could have gotten home anytime she wanted. All she had to do was believe that she could. The reason she was told to set out on such a perilous journey was so she would discover newfound appreciation for her home. Dorothy clicks her heels 3 times to awaken from the dream safely back in her bed again in Kansas. These are just a few of the dozens of metaphors I found in The Wizard of Oz, and this movie is just one of hundreds of metaphors or signs that I have recognized within my life in the last several months. Now that I believe in their significance, I find metaphors everywhere. These metaphors have filled my life with laughter and joy unlike anything I have ever experienced. The metaphors in my life are my yellow brick road. As long as I stay on it, I will never be lost. Finding metaphors in your life is going to be a wonderful way for you to break down your barrier of doubt too. At first, you will dismiss the metaphors as coincidences, but somewhere in the back of your mind, you will entertain the idea, entertain the possibility. With increasing metaphors too fantastic to be coincidence, you will begin to recognize that you are manifesting those metaphors into existence by thinking about them and looking for them. Within this realization, you will discover that you are God. You will then know that you can do much more than manifest coincidences. It is important for my readers to know that this book is not about quantum physics, nor is this book about psychology or religion. If this is what you have taken from this book, then you have missed the point entirely. The preceding chapters are in fact metaphors to bring us to this final conclusion. This book is about becoming self-aware, aware that you are already God, one consciousness, which is an idea that shatters everything we have come to understand about our lives and the world around us. Embracing this concept is not going to be easy for you. It wasn't for me. I realize now that the search for Schrodinger's cat and further anomalies in quantum physics are just another metaphor. They are a sign or a clue that I left for myself, a symbol that did not set right with my psyche. This was one of the earliest metaphors that I recognized. Achieving my dreams was the first. The signs are so obvious now I can't escape them even when I try. There is something more to coincidence, and there is nothing wrong with believing in this. Thus far, we have ignored coincidences, and look what it has brought us. What do you have to lose by changing your opinion now? What wonderful things do you have to gain by eliminating your doubt and having a little faith? God is beginning to comprehend his previous thought. I am, God is, you are ready to wake up, so stop hitting the snooze button. Take a deep breath and count to 3. The concepts of this book are very difficult to accept. I highly recommend that you reread this book several times over. A lot of the ideas I have presented here require multiple reviews before your conscious is going to allow it to penetrate your mind. Don't get discouraged if you're only grasping parts of this book. This is okay. This is part of the comprehension process. I cannot tell you how many times I have tried explaining these concepts to people, and in the middle of my description, I got lost myself somewhere in the philosophy and had to go back and research it to firmly grasp these concepts again. These ideas and this philosophy are counterintuitive, and your conscious mind is going to reject it at every level. Don't just read this book. Sit back and think about the concepts I have presented to you. The Bible tells us that everything will be revealed to you in God's time. Well, you are God. You will get it exactly when you have comprehended it and not a second sooner. Comprehension requires the elimination of doubt. Doubt will block these ideas at every level. To overcome this, I highly recommend doing your own research. Be a skeptic. Read other books, research this stuff on the internet, look for your own metaphors, open a dialogue with others, and work your way through it. More important than anything, however, is that you engage in conversation about these ideas. For it is within the conversation, saying it out loud and/or teaching it, that we begin to absorb it and comprehend it. Until we say it out loud for our own ears to hear, it's only an idea. As strange as this sounds, even I couldn't fully comprehend my book until I began to teach it. This book is simply divine. The metamorphosis that you received by reading it mirrors the metamorphosis I received while writing it. At the very least, this book provokes the ultimate questions and makes us comfortable questioning paradigms. This is the end of days. From this point on, the world will shift before your eyes, and it will never be the same again. By now, you've probably already felt this shift taking place. You probably felt this shift prior to finding this book, and the feeling has steadily increased with the contemplation of every passage you have read thus far. This feeling is real and you are not crazy. There is a shift in consciousness taking place, and the world as you know it is coming to an end. The world you knew will never be the same again unless you want it to be. This shift in consciousness is a shift in your own consciousness, because the collective consciousness is you and you alone. You are the one who is going to save you, and now is the moment you have been waiting for. This is the new beginning. This is enlightenment. This is transcendence. Life is anything you want it to be and as detailed as you want to make it. The reality around us becomes real only when we choose to make it real. That is a powerful notion. You have the power to make anything of your life that you wish. What great thing would you do today if you knew you were going to die tomorrow? What greater things would you do if you knew there was no chance of failure? Regret at the end of your life means that you lost the game. Well, are you playing to win, or are you playing to get all the way through it and lose? Are you playing to learn and experience all that is possible, or are you playing a conservative game to come back and do this over and over and over until you have wholeheartedly accepted this ideology and made the most of your experience? This is the discovery to end all discoveries. Discovering these concepts for yourself and embracing them makes this simply the most profound moment of your life. What are you going to do with it? Be sure to stay in the conversation. It is the conversation that unites us. Visit www.becominggod.org. Contribute to the collective mind consciously by offering an opinion on transcendental consciousness from your perspective. We want to hear from you. Contribute to the blog. And if you have questions, feel free to email me. My email's right there on the website, and I try to answer every one that I get. Thanks again for your support. Your other you, Ford.